Chapter 951 Chinese Rifle Geringer City www.swyman.la The Dutch soldiers looked enviously at the battleship of the Great U State docked in the harbor. The people stationed in Geringer for 7 years came and went, and walked again, but the same thing is that Great U State is amazing speed of development. General Yun, welcome you to the city of Geringe. Eric showed a sincere smile. He is the new governor of Geringe, responsible for Dutch affairs in Asia. It's nice to meet you, Eric. Yun smiled. He has become accustomed to dealing with Eric, and he often visits Ryuka here these years. In addition to supplying coal and water here, he also came to Geringer for the Spaniards. In fact, the Netherlands and Spain have colonies on the islands of Luzon and East Indonesia. At the same time, the relationship between the two is actually a competitive relationship. Spain has always been vigilant against the Dutch. The two sides often conflict due to interest issues. Therefore, after obtaining authorization from the emperor, he found the Dutch in the first place. As a result, they were not familiar with the real geographical situation of the Philippine Islands such as Luzon and Mint, and needed help from the Dutch. Secondly, this expedition supply is also a problem. If the Dutch can provide supplies, their pressure will be much smaller. The third is the alliance treaty they signed with the Dutch. This treaty stipulates that the two need to advance and retreat together in Asian affairs. If the Dutch are attacked in Asia, the country is obliged to help the Dutch fight back against the enemy. Similarly, the Dutch people are also obliged to help Great U country attack the enemy. After the greeting, Yun and Eric went to the official office of Roland City, and he fully informed Eric about the action. You are going to attack the Spaniards and seize Malacca? Eric said in surprise, and after a while, he said, it's easy to beat the Spaniards, but Malacca is now controlled by the British. Moreover, the French Indochina is in Malacca. On the east side, once you seize Malacca, they will not sit back and watch. Yun laughed loudly. Eric, you don't have to worry about this. We are determined to win the Strait of Malacca this time. Britain and France stabbed the knife in the back several times during the turmoil in our country. The emperor has long been dissatisfied. It's time to pack them up. After a pause, he continued, and according to our intelligence, the total number of British and French warships in the Asian waters is less than 50. Together, we will be able to defeat them. There was a spark of excitement in Eric's eyes when he heard the words. The former Holland was the true maritime hegemon of Europe. It was the British who destroyed them, made their status plummet, and took away many of their colonies. They have kept this account in their minds, but the decline of the Netherlands has made it impossible to fight the British. But now it is different with the Great Chunking. They can completely suppress Britain and France in Asia and obtain more tangible benefits. Moreover, the purpose of their signing of the covenant with the Great U Kingdom was to deal with the British together, and now Yun's request is not excessive. I'm not worried, I'm just surprised by the ambitions of Your Majesty the Emperor, but I have to say that your action this time is in our interest. Now we have 20 warships in Asia, which can help you. Kay said. A stone fell to the ground in Yun's heart. As long as they had the support of the Dutch, it would be easier for them to attack the Spaniards. That being the case, now we make a plan of operations. According to my idea, first we must launch a surprise attack on the Spanish navy near Luzon, destroy their navy in one fell swoop, and then use Manila as a base to compete with Britain and France for Malacca Strait. Yun unfolded the sea chart he carried and marked the steps of the attack. Eric nodded frequently and cast admiring glances at Yun. He had to admit that this Yun was an admiral with strategic vision. Reached an agreement. The two agreed to set off in 5 days. This time they will cooperate together against the enemy for the first time. King Zhu, Yash Hufang. Song Qingping happily handed a steel shell bullet to Xiaoming. This was the first metal bullet they made after the metal bullet project was put on the agenda. The Emperor, this is the bullet we produced, Song Qingping said loudly. Xiaoming showed a look of joy. Since setting the task of producing metal bullets, the entire Qingzhou industrial system has been operating. The thermal power plant provided electricity to the military workshop for the first time, and various equipment factories, under the organization of Lin Wentao, produced electric motors and bullet production-related machinery and equipment day and night. In more than 2 months, they set up a manual and automatic bullet production line and produced the first steel shell bullet. It's not easy. This will be a sign of the evolution of military weapons. Xiaoming picked up the bullet, which was basically similar in shape to modern bullets. Looking at this modernized bullet, Xiaoming was a little emotional. Now the science and technology level of the country has reached the 19th century steadily, and with the detailed technical information provided by him, it is still possible to establish a simple military system based on a strong industrial foundation. For example, the metal bullet production line in Dayu State is actually semi-manual and semi-automatic. The shells and warheads of the bullets are produced by workers using machinery. As for the primer, gunpowder and warheads, the assembly of the shells is done manually. In this way, the difficulty of bullet production is greatly reduced. After all, the production line for automatic production and assembly requires CNC, and he can't get it out. The Emperor, although the production speed of this metal bullet is a bit slower, after all, we also have metal bullets. The lower officials thought that the production of Falcon rifles was no longer necessary. Now the military workshop only produces percussion rifles. I hope the Emperor can officially name the rifle, Song Qingping said. Xiaoming nodded. He has not given a definite name for this type of percussion rifle. Excited, he said, "This type of rifle is called a hand-style rifle. I hope this type of percussion rifle combined with metal bullets can let us drive out the invading enemy like a big man." Hand-style rifle? Song Qingping's eyes lit up and he said heavily, "Good name. This firing rifle will definitely leave the history behind." Ha ha ha. After that, the two laughed at the same time. Xiaoming continued to play with metal bullets. As long as this type of bullet is available, the shortcomings of the breech rifle will be eliminated. At the same time, the advantages of rifling and hammer-shaped bullets will also be reflected. This type of rifle has both range and accuracy will be higher than the deflated Falcon rifle. In addition, the emergence of metal bullets is more to bring a new understanding of weapons, which is also an inspiration for artillery. He was thinking. Suddenly Qian Defu walked in, bowed and said, "The Emperor, Chen Qi begs to see you." Startled for a moment, Xiaoming looked at Song Qingping. "You two are really interesting, why don't you come together?" Song Qingping coughed embarrassingly, and he said, "The Emperor, I can't complain about this. During this period, Chen Qi has sealed off the artillery factory, and no one knows what he is playing inside." Chapter 952 Artillery Evolution. The sound of rapid footsteps came from outside the Imperial Study Room. www.swimming.la. After a while, Chen Qi's figure appeared, and he walked to Xiaoming and saluted him, calling out the Emperor. "First it was Song Qingping, and now it is you, Chen Qi. The two of you have been doing everything in the Three Treasures Hall. Let me guess. You must have made some progress on the artillery." Chen Qi's face was a little tired, but his eyes flashed with excitement. He said, "The Emperor, it is true. After years of accumulation and research, now the artillery factory has finally completed the previous work and successfully produced the first battle, a rifled breech gun." "Really? Today is really a good day, first with the metal bullets, and now with the breech gun. It is really a double happiness." The smile on Xiaoming's face grew stronger. In fact, Chen Qi has been conducting research on rifled guns, but the development of guns is too fast. This has caused Chen Qi to constantly change the original design. After the hand-style rifle was finalized, it suddenly made him feel that all the problems he faced before were solved at once. The rifled breech gun came into being. Of course, Xiaoming understands Chen Qi's research, but he didn't care about him except for throwing some materials to him. In the past, he didn't want to care about knowing that the industrial foundation at the time was unable to produce qualified breech guns. Obviously it is already available, and all the results of nature will be natural. But speaking of breech guns, in fact this kind of artillery appeared very early, and the flange machine used by contemporary soldiers of the Ming Dynasty is a typical breech gun. The structure of this artillery is divided into two parts, one is the barrel, and the other is the rear gun. as if a complete artillery is cut into two sections. Each time the soldier fires the shells and ammunition in the gun, align the bullet and the barrel to ignite and launch. In this way, every time the launch is completed, you only need to replace the bullet. According to historical records, this type of artillery is a type of artillery popular in Europe from the late 15th century to the early 16th century. The inspired artillery is derived from the eagle cannon, which can fire continuously and pop like a fire snake. It is also called a rapid-fire cannon. Now metal bullets are actually just a natural extension of the flange machine style after loading bullets. In this era, the West also has this type of artillery. The Dutch once described this artillery to him in detail and sold it to him, but he rejected it. The reason is very simple. He from modern times doesn't like this after-installation structure at all. Facts have proved his decision is correct, because within a few years, King Zhou produced a 19th century breech artillery. Hey, my lord, I didn't lag behind in this time, but used all the previous technology accumulation. The three technologies of rifled, breech, and pull fire are all available. This kind of artillery is better than the previous field guns in terms of range and accuracy. The degree is greatly improved, Chen Qi said excitedly. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. The rifling technology comes from the rifling technology of the musket, and the fire tube comes from the squeegee technology of the grenade. Only the design and manufacture of this breech block is a brand new technology. It can be said that the evolution of the artillery is a byproduct of industrial development. In that case, I will take the generals of the military aircraft department to take a look at your masterpieces. As the saying goes, seeing is worse than hearing, and now he is a little itchy. Moreover, the development of weapons in the 19th century basically set the tone for later generations. The subsequent development is only a partial improvement. Therefore, if the hand-style rifle and this artillery are officially installed, this will mean that the Daewoo team is truly modern. After all, the three of them left the Imperial study room together, and when passing by the outer palace, he asked Qian Defu to call Nu and Liu Oquan. The group went to the military workshop under the protection of the guard. My lord, this is our metal bullet production line, Song Qingping said proudly. Xiaoming followed Song Qingping's factory and looked at the factory. At this time, the machinery in the factory made a roar of metal cracking during the operation of the workers. The workers were sending boxes of separated cartridge cases and bullets to the next factory. Some workers are assembling the primer, propellant, warhead and cartridge case together in this workshop. The Emperor. The production speed of this metal bullet is really much slower. How can it be like sheep shit? Gnu frowned. The cone bullet used in the front musket used to be cast on the densely packed molds. It can be self-made in large quantities at one time. Now comparing the two, he felt a gap. According to our previous battle statistics, after the emergence of the trenches, it takes an average of 2,600 rounds to kill an enemy. This is because they are not familiar with our firearms. Next, the Emperor. If it is this kind of production speed, he will finally think that it is better to use the paper shell bullets of the past. Liu Oquan nodded when he heard the words, yes. The paper shell bullet is enough. This kind of metal bullet is so troublesome to produce. It is estimated that the price is high, and it is more than enough to deal with Goryeo or Wag. Xiaoming smiled when he heard the words. The two of them were qualified generals for him. They would not be qualified generals blindly touting weapons and ignoring the cost-effectiveness. Based on the current situation, there is indeed no urgent need for the use of such high-cost bullets in Daewoo, and the use of paper shell bullets for hand-style rifles is sufficient. Just as the Western countries actually had rifled guns for a long time, they did not have mass production of muskets. They still used muskets for a long time. They didn't come to their senses until they were beaten up by the rifled guns during the war. For Xiaoming, he naturally understands this truth, but Daewoo has its own national conditions, and the huge land and long borders forced him to deploy a large number of troops to defend. Goryeo and Wag were unable to settle down completely for a while, and had to station troops. In this way, the number of soldiers he could use for overseas colonization would be reduced, and he could not have unlimited violent troops, because he needed population migration. Go to Kanto and even Siberia to consolidate the occupied land. After driving away the Golden Horde on the grasslands in the future, controlling the grasslands will also be a headache. As such, he can only rely on the generation of weapons to make up for the shortage of the army. It is precisely by virtue of this advantage that Europe can control a large area of colonies with a small number of troops. After explaining his thoughts to the two of them, Xiaoming continued, Europe is now full of soldiers due to the rise of the Great Yu Kingdom. We must spare no effort to catch up with us in weapons. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain generations. But as you said, metal bullets and shells are expensive to produce and slow, but we can hoard them and use them when necessary. Gnu and Liu Oquane looked at each other and nodded. Sometimes they still couldn't keep up with the Emperor's thinking. Chapter 953 Guards. Come on, let's try Chinese rifles and artillery. www.swiming.la. After the ammunition problem was shipped, everyone's attention once again focused on the hand-style rifle and Chenchi's artillery. The two were already ready and led the group to the school grounds. The Emperor, let the future come. Gnu licked his lips and was a little excited. What he said just now does not mean that he does not like Chinese rifles. In fact, these military generals like new weapons most, but sometimes they have to consider the increasing military expenditure. Liu Oquane picked up another hand-style rifle and said aggressively, Nu, today we will try it in front of the Emperor and see who has the best marksmanship. Okay, if any of you wins today, I will give him a tricycle. He was busy with government affairs all day, and when Xiaoming had little leisure time, he was also here for fun. When the two heard this, their eyes flashed green. Although Xiaoming gave them a bicycle each, the tricycle was just made by King's Machinery Factory. They have already seen this thing, and the in the palace is riding this thing outside the palace to purchase what the palace needs. Although they don't need to ride a tricycle to buy things, it also saves face for the servants in the house. The last time he was the first to get a bicycle, he envied many people. This tricycle is mine. Nu took the steel shell bullet from Song Qingping's hand and pulled the gun to reveal the barrel. Put the bullet in, the cow reset the bolt, and then aimed at the target 200 meters away. Boom! After only 3 seconds of aiming time, the cow pulled the trigger. Hey, this metal bullet is really powerful, Gnu said loudly. Obviously the recoil of the Falcon rifle is much stronger. Song Qingping explained. Of course, this bullet contains smokeless gunpowder, and its airtightness is much stronger than that of a Falcon rifle. Liu Oquane said in surprise, this bullet has hit the mountain. When he was observing just now, the bullet shot by the cow passed through the target and hit a cloud of smoke on the mountain behind. Hand-style rifles use metal bullets with a maximum range of 1,200 meters and an effective range of 600 meters. Song Qingping added again. Compared with the Falcon rifle, it is indeed a great improvement. Xiaoming showed satisfaction. Judging from the history of the development of firearms, the barrel of the rifle is getting shorter and shorter, and the effective range is getting shorter and shorter. The effective range of many modern firearms is only 300 or 400 meters, and only in this era of lack of long-range power, the barrel of a rifle can be so long and powerful. It's my turn. Liu Oquane Baobao glanced at the hand-style rifle in his hand, looking very fond of it. Like the bull, he aimed for 3 seconds, then pulled the trigger. Soon, the result was reported, and Liu Oquane lost the first ring. Ha ha ha, what Nu said back then was 100 steps through Yang. Now that he is old, his arm strength is not good, but his eyes are not weak. Nu laughed. Liu Oquane was not upset either. He said, if you lose, you will lose, but this Chinese rifle is really a good thing. If the army can be equipped as soon as possible, the British and French will have to cry for their fathers and mothers. After a pause, he said to Chen Qi, this hand-style rifle is powerful. I don't know how this artillery is. Chen Qi smiled mysteriously, then walked to a cannon covered with a black cloth, pulled the black cloth, and an annoying silver-white metallic cannon appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of this artillery is very different from the traditional front-mounted smoothbore gun, because the artillery is pierced from beginning to end. and the muzzle can be seen from the artillery, and it is 30 centimeters away from the rear of the artillery. A square hole also has a corresponding square opening on the right side, which looks like a slot. How to fight this artillery? Gnu and Liu Oquan were immediately dumbfounded. Chen Qi laughed hee hee. He took out a thick metal object with a square cylinder from the box on one side like a baby. Half of the metal object was a round hole as large as the caliber of the artillery, and half was as large as the caliber of the artillery. The Emperor, the two generals. This is the biggest secret of the breech gun, the wedge-type breech block. As long as the round hole part of the breech block is inserted into the artillery, it can be loaded through the through hole, and the loading is complete. Then continue to slide the breech bolt to the right, and the metal mirror will seal the bottom of the gun. Having said that, he stuffed the breech block in his hand into the artillery. At this moment, an artilleryman picked up the cone-shaped shell and stuffed it into the artillery, and then stuffed a cylindrical propellant into the barrel. At this time, Chen Qi fully pushed in the exposed breech block, and the whole artillery was integrated. The artillery put the fire tube into the artillery through the fire door of the artillery, which was plugged with arquebus, and integrated the propellant. Pull the rope in one hand. Horizontal wedge breech bolt. Gnu and Liu Oquan didn't know how to do it, but Xiaoming was a wise man. Chen Qi now uses the typical horizontal wedge-type breech block in the breech gun. In contemporary times, the famous Krupp cannon used this type of breech block from the beginning. Seeing this structure, Xiaoming felt relieved, and Chen Qi's hard work for several years was not in vain. It could be said that it was nothing but a blockbuster. It directly brought the artillery to the same era level as the hand-style rifle. Come on, let me try it myself. Xiaoming took the rope from the artillery. The rope is very long. To ensure safety, he walked 5 meters away before pulling the rope. Boom! Pulled by the rope, the fire tube exploded in the barrel, and the flame instantly ignited the propellant, pushing the entire shell out of the barrel. Boom! An explosion sounded from a distance. Flames and smoke lit up the mountain a kilometer away, smoke and debris flying. At this moment, 2 artillerymen immediately stepped forward. One artilleryman pulled the breech bolt. The other soldier continued to reload, and another artillery shell was fired 10 seconds later. Within 1 minute, the artillery fired 6 rounds in a row. Originally, Gnu and Liu Oquan wanted to say that the power of the shells was about the same, but they were stunned here. 6 shells were fired per minute. Now the smoothbore gun used by Dayu State can only fire 1 round per minute, and the veteran is only 2. On the battlefield, long-range firepower is the key to victory, and artillery is also the primary target of local artillery offensive. They are very clear about what changes this minute will bring to the war. Awesome, really amazing. Nu looked around the artillery circle, and he said, "The Emperor, we should give this type of artillery a loud name." Chen Qi showed expectation. Song Qingping's rifle is very loud for a Chinese style. I don't know what his artillery is called. It's better to call the guard artillery, Xiaoming said with a smile. Chapter 954 Years of Guard Artillery. Everyone on the school field showed excitement. www.swyman.la. Nu Ben laughed and said, "This name is resounding. A hand-style rifle, and a guard artillery." Since then, Dau has 2 more weapons for killing the enemy. Ha ha ha. Although the country is now unified, Xiao still doesn't understand the changes in Great Yu, and thinks everyone in Great Yu can be deceived. Now we use this weapon to kill the enemy, to tell them what it means to offend China, even if it is far away. Liu Oquan's voice fell, making noises. What a person who commits a crime against China, even if he is far away, he will be punishable. What Dau people need is this spirit. Xiaoming's eyes became sharp in an instant. Not imposing punishment on the encroaching enemy of the country is just like encountering a thief in the family and not being held accountable. The thief will not be grateful for it, but will be more contemptuous in his heart, bolder, and seek opportunities to commit the crime again. Therefore, you must not be kind to robbers. Only guns can make them understand the truth. After groaning for a while, he said, "Although England and France are far away, but this beam has been formed. I want to see whether they dominate the world or I dominate the world." Xiaoming's words made Nu Ben, Liu Oquan and others excited. Once, their eyes only stayed on the one-third of their home. But now the whole world is where the Dayu team can go. For the rejuvenation of the nation and the prosperity of the country, they are willing to go to the great cause with a humble body. The emperor's ambition is bound to be fulfilled. Everyone said loudly at the same time. Xiaoming's mood today is particularly relaxed. He laughed and said, I also felt it, nothing more, nothing more. I said that it is better to do it with my feet on the ground. Today, let's set the rifle and artillery matters. Now both rifles and artillery on the right track. The series naming of this rifle and artillery should also have a regulation, and there should also be a standard for the caliber of the rifle and artillery. As developers of firearms, what Chen Qi and Song Qingping care about is of course the development of the future military industry. Song Qingping said, the emperor, hand-style rifles and guard artillery can no longer use the past classification standards. Now the bullet of the hand-style rifle is 79,254, and the caliber of the guard field gun is 85. It seems that in the future, the caliber will be used to distinguish between rifle and artillery. That's appropriate. You are right. This is what I meant. For the time being, Dayu State will use the 792 caliber bullet as the standard. After all, a new set of equipment is needed to produce a bullet of another caliber. It is not necessary, Xiaoming said. Then he said to Chen Qi, in addition to the 85 field guns, the artillery factory has to develop artillery of other calibers for different purposes, especially naval guns. Now we are fighting for the dominance of the sea in the Western countries. We'll change a naval battle. The emperor can rest assured, now that we have mastered the technology, it is easy to produce other types of artillery. Chen Qi believes. Nodding lightly, Xiaoming continued, in this case, the guards are used as the basis for the naming of this type of artillery. In the future, any modified artillery based on this type of artillery can be prefixed with guards. The latter model is your military factory. Decide by yourself. The same is true for rifles. Chinese style is just the prefix of this type of rifle. Yes. The emperor. Song Qingping breathed a sigh of relief, and this hand-style rifle was finally set. Looking at the mountain behind the target, Xiaoming continued, this metal bullet can not only bring changes to the rifle, but also to the short-barreled fire tube. I can wait to have a handy weapon. Song Qingping knew that there was already this kind of self-defense weapon that he carried on the materials he researched. He said, the next official will prepare for this time. The problem of metal bullets was overcome, and some firearms problems were naturally solved. Xiaoming was full of confidence in Song Qingping. After carefully inspecting the production line of rifles and artillery with the generals of the military machine department, he returned with satisfaction. Ryukyu Island. Yan and a kind of generals were eating sugar cane in the former Mik-Ir castle. This bastion built by the Dutch was occupied by the Japanese nation 7 years ago and has been occupied by them until now. Today, the name of Mik-Ir castle has been erased. Ryukyu is officially named Yazu, and the former Mik-Ir castle has become Yazu City. Yan still agrees with the name Yazu, because it was called Yazu in Ulnhitazi of the Three Kingdoms period, which shows that it has been the land of the Great Yu Kingdom since ancient times. Generally, this Yazu sugarcane still has your appetite. Jiang Xian, the governor of Yazu, also had a taste of sugarcane. After graduating from the School of Political Affairs 7 years ago, he was sent to Yazu to work as a small official. After 7 years of hard work, he got his current status. When I was in Dengzhou, white granulated sugar was often eaten. This fresh sugarcane is rare, but it is really sweet. Yan smiled heartily. Relan City was too small, and Yan couldn't stay at all, so he went to rest for a few days in Yazu City, which was across the sea, while also supplying some supplies here. If the general likes it, when he leaves, he will let the officer move some more on the ship for the soldiers to quench their thirst. Jiang Xian said diligently. Although she didn't know the purpose of the fleet's large-scale southward movement, her intuition told him that the country might be very good. There will be more territory soon. As an official of Great Chongqing, he is naturally proud. Of course, he still has a little selfishness. because once the kingdom of Dau establishes a colony in Southeast Asia, Yazoo will inevitably become a transit point for the fleet to go south. If the trade is opened up, the caravan will also come forward. In this case, Yazoo will be lively, and under the bustle, it can bring a lot of tax to Yazoo and attract the people of Great U to settle in Yazoo. After all, Yazoo is still a bit barren anyway. Even after the Civil War, 300,000 people were forcibly relocated to Yazoo. The population of Yazoo now is only more than 500,000. However, there are not many more than 500,000 people scattered on the land of Yazoo. This city of Yazoo seems to be booming, but in fact, the population is only 100,000. The rest of the population was moved to the north, central, and west to build cities and farms for breeding. Since it is Jiang Xixi's good intentions, I am disrespectful, Yan said with a cheek. He would see Jiang Xian every time he came to Yazoo, and the two were also acquaintances. Thanks, no need. Anyway, these are all supplies. Jiang Xian didn't dare to use the court's things for personal affairs. It's okay to eat some casually, but large-scale supplies are different. Yan smiled. He understood Jiang Xian's character and it was not difficult for him. Thinking of something, he said, by the way, looking at your frowning look, sending you good news. Don't you often say that Yazoo is not taken seriously? Now you are about to be beaten. Chapter 955 Dawn Attack. Good news. What good news? Jiang Xian excitedly grabbed Yan's arm. Life in Yazoo was as plain as water, and a little disturbance was enough to make him look forward to. It is said that the Department of Minerals values the minerals in Yazoo and will come to explore soon. If a mine is found, a group of people from the country will soon come to mine. The mine? This is indeed good news. Jiang Xian paced back and forth happily. In his opinion, the construction of the mine includes many ancillary projects, the most important of which is the road. If the Imperial Court wants to open mines in Yazoo, then roads must be built here. If roads are built, cement factories and brick factories will also be established, and Yazoo will be really lively. Do you know what mines the Minerals Department wants to mine? Jiang Xian asked again. After thinking about it, he said, this is no longer a secret in King's Zoo, and the information here is really unclear. The Department of Minerals said that Yazoo's minerals are mainly coal, sulfur, gold, and copper. It is said that coal is mainly in the north, and copper is mainly in the northeast from the central mountain range east to the coast. But people from the Department of Minerals say you are particularly rich in sulfur in these minerals. Oh? It's so strange that I saw at the Yazoo market a few days ago that people brought a basket of sulfur to sell. It turned out to be like this. Yes, yes. Jiang Xian was happy. Yan continued, it doesn't stop there. Before we took Yazoo, the Spaniards had just landed in northern Yazoo, and were later repelled by the Dutch. Now the cooperation between Dau and the Netherlands is getting deeper and deeper. They finally said, to be honest, Spain discovered open-air gold veins in the north. This place was called Jingguashi by the Spanish. It is said that the gold mines are very rich. The Dutch wanted to mine them after they drove out Spain, but we did not expect it to be captured. Yazoo Golden Pulse. Jiang Xian felt his heart beat faster and faster. Meow. It's really wonderful. The sugar cane was also eaten, and what should have been said, Yan stretched his waist and ordered the generals to return to Ralan City. After another 4 days of rest, the battleships of the Great U Kingdom slowly moved towards Bohol Island. Bohol, Spain's governor's palace. Meal is reading the war report about Huayan State. After this time of massacre, more than 17,000 people in Huayan State died under their guns, and 3,000 others were hiding into the mountains. Your Excellency, the country of Huayan has basically been destroyed. This time we have seized 7 million tals of silver and 500,000 tals of gold from Huayan. The lieutenant in charge of the operation reported with a cruel smile. Good job, Joseph. These stole so much money from us under our noses. I should have killed them all earlier. Meal said coldly, and for him, the report said, his life is just a number to him, because in his eyes, these natives are not humans at all. Joseph complimented, Your Excellency is still far-sighted. I have ordered people to deliver the silver, gold, jewelry and porcelain collected to the governor's private warehouse, and these items can be shipped back to Spain within a week. Emil stood up, and he patted Joseph on the shoulder excitedly. "You are really smart. I always like to work with smart people. My governorship will be full soon. I will recommend you to become a newcomer here." "The governor." "Thank you, Your Excellency," Joseph said excitedly, which was exactly what he dreamed of. He then flattered and said, "Your Excellency, I also left you with a few beautiful Dau country women to serve you. These people should die, and it is their luck to keep their lives to serve the governor." "Who said no?" "It's their glory for these humble Spaniards to serve us noble." Emil grinned cruelly. Joseph looked at Emil carefully. He knew the cruelty of the governor very well. In fact, those who can be sent to Bohol as governor must be cruel and cruel, because remote overseas colonies are generally places of exile for their own prisoners. It is as if Australia is an overseas prison for the United Kingdom, and Indochina is an overseas prison for the French, and the governor is the custodian of these exiles. Without a cold heart, how could he subdue these unruly prisoners? However, Emil had planned for the massacre of Juan for a long time. In his opinion, Emil just wanted to make a fortune before leaving office. However, he was very smart and took full advantage of Spain's current dissatisfaction with Great Chongqing, because the Dutch became stronger after cooperating with Great Chongqing, which made them feel uneasy. With the help of Emil, the country finally gave Emil the right to handle all affairs here, and the massacre against Huan country began. Of course, he has no sympathy for these Huan people. The slaughter of indigenous people is a common occurrence in Europe. Who makes them a lower race in the eyes of Europeans? Your Excellency, then I won't bother you, and please enjoy it slowly. Joseph bowed. Emil waved his hand to signal Joseph to leave. At this time, the night fell and he was going back to enjoy his delicious food. At the same time, the combined fleet led by Jan and Derek has arrived 100 nautical miles away on Bohol Island. According to their plan, they will suddenly launch an attack on the Spanish fleet in the early hours of the next morning. In this battle, they will completely destroy the Spanish fleet in Asia, and at the same time wipe out the Spanish colonists locally. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, Jan and Derek asked the crew to take turns to rest. At this time, the dark color became their protective color. They did not encounter any obstacles during the overnight voyage, and when the coastline was white, they appeared at the Spanish naval port on Bohol Island. In a battle formation to grab a favorable position, Jan issued a military order. His words fell, and the leading steamship used its own power to quickly blockade the Spanish port, and at the same time pointed its side at the Spanish warship in the port. Eric also ordered the warships to cooperate with Great Chongqing, but their warships were too clumsy in front of these flexible warships. The huge fleet that suddenly appeared in front of them made the Spanish soldiers in the sentry almost crazy, and they blew the whistle urgently. The Spanish soldiers on the battleship heard the sound and quickly entered the combat position, but their speed was too slow, and it was too late when they adjusted the hull. With a roar, the battleships on the opposite side opened fire intensively. Boom, boom, boom. In the continuous explosions, the first battleship to be concentrated instantly burst like popcorn. Eric was dumbfounded. His heart felt as if he was pinched, and now he finally realized the gap between the Dutch battleship and the Dau battleship. Ask for a day off. Please take a day off. Sorry. Chapter 956. Emil was awakened by the loud roar of artillery. In amazement, he rolled to the window, and through the gap of the curtain, he saw the flames in the military port, and in the sea not far away, a huge fleet was launching a fierce attack on their warships. The Spanish battleships in the naval port suffered heavy losses. Several battleships were completely engulfed in flames, while 3 battleships were slowly sinking. What is going on? Emil cursed while buttoning the white shirt. Passing through 3 pretty and trembling women, Emil rushed out, trying to figure out who was attacking their warship. Running towards the dock, Emil quickly met Joseph, who was coming. Your Excellency, our military port has been attacked. The despicable Dutch and the people of Dau are now united, Joseph said anxiously. Now he no longer has the relaxed expression of yesterday. Emil's face was immediately pulled down, and he said gloomily, Let the soldiers gather. Since the people of Dau and the Dutch have started the war, our great Spaniard will let them see how powerful we are. It's just Your Excellency the Governor. It is said that the present Dau Kingdom is no longer the old Dau Kingdom. Joseph was a little worried. The time when Dau Kingdom attacked them was too clever. He suspected that the massacre of Huan State caused the dissatisfaction of Dau State, and one of their reasons for massacring Huan is that they are worried that Huan's collusion with Great Chongqing will threaten their rule in the Philippines. Meal frantically said, "Who the cares about what the country is like now? Now they are attacking us. All we have to do is kick there and send them to the sea to feed the fish." Listen, now assemble the army immediately. We must preserve the achievements of the Spanish generations here and protect our colony. Yes, Joseph answered and rode towards the barracks. Meal forgot to look at the inferior fleet, and became more and more anxious. He rode a horse along the coastline and yelled, letting the soldiers enter the position of the coastal defense gun, and fired on the battleships of the Great Yu Kingdom and the Dutch battleships in the sea. At sea, Yan had been watching the movement near the military port. This time he led enough warships, and it was no simple matter to destroy only 20 Spanish warships. Seeing the coastal defense artillery fire at the sea, he immediately ordered the warships on standby to destroy the coastal defense facilities of the military port, and at the same time let the Marine Corps land in a small boat to seize the coastal defense battery. It has to be said that these coastal defense guns are built in thick fortresses, and it is difficult to destroy these coastal defense guns just by relying on their artillery. But they pose a great threat to the warships in the military port. Like many naval ports, the naval port of Bohol is also a semi-arc shape. Soon, the Spaniards entered the coastal defense facilities, and they began to attack the warships of Great Chongqing on the shore. Boom boom boom. The artillery of the two sides fired at each other in the arc-shaped military port, and the artillery shells fired by the battleship of the Great Yu State brought a burst of flame every time it exploded. The Spaniards used 32-pound coastal defense heavy artillery to bombard the battleships of Dau and the Netherlands. Damn it! I really should buy some bombshells from Dau. Now the people of Dau will only laugh at us. Eric looked at the Spanish soldiers on the shore with his binoculars. Their warships are using solid shells to bombard the shore defense artillery, but this has little effect. In contrast, the battleships of the Great Yu State have achieved more brilliant results. As long as one shell is concentrated on the shore defense artillery, the Spanish soldiers will fall. Boom boom boom. The shells of Spanish coastal defense artillery flew from the shore, and sawdust flew in the place where the shells hit. The unlucky Dutch crew was hit by the shells and was directly deformed by the shells, and the stumps of blood filled the deck. Eric became more impatient when he saw this. If it weren't for the main attack of the Great Yu Kingdom this time, they would never dare to come, because just this coastal defense gun was enough to destroy his warship. Log in. In the chaos, seeing the battleship of Dau State starting to lay down the troop carrier, Eric also called out that the fastest way to kill the shore defense artillery is to land. Compared with Eric's embarrassment, Jan had a serious face. After the Spanish coastal defense artillery fired back, the Spanish warships in the naval port basically lost their combat effectiveness. Most of the warships were sinking, while the remaining warships were burning and could not fight back at all. However, the Spanish shore defense artillery still posed a big threat to them, and he heard the sound of solid shells piercing the planks from time to time. This Spanish coastal defense heavy artillery is very powerful, because it is located on the shore and the barrel of the artillery is very long, which is enough for the artillery to shoot a 32-pound shell very far. The wooden hulls of their warships could not stop the attack of this kind of shells, and the battleships of the Great Chongqing State would often be directly penetrated by the shells. All warships cover the soldiers landing and shooting. Looking at the warship in the sawdust atmosphere and listening to the soldiers' screams, Jan's expression became more and more solemn. This is the first time that the Dau State fleet has fought against a Western power at sea. Unlike the previous one-sidedness, they now have to bear more casualties in the war. After all, although Spain has fallen, it was once the overlord of the oceans. Its face is lost, but its foundation is still there. Upon receiving Yun's order, the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom began to adjust its direction to bombard the fort on the shore, and hit fiercely. The entire military port was covered by gunpowder and flames. On the coast, groups of Spanish troops rushed to the coast from the Royal Spanish City. In order to form an effective rule over here, a total of more than 9,000 troops were stationed here. Only at this time more than 9,000 people are distributed on Bohol and surrounding islands. Only 5,000 soldiers can be mobilized by meal. Damn it, get me out of all the troop carriers in the sea. 300 troop carriers lined toward the coast, and Meal became more anxious. Once these soldiers land successfully, they will lose the entire colony. At this time, in addition to the shore defense artillery, the Spanish soldiers also brought field artillery. They aimed their muzzle at the sea troop carrier. After aiming, they lit the arquebus. Boom boom boom. 60 field guns fired at the sea from the beach at the same time. The dense shells flew towards the soldiers of the country. 3 troop carriers were hit and the planks were directly penetrated. The power of the shells continued to rush towards the soldiers inside the ship. A soldier fell in a pool of blood. The remaining soldiers saw their comrades fall and gritted their teeth one by one, their eyes flushed. Although some soldiers were afraid, they still rushed to the beach decisively, fighting for the glory and interests of the country. This is their reason for existence. Chapter 957. Sweep. With tears in his mouth, Yu Yongliang gritted his teeth and rowed the boat desperately. The beach was right in front of his eyes. As long as they were given 2 more minutes, they would be able to land and kill Spain without leaving behind. The soldiers on the same boat as him are from 3 regiments and 9 companies. They are very familiar with each other. They have lived and trained together for a long time, which made them cooperate very well. In the last battle against the Japanese country, they were also awarded for their outstanding performance. Brothers, cheer up and check your bullets and grenades. After landing, I will kill these red-haired devils severely. Don't let the brothers of Julian die in white. Yu Yongliang's eyes were red. He was the company commander of the 9th Company. Just now, the troop carrier with them was hit by a shell, and the soldiers of a ship were buried on the bottom of the sea. This scene made his company commander very sad. Hatred is slowly growing in his heart. Yes, company commander. The soldiers gritted their teeth and looked firm. They looked at the Spaniards on the shore, and the flames of revenge were burning. Boom boom boom. As they rushed to the beach with all their strength, a dense wave of shells flew towards the Spanish artillery positions on the beach. In an instant, the Spanish field artillery position was covered by shells, and the Spanish artillery suffered heavy losses in the explosion. In this round of bombardment, the landing troop carrier suddenly felt that the opponent's firepower had been reduced a lot. Yu Yongliang looked behind him and found that General Yun's flagship was risking being hit by the enemy shore artillery to support them with artillery. This scene made the soldiers on the troop carrier cheer. Then more warships aimed their muzzles at the supporting Spanish soldiers, and at this time, their suppression was suddenly reduced. Hurry up now, Yu Yongliang shouted. Now that this round of shelling has obviously disrupted Spain's deployment, this is a good time to land. Like his thoughts, other troop carriers also accelerated at this time, and they immediately slumped to the shore. 2 minutes later, their boat entered shallow water. Go! With a resounding charge sounded, Yu Yongliang led the 20 people on the boat to jump out of the boat, and the sea submerged their knees. While holding the guns and shooting, they rushed to the shore while the soldiers of the other 9 companies were also approaching him. On the shore, Meal's face suddenly became lighter, because he found that the soldiers of the Great Yu State who came ashore did not immediately form an array to attack them, but scattered like sand. Ha ha ha, Joseph, can you see that? After all, Dayu country is a group of stupid aboriginals. In that case, let them learn about our Spanish phalanx. Joseph's nervousness has also been relieved. Just like Emil's statement, these soldiers of Great Chongqing are too stupid. The skirmish line simply cannot withstand the intensive shooting of the soldiers in the formation, which is something that a child in Europe understands. Your Excellency, let's watch my performance next. Joseph walked confidently to his soldiers and shouted, Let these natives see what war is." As soon as his voice fell, the drum sounded in the array of Spanish soldiers. The Spanish soldiers stepped on the rhythm of the drums and walked towards the landing of the great Chongqing army. At this time, there were more and more soldiers from the country of Dau on the beach. In a short period of time, thousands of people were distributed on the long beach. The soldiers of the Marine Corps were a little different from the army. Their uniforms are not green, but a mixture of white and blue. The same goes for a long gown to the knee and a steel helmet on the head. Facing the Spanish array in a dense formation, they did not rush to find a favorable position and started shooting. Boom boom. Intensive gunfire sounded by the sea, and Spanish soldiers in progress fell one after another. "These idiots, do you think we are using flintlocks with inaccurate heads?" Yu Yongliang finished a shot, took out another bullet and loaded it on the breech, and then aimed at the crowded Spanish soldiers with another shot. Now the intensive Spanish soldiers have become their targets. After all, the Falcon rifle has a high accuracy at a distance of about 300 meters. The soldiers fell one by one, and the density of death was higher than that of the two armies. Joseph soon discovered the problem. The more they go forward, the more casualties their soldiers have, and they have not collapsed yet, relying on strict training in the usual days. But even so, the continuous and large number of casualties caused the soldiers to begin to feel a little emotionally broken. When they reached the enemy 100 meters, there were only more than 400 soldiers left in the densely packed soldiers, but when they set off there were 1,000. Facing the unscathed army of Great Chongqing, the Spanish soldiers finally broke up at this moment, and some soldiers ran backwards frantically. Joseph swallowed. In this very short period of time, more soldiers of the Kingdom of Dau came ashore, and at this time, only the bright muscle flame was left in his eyes. Each time these flames flickered, they took away the lives of a group of Spanish soldiers. Watching the soldiers around him fall one by one, he finally couldn't continue to support him. His will collapsed instantly. On the coast, Emil witnessed all this, and the scene in the telescope made him horrified. Only then did he realize that the soldiers of the Dau Kingdom were not stupid, but adopted a combat method they had never seen before. And the precise firearms in their hands are the key to supporting them in such a battle. Go back all. Emil went into madness. He has nowhere to go now. Although he realizes the gap between the two, he can only fight to the end. Even if the country of Great Yu took away their colony, he would have to make the country of Great Yu pay a heavy price here. It's just that the soldiers who came back from the front only wanted to escape, and no one wanted to stay for half a step. At this moment, Emil suddenly took out the sabre around his waist and killed an attempt to escape. The other soldiers were shocked by Emil's behavior. Looking at Emil, the soldiers who had fled back were at a loss between Emil's sabre and the soldiers of the country. He chose to attack again. Because dying in the hands of the emir is a deserter, and dying in the hands of the enemy is an honor, at least their family members can get a large pension. Continue to attack. Emil decided to go to battle himself. Grenadier forward, others follow me. Boom. Drums sounded again, and Spanish soldiers in red-brown uniforms attacked again on the white beach. At this time, a tactful trumpet sounded on the beach, and the soldiers of the Great Yu State who heard the trumpet quickly assembled. They also formed a horizontal line, and the soldiers stepped on the rhythm to walk towards the Spanish soldiers. Yu Yongliang is on the outside of the 9th Company's formation. In his opinion, Liu Chen's choice is right. Although the breach can attack on the skirmish line, there is no doubt that they have more advantages on the array line. This time, they will send the Spaniards to inner wave. Chapter 958 Martial Spirit. The sea breeze is blowing, and gunpowder is blowing along the wind to the coast. In the water, the Spanish battleship was burning, and the fire became more fierce by the wind. On the beach, the soldiers of Dau State quickly assembled. Opposite them, the Spanish infantry phalanx was approaching them. Send forward. Standing on the outside of the queue, Liu Chen shouted. Under his order, the soldiers raised their feet and walked toward the Spanish soldiers in neat steps. At the same time, the snipers showed off the skirmish line to search for targets on the beach. Their task was to kill the Spanish officers. Similarly, They also saw Spanish soldiers dispatched skirmishers. They knew very well that these skirmishers were also armed with rifled guns and had exactly the same purpose. Boom boom boom, diddy. Drums and trumpets sounded staggered on the beach, and the distance between the soldiers also ranged from 400 to 300 meters, and from 300 to 200 meters. When the distance between them was shortened to 150 meters, the army of Dau first stopped. At this time, they raised their falcon rifles. 150 meters is a good shooting distance for them. Boom boom, a row of fires rang out with smoke, and the forward row of Spaniards fell down like wheat. The accuracy of the falcon rifle ensured the soldiers' discipline in killing the enemy. Second row, shoot. Liu Chen issued a second order. Boom boom. There was another round of shooting, followed by the third round. As in previous wars, he still uses the classic three-stage shooting, so that he can guarantee his own continuous firepower. Under the fierce firepower of the great Chongqing army, the casualties of Spanish soldiers increased sharply, and soon Mille encountered the terror and helplessness that Joseph had just experienced. Before they entered the range where Spain was accustomed to shooting, their soldiers collapsed, a collapse that they had never encountered before, even with the Dutch army fighting them. What kind of weapon are they holding, and why can they accurately shoot our soldiers at such a long distance? Mille was shocked. In the end, a bullet that hit his thigh brought him back to life. At this time, he discovered that more than 30 Spanish officers had fallen on the beach. Not only did their snipers pose no threat to the opponent, they were ruthlessly killed by the opponent's soldiers in the first place. Looking at the soldiers scattered like birds and beasts, Mille finally recognized a reality. From the morning's sneak attack, they were doomed to fail. When he was desperate, the soldiers of the Great Yu State who had lined up suddenly screamed and charged forward. While chasing them, they shot the Spanish soldiers who fled. When a soldier of the Great Yu State passed by him, a soldier suddenly raised the of his rifle and pointed at his head. Mille felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Gunshots and artillery continued, but the entire beach has become the main battlefield of Great Yu State, defeating the Spanish soldiers on the front. Under the leadership of officers at all levels, the soldiers of Great Yu State chased down deserters, seized the fort and seized important roads. Within a short time, the coastal defense artillery positions in the Gulf were occupied by the Great Yu State. The soldiers who controlled the shore defense guns immediately turned the guns of the shore defense guns, and they used the shore defense guns to bombard the Spanish soldiers in the Spanish city. Master, this yellow-haired devil seems to be a high-ranking official. When we attacked, this man has been commanding on the shore. Yu Yongliang said to Liu Chen. He stunned Mille just now when he passed by this person. All of them are in custody. These miscellaneous hairs, red and yellow, are very bright. When Liu Chen spoke, he raised his foot to Mille's face and kicked it. The more he looked at these people's faces, the more is annoyed. Although their landing was generally smooth, there were still 400 to 500 soldiers killed or injured during the landing. These soldiers are all his heart and soul, which makes him feel distressed. Because of this, all his anger falls on these Spaniards. Yes, master, Yu Yongliang shouted, dragging Mille's body and walking to the shore. When the coastal defense artillery was under control, the battleship finally began to move closer to the military port terminal. There was no threat, and they no longer worried that the battleship would be sunk. Yan and Derek got off the boat after docking. Looking at the Spanish soldiers lying scattered on the beach, Eric had a chill on his back. Now he is really grateful for Black's efforts in the country. Although Black's behavior was severely criticized in Congress at that time, and many people criticized him for being weak, all of them are now facing Black's foresight. In just one morning, the royal city of Spain, which had been in operation for 100 years, was captured by the army of the Great Yu Kingdom. If they were replaced by themselves, they would die even worse. Although there have been losses in this battle, on the whole, it is fairly smooth. Yan said to Liu Chen. For the Marine Corps, this was the battle they suffered the most losses since their establishment, and it also made them recognize themselves. In the past, They were a bit sloppy because of their crushing advantages over Korea and the country. Now facing the Spaniards who are superior in civilization, they start to put away their minds of nothing. Liu Chen was silent for a while. He hadn't been relieved from the brutal landing screen just now. After all, watching the soldiers of one ship being killed by shells had too much impact on the soul war. It is impossible to live without death. But it is precisely because of the brave sacrifices of these soldiers that the glory, status and interests of a country can be guaranteed. It is good for you to get sick in the Great Yu country. Eric gave a thumbs up. He saw the whole process of the war. Perhaps he was a bit contemptuous of the country before. But through this war, he began to change his mind. Because in front of him, Daeguo dignified and defeated Spain. This is the first time white people have lost to the indigenous people in their rise in a century. Taking a deep breath, Liu Chen's gaze regained his determination. He said, "The soldiers' blood donation will not be in vain. They will enter the Hall of Valor and be admired forever. For us soldiers, death on the battlefield is one thing. Kind of glory." Eric opened his mouth, and for a while, he was caught up in his mind. From Liu Chen he saw the iron will of the soldiers of the Great Yu State, and at the same time, he clearly saw the martial spirit of the Great Yu State. Frowning, he turned his head and looked at the warship staying at sea. A terrible idea breeds in his heart, whether the Great Yu Kingdom will colonize Europe in the near future like they colonized Asia. Chapter 959 Critical Situation. Eric. Under the warm sun on the beach, Eric recovered from the question he was thinking and found that Liu Chen was staring at him. With a guilty conscience, Eric squeezed out a smile and continued to wait for Liu Chen to follow. "We just caught a Spanish officer. It is said that you often deal with the Spaniards, and you may know him." Liu Chen made a stubborn tongue. Meal, who was unconscious, was stuck on a coconut tree on the beach just north. Meal. Eric was taken aback, and he recognized the actual ruler of Bohol at a glance. Yan and Liu Chen noticed Eric's expression, and it was clear that this person was indeed an important figure in the Spanish. "Come here, let him wake up," Liu Chen said sternly. After a while, a soldier came over with a bucket of seawater and poured the seawater directly on Meal's head. Suddenly, Meal woke up completely and raised his head. What he saw was a familiar face and two strange Eastern faces. "Meal, long time no see. I didn't expect that we would meet here for the second time, in this way." Eric's face was full of mockery. In terms of history, both the Netherlands and Spain used to be maritime hegemons, so the two countries basically reached Asia one after another. Originally, the Netherlands had the ability to control all the islands here, but they did not expect Spain to step in here and cut away part of their sphere of influence. Later, Britain and France followed closely, and with the decline of the Netherlands, their influence here became smaller and smaller. Therefore, this time he agreed to a joint action, so that they would be able to drive Spain away with the power of Great Yu. After all, while Spain is afraid of them, they are also afraid of Spain. Both sides are afraid that the other side will take away their colonies, but the cooperation with Great Chongqing is different. Now that they are allies in the treaty, the rubber trade of Great Chongqing is also firmly controlled by them. In his opinion, Great Chongqing will not drive away the Spanish. "Turn your face." "Eric, you son of a bitch, it turns out that you colluded with China to attack us Spain. Remember, this means that your Netherlands is at war with our Spain. In Europe, we will make you unable to eat," yelled Meal. Eric didn't care. "Then you guys come and try." Now we have an army equipped with new firearms in the Netherlands. They will beat them up. After purchasing a large number of firearms from the country, the Dutch parliament immediately decided to arm the Netherlands with these equipment. Meal became more angry when he heard the words, and opened his mouth to curse again. At this time, a shiny longsword was inserted in front of him. Yan sternly said to the emir, "You are wrong. This time it is our Great Chongqing country that unites the Netherlands to attack you, not the Netherlands to unite us." A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Meal's forehead, and at this time there was some faint anxiety in his heart. "Your Spaniards slaughtered the people of our country, Dau, made your majesty very angry. Today's battle is your revenge. Remember, Dau will always treat enemies with teeth for teeth and blood for blood. Yan continued said coldly. Meal feels ashamed. He just guessed it. The country of Dau came for his massacre of Huayan country. Now he is starting to regret it. If it were not for his own greed and luck, he would not have caused it. Disaster. It's just the fierce character that made Meal's thoughts flash by. He sneered and said, "Your capture of the Spanish city will soon spread to Europe. Spain will not let you go. You will have another mortal enemy in Europe! You will understand our power soon. We Dau people never worry about a few enemies. Now you should care more about your own life." Yan sneered again and again. "After all," he said to Liu Chen, "take him to the highest spire in the royal city, and let him see how we destroyed the Spanish royal city." Liu Chen smirked. They knew that the Spanish city was the pride of Spain. Destroying this city in front of them would be the biggest humiliation to them. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery continued, and there was chaos in the city. The soldiers of Dau Kingdom had entered the city. They killed the resisting soldiers, searched for the Spaniards in the city and imprisoned them together. During the war, there was chaos everywhere in the city. Meal was escorted by the soldiers to the city, looking at the chaotic streets. His expression was moved. This was Spain's business here for 100 years, and now everything is gone. Soon, Meal was taken to a white tower in the city, and the soldiers took him to the top of the building. At this time, he looked at his governor's mansion. The soldiers of Dau were pulling the Spanish flag from the flagpole and throwing it into the flames. The yellow dragon flag was slowly rising. This scene made Meal's eyes closed in pain. If he was the last governor of the royal city, then he would be cast aside by the Spanish. "Dau, wait, our combined fleet arrives in Dengzhou. You will pay the price." Meal smiled viciously. Governor's mansion. Yan and Liu Chen had just arrived, and the bitter curses from the tower made them feel no waves, because immediately Meal and his soldiers returned to accept the trial of the Great Yu Kingdom. None of the executioners of these massacres could escape, so they would not have trouble with the dead. "General Yun, this is the governor's mansion of the Spanish royal city." Eric introduced that he had been here before. Yun nodded. Now the soldiers are collecting information in the governor's mansion, and the translators are constantly distinguishing the importance of the documents that the soldiers searched out from it. From now on, this is not anymore the governor's palace of the country. Yan said indifferently. "This is natural, and as negotiated at the beginning, we Dutch only need the right to operate spices," Eric said with a smile. "Bohol and its surrounding islands are Spain's most important spice supplier." Eric has always coveted this. Now that he has defeated Spain, they naturally want to monopolize the spice trade here. When the two were talking, the interpreter suddenly came over, and he handed a letter to Yun. "General, this is a letter from Spain. The content of the letter is to ask Meal to cooperate with British and French warships in attacking the Dengzhou military port." Sneak attack on Dengzhou military port. A cold sweat suddenly formed behind Yun. He hurriedly asked, "When was the letter?" "1 month ago," the translator said. Eric's face suddenly paled when he heard the words. "That's awful. No wonder the number of Spanish warships docking in the naval port is wrong. This is troublesome." Chapter 960. You hit you, I hit mine. Bring Meal here. In the governor's mansion, Yun's face was gloomy. If this letter from Spain is true, then they are in trouble now. Eric was taken aback by his own conjecture. The number of Spanish warships was wrong. Then there is only one possibility, that is, when they attacked the Spanish city, the combined fleet of British, French, and Spaniards was also executing a sneak attack plan on the military port of the country. After a while, Meal was taken to the governor's mansion by soldiers. Yan threw the letter on Meal's face and said angrily, "What's the matter?" Meal suddenly laughed wildly. He yelled, "Ha ha ha, you still found out, but it's a pity that it's too late. When you attacked us vilely, we and the combined fleet are also preparing to attack you. Dau Chinese, do you think you can surpass our maritime powers with just 10 years of development? Dream. Our guns will make you understand that you are only worthy of our rule forever." Yun's expression was unwavering. When Meal finished speaking, he said coldly to Liu Chen, "Grab all the Spaniards in the city and shoot them on the square just passing by." "Yes, General." Liu Chen responded with excitement. He hadn't used this meal for a long time. This man looked like a bandit and bully. This time he was going to shoot him himself. Hearing this, Meal stared at Yun with scarlet eyes, and he cursed. We Europeans will not let your great country take away the foundation that we have created over the past century. Then he looked at Eric. Be sober, Eric, you are Dutch, but you are also European. We are all whites. This world should be ruled by us whites. You will not cooperate forever. Eric's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered his composure and exclaimed, even so, we will not slaughter the unarmed people. Meal, you are not worthy of being the governor of Spain. You are just a murderer. Meal laughed more and more unscrupulously, but he never had a chance to speak again. 2 soldiers of the Great State dragged him to the square inches front of the governor's mansion, where they will be executed by the soldiers of the Great State. General Yun, it seems that you are going to be in trouble, Eric said with a slight worry. Your main battleship is no longer a military port. If they are successfully attacked, your military port will become a sea of fire. What to do? Fight back. Of course, Yun said loudly. Don't you never fight back when you get a punch? There was a trace of anxiety on Eric's face. He said, General Yun, our agreement is only to attack our common enemy Spain. If we fight against the combined fleet, I need to ask the Dutch Parliament for instructions. After all, it's a big deal. Liu Chen frowned immediately, but he didn't say much. Yun smiled lightly, and he said, Governor Eric, you don't need to be nervous. This war belongs to the Great country, and we will not force you to join. After all, he asked the soldiers to Eric back to the Dutch battleship. When Eric's figure disappeared, Liu Chen said, what the Emperor said is true. The Dutch are unreliable. It's not that the Dutch are unreliable, but that all countries are unreliable. People who are not ours will have different hearts. Now we are friendly with the Dutch because we can get real benefits and the Dutch can get benefits from us. Everyone, however, they still dare not try to take the risks of their own needs and the national safety. If so, why is the Emperor so dedicated to helping Prussia? If Prussia learns the technology of the Great country and becomes stronger, it will not be worth the loss. Yun shook his head helplessly. Liu Chen is more adept at commanding campaigns, but he has ignored strategy. He explained, interstate cooperation in interests is often short-term, and the situation changes constantly according to national needs. Now it is the enemy, and the next moment is the ally. If Prussia is strong, we may cooperate with the British against Prussia. This is a check and balance. Therefore, whether it is Prussia, Britain or France, the only thing the Emperor considers is to obtain the greatest benefit. Containing regional hegemons is also how the UK deals with us. Liu Chen nodded. Now I only hope that the Netherlands will not stab us in the back. You don't have to worry about this. The purpose of our garrison in Guernsey is to take the Dutch on the island as hostages. The Dutch dare not mess around. Yun said lightly. Liu Chen sighed. Then what should we do now? If the combined fleet of Britain, France, and Spain is really ready to attack the Dengzhou naval port, this will be troublesome. The remaining 20 warships in the naval port may not be their opponents. The most important thing is our shipyard. These are the most important. It's too late for us to go back. If according to the time, they are now estimated to have reached the Dengzhou waters, the most appropriate way now is to continue the offensive and seize Malacca in one fell swoop. Cut off their east-west route completely, and this will also tell you to beat you. I beat me, not to mention that the shore defense of the Dengzhou military port is much stricter than here, and there are garrisons in the area. Liu Chen suddenly realized, that's right. After all, it takes only 6 hours to transport troops from Qingzhou to Dengzhou for support. Now Malacca definitely does not have their warships to protect. As long as we seize the fortresses on both sides of the strait and capture their bases, they will either bypass the Bering Strait or they will have to die in our hands. This is exactly what I think. So I decided to kill all the Spaniards to prevent chaos here when we attacked Malacca. Yun's eyes flickered. Liu Chen admired Yun more and more. This point Yun thought very thoughtfully. The army attacked. The most feared was the fire in the backyard. Now they have captured the royal city of Spain. which will become the first supply base of the Great U State Navy in Southeast Asia. Whether it can continue to control other Southeast Asian countries is very important here. So there can be no mistakes in any case, otherwise they will take a wrong step, and they will be forever. For this reason, killing all the Spanish prisoners is the best choice. After all, war is so cruel. Not to mention this is a life-and-death war. How many people are appropriate for the Marine Corps? Liu Chen agreed with Yun's ideas. 1,000 people are enough. Now we only need to defend the king's city. The natives on this island will not be too late to clean up. It is not suitable for conflicts with them now. Yes, General, Liu Chen answered, and then he turned and said to the officers around him, 5th Regiment Commander, 6th Regiment Commander Liu, leave your soldiers behind. 1 Brigade Commander, you are responsible for guarding here. There must be no mistakes. Chapter 961 Confrontation under the Blue Sea and Blue Sky. 70 warships are sailing on the sea. On the mast of the battleship, the national flags of 3 different countries are hunting under the blowing of the sea breeze. On the British flagship that led the team, a general in a black navy dovetail uniform was using binoculars to observe a battleship in front of him that was smoking black smoke. Not long ago, they encountered this battleship, and immediately, the battleship began to flee towards Dengzhou of Dayu State, and soon left them behind. Is this the new style warship of Dau? It is indeed shocking. Wilson put down his binoculars, frowning deeply. The middle-aged congressman Dick next to him, upon hearing this, he said, I have to say that this time the House made a stupid decision. What should we do now? Obviously, we have been discovered. If the number is large enough, we will have nowhere to escape and be sunk by them one by one. Don't be so pessimistic about Dick. This time we are using a new type of shells, which will send them to hell. Wilson is right now. The strength of the fleet is very confident. Just last month, a batch of brand new artillery shells was sent from the British mainland. After the experiment, his confidence increased a lot. With the same weapons, he believed that the British warships could defeat the Great Chongqing fleet with their rich experience. It's just that they also have this kind of cannonball that can send us to hell. Dick is not as optimistic as Wilson. He just arrived in India from the UK and participated in the attack plan. In order to destroy the naval force of Great Chongqing in one fell swoop, Queen Vidomia even ceded a part of South American colonies to Spain in exchange for their support this time. The reason why Vidomia and the House would rather pay such a price to destroy the Great U State fleet is all due to their fear of Great U State. After discussion in the House, they finally decided to launch this dangerous operation, because as long as the country's navy is destroyed or severely damaged, the country will not be able to colonize overseas, nor will it be able to attack Europe in a short time. In this way, they have precious time to absorb the technology of the Great U country. For this reason, Vidomia even interviewed the president of the secret association and asked all the technical talents in the association to participate in the research of the actual technology they obtained. Wilson frowned. Dick, did they send you here to speak frustratingly? The warships of the Great U Kingdom have appeared in Europe with the Dutch merchant ships. This is intolerable for us, understand? Otherwise, do you think why the French are willing to cooperate with us? This is our interest in Asia. The country of Great Chongqing cannot arbitrarily ruin everything we have built over the past century. Sorry, I just told the truth, but I am not afraid. It has always been my belief that the cost of destroying British enemies and paying the price of my life for it has always been my belief, but this time I am here not purely for war. If we cannot win, we will try to destroy their shipyards and take them. The warships even robbed some workers instead of just sending them to death, Dick said with a serious face. Wilson stared at Dick and gradually calmed down. He said, I'm not a fool. I'll react accordingly. This is the best. Dick looked to the northwest. From a distance, they could already see the outline of Dengzhou City. At the same time, the Great Yugo battleship in front of the combined fleet was heading towards the Dengzhou naval port at full capacity, and Yun took away most of the battleships while heading south. Today, there are only 24 battleships stocked in the military port, including one giant first-class sailing warship, 2 second-class large sailing warships, 9 third-class warships and 12 hybrid warships. Hurry up! In the boiler room of the battleship, the soldiers are trying their best to feed coal into the bottom of the boiler. Under the heat of the flame, the steam enters the steam engine along the pipe and drives the propeller to rotate continuously. Under the strong power, the warship shuttled quickly across the sea. On the deck, Li Wei and the adjutant were staring at the huge fleet being left behind. At this time, the two of them looked solemn and frowned. There are a total of 70 ships. They came to Dengzi this time because they were definitely not good. They probably took the opportunity to attack our military port. It's just a pity that they didn't escape our routine patrols in the end. The adjutant thought. Britain, France, Spain. These are all powers in the West. It seems that they are crazy in order to prevent the rise of Great Chongqing. Li Wei looked hard at the battleships that were chasing them. It is estimated that they are desperate this time, or if they destroy their navy in Asia, from then on, our Great Chongqing navy will have no rivals in Nanyang. Yes, since they are here, we will have a good time with them this time. Even if there is only one warship, the navy of Dau will fight to the end. Li Wei said firmly. When the two were talking, the speed of the battleship increased significantly. After an hour, they arrived at the military port smoothly, but the combined fleet still had half an hour to reach here. After making an emergency stop at the dock, Li Wei immediately sent his adjutant to ring the warning bell on the dock. Boom boom boom. The hurried bell rang throughout the military port, and the soldiers of Great U State who heard this sound quickly rushed out of the barracks and went straight to their respective warships. At the same time, the semaphore communicates information to other warships on the mast through the semaphore. The soldiers quickly understood what was going on. British Xi Yuan and Ding Chang looked surprised after reading the semaphore. Great! The last time we were attacked by these grandsons at sea, we almost sank the ship. And now we can finally get revenge. There was a trace of madness in Xi Yuan's eyes. He was shot by the British in the thick fog, but he always remembered it as a humiliation. Originally, Yan asked him to stay in the military port and he was still a little unwilling. Now the gloom in his heart dissipated. He said to Ding Chang, "Let all the coastal defense soldiers enter the fort, and the warships let the channel open to see if they have seeds." Yes. Ding Chang immediately asked the soldiers to play a semaphore. The soldiers who were ordered quickly entered the fortresses in the arc-shaped bay. These fortresses were all made of reinforced concrete, and the fortresses were not open-air shapes, but were domed fortresses. The outer walls of the fortresses reserved hollow spaces through which artillery passed. The reserved space aimed the muzzle at the harbor. In the fort, boxes of shells are neatly arranged, and there are enough shells to cope with emergencies. Watching the soldiers quickly enter the fort, Xi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already made all the sailing warships shoot, and the remaining 12 hybrid warships were ordered out of the harbor by him, seeking opportunities to destroy the enemy warships with their power advantage. Chapter 962 Battleship Attack. Wilson looked seriously at the Dengzi military port in front of him. The three warship groups from different countries are now communicating operational information through the exchange of semaphores with each other. Under Wilson's order, the first batch of 20 warships went forward and entered the military port bay. Through observation, they found that only 8 battleships of the Great U Kingdom were docked in the vast bay, and there seemed to be no battleship of the Great U Kingdom that he had just seen at sea in the port. Send our soldiers to search for landing sites on both sides of the military port, seize their gun emplacements and shipyards, and the remaining warships go to the Dengzi wharf and attack their merchant ships to attract attention. Wilson calmly gave orders. In order to achieve this goal, he carefully collected all the information and kept the nearby terrain in mind. 8 warships? Wilson, we are probably caught in their trap, Dick said worriedly. According to the information they received, the Dau State Navy had at least 96 warships, but now they only had 8 in front of them. In his opinion, other warships must encircle them again. Wilson raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, I will check again before attacking. Look, the person I'm talking about is coming soon." While speaking, he looked at the sea not far away. A ship without a flag was coming towards them. After a while, The ship arrived in front of the fleet. A man dressed as a samurai boarded Wilson's battleship. "Long time no see, Haruaki Makino." Wilson smiled. He knew this man. He and Kerry had met this wandering pirate leader in Nagasaki 3 years ago. General Wilson. Makino Haru was obviously embarrassed, and his samurai uniform was also a bit ragged. The only thing that didn't change was the dangerous gaze in his eyes. If it is not for Chunming Makino to provide information, Wilson really is unwilling to cooperate with him. Whether they are from DAU or the Japanese, they are all inferior nations. Let's make a long story short. I need the intelligence of the current military port. Where are their warships? Wilson asked directly. Makino Haruaki participated in the formulation of this plan, but they were only responsible for the collection of intelligence. Most of their warships have gone south. If I guess right, they must have gone to attack the Spaniards. Makino Haruaki looked indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Spaniard. Wilson looked at the Spanish fleet in the other direction and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's uncertain about the attack on Spain, but it's certain about going south." Makino Haruaki nodded affirmatively. Dix burst into laughter when he heard the words, "God is on our side." "It seems that we can successfully destroy their shipyard this time, leaving the country out of breath for a long time." Wilson was not so happy. He was a little worried. It was very unusual for the Great U country to go south, just like the Great U country came out. Now they are also coming out. They can destroy the military port of Dengzhou, and they can completely seize Malacca and control the route of Australia. If so, the advantage gained by attacking Dengzhou will not offset the advantage of Great Chongqing to seize Malacca, because once Malacca was controlled, their shortest route from Europe to Asia was cut off. I hope they didn't think of Malacca, Wilson thought to himself. And then he asked the soldiers to pay Makino Haruaki for the cost of collecting intelligence. After receiving the payment from the British, Chunming Makino looked at the Dengzhou military port with hatred. He said, "I hope you can destroy the Great U Kingdom, so that we can escape the rule of the Great U Kingdom." In the first battle of Ryukyu, he completely lost to the Great Yugo. Now he still remembers the humiliation that day. Now Yamada Nobunaga surrenders to the Great Yugo. However, many samurai who opposed Yamada Nobunaga did not approve of the surrender book, and he is one of them. As long as there is any chance of stumbling Dau country, he is willing to charge forward. This is a difficult task, and it may not be possible with one country alone, and I hope Mr. Makino will not give up. Wilson said, "We British will always be your allies." Makino was moved in his heart. He bent down and bowed to Wilson. "Please." With a smile on his mouth, Wilson decided to end the battle as soon as possible. He said, "Sorry, now is our offensive time. I can no longer accompany Mr. Makino." "It doesn't matter, I will wait for your victory on my ship." Makino Haruaki looked excited, then got off the battleship and returned to his ship, the outside of the fleet watching the battle. After receiving the news that the main force of the battleships of the Great U Kingdom had all gone south, Wilson no longer had any scruples. He ordered the warships to sail into the bay and annihilate all the warships in the military port. Inside the naval port, Xi Yuan has been watching this huge combined fleet, and for the first time in 10 years, they have experienced such a large-scale naval battle. "My son of a bitch, come on. Grandpa will send you into the sea to feed the fish." Xi Yuan hated the battleship as it slowly entered the naval port. While arranging coastal defenses, he had already dispatched the Marines stationed in the naval port. The team enters the battlefield. At the same time, he sent cavalry hunters to Dengzhou camp for help. As an important trading port in the Great U Kingdom, Dengzhou was naturally a key defense city for the army. Therefore, there are 9,000 army soldiers remaining in the Dengzhou camp. When Xi Yuan cursed, 20 warships entered the military port. What surprised him was that the remaining warships did not follow in, but cruised to both sides of the military port. Seeing this scene, Xi Yuan was shocked in a cold sweat. He said to Ding Chang, "Oh, they must be ready to take our fort in a roundabout way and let the Marines send people to watch them." Yes, Ding Chang came out, raising the binoculars and continuing to stare at the warships entering the military port. Xi Yuan found that these warships really stopped outside their range, obviously waiting for their soldiers to attack the fort. In this way, they can take the opportunity to attack the military port. Taking a deep breath, he looked at a low mountain in the north outside the military port. This low mountain stretched into the sea and was a natural barrier. Li Wei and the 12 steam warships he led were on standby. Li Wei, it's up to you whether you can hold the military port this time. After all, he made people ignite a beacon. The black smoke rose, and Li Wei quickly noticed that at this time he ordered the semaphore on the mast to deliver orders. The warships he led this time are all hybrid warships, and these warships use the latest 3 expansion steam engine as the source of power, which can be described as powerful. In Li Wei's view, the combat effectiveness of these brand new warships is definitely higher than sailing warships that can only move by wind. Chapter 962 Sling Attack. The quiet sea surface was broken by Li Wei's loud command. Under his command, all the warships rushed out from behind the mountain that was in the sea with full horsepower. At this time, 20 warships full of British soldiers were sailing towards them. They were the British warships looking for a chance to land. Seeing the sudden appearance of the battleships of the Kingdom of Chongqing, these British warships were obviously frightened, and they immediately ordered their warships to adjust their hulls to fight along the wind. DAU's battleships are going downwind, which is very beneficial to us. Kill them. On the leading British battleship, the battleship captain issued a combat order. As a warship, he is very familiar with ocean currents and wind directions on the sea. They chose this time to go north this time because both ocean currents and wind directions are very beneficial to them. In the battle, they will definitely have the upper hand, which in turn is conducive to their fight for tea. Like him, other warships reacted quickly. They adjusted their hulls in the direction of the wind, and the wind gradually turned their straightforward hull into sideways, so that their muzzles could be aimed at the enemy. It's just that the previous step-by-step steps accidentally happened during their turn. They thought that their 20 warships could smoothly become a one and form a confrontation with the warships of the country. However, the DAU warships that originally appeared in the one formation turned to the east at an astonishing speed. As a result, their two-shooting concept was completely broken. Soon, they will fall into the wind and turn into a horizontal T, which is fatal to them, because they can't fight back. They can only be beaten for nothing. When the British battleship was in chaos, Li Wei showed a confident smile on his face. There is no doubt that the British warships are very clumsy, and he would not be so stupid that he would use 12 warships to shoot at an enemy far more than his own. After all, the British who had the guts to attack them now were probably also equipped with explosive bombs that could explode, so they shot them unskilledly. They were only fighting for whose battleship was sunk first. Therefore, if they fight like this, they will lose and they will not be able to take advantage of the steam engine power. So Li Wei ordered to avoid direct shooting with British warships, instead using his mobility and flexibility to go around the seat to grab tea. His strategy worked very well, and soon the sailing warships, which relied solely on wind and ocean currents, were defeated in this kind of trade. 12 warships quickly seized the upper wind from north to south. Not far away, Wilson was desperately rushing to support. He witnessed the whole process of the agile maneuvering of the Great U-State battleship. This scene completely lost his composure. For hundreds of years, with their wealth of experience, they have always been able to occupy a favorable position in naval battles to eliminate their opponents, but now the young navy of Dayu State can easily occupy a favorable shooting position only with these smoky warships. It's just that his battleship was too slow. Before they arrived, the deafening sound of guns suddenly sounded, and the battleship of Great Yu Kingdom was shaking, and the water surface was shaken by layers of ripples. White smoke floated from the battleship of the Great Chongqing, and the British battleship that had been chasing the battleship of the Great Chongqing became a vertical line of T at this moment. Boom boom boom. 12 battleships opened fire at the same time. In an instant, the British warship that was the first to bear the brunt was hit by a cannonball fired by the country, with a huge explosion. The planks of the British warship flew horizontally and flames rose into the sky. Boom boom boom. After the first round of firing, the battleship of Daewoo State quickly fired a second time. 12 battleships tilted more than 700 rounds on the British battleship. The explosion was as dense as a drum, and the flames formed a long dragon on the sea. The battleship of the Great U State was sailing fast on the sea while firing guns at the British battleship. The British warships kept chasing the battleships of the Great Chongqing for bombardment opportunities, but they were always unable to catch up with the warships of the Great Chongqing. "Hit me fiercely," Li Wei called. In 2 volleys, 20 British warships were generally hit by artillery shells and burned into fireballs. Under his order, the gunners of the battleship continued to load shells, and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds of shelling began. Boom boom boom. Under the heavy bullet rain, the British warship was hit hard again. However, the British, who fell into extreme passiveness, seemed to be aroused. They stopped fighting as a whole, but suddenly became free fighting. The remaining British warships no longer line up in an array, but suddenly change their course. The 6 warships have different directions. In this way, one of them always faces the warship of the Great U Kingdom. Boom boom boom. Soon, a British battleship found the shooting position. The battleship had been hit by the artillery shells of the country, braving the flames, but still fighting hard. Boom boom boom. 60 rounds of shells swept across the sea, and a moving battleship of the Great U State could not dodge as much as 7 shells in a row. As these shells exploded on the outside of the ship, Li Wei finally got first-hand information, and the British are now using open shells. 7 holes were exploded on the side of the Daewoo warship that was hit. Flames burned in the hole. The most terrible thing was that the explosion of a shell was where the steam engine was located, which caused damage to the steam engine. Bad. Li Wei discovered this situation, and he immediately asked the semaphore on the mast to send an order to request the damaged warship to switch to sails, and then when to exit the battlefield. Because the damaged warship will only become a living target of the enemy, and it will also affect other warships. Continued to fight. After giving the order, Li Wei continued to command the fleet to shell the remaining British warships. When they lost the 2nd battleship, they completely wiped out 20 British battleships. The British soldiers wearing sequoias on the battleship suffered heavy casualties, and the living soldiers could only struggle in the sea. "Captain, the British support fleet is here." After packing up the 20 warships, the warships led by Wilson were about to enter their range. "There are so many people who are not afraid of death," Li Wei spat. The 20 warships just now were not simply British, but also mixed with French warships, because some warships were flying French flags. In addition to France and Britain, he also saw the Spanish flag. "Even if there is only 1 warship left in the battle, we must protect the naval port and the shipyard so that these Westerners who think they are superior will understand our power." Li Wei shouted to the soldiers on board. "Damn it," the soldiers shouted. Now they are all stimulated to be bloody. They have lost the fear of death in their brains, and they are all focused on killing the enemy. Chapter 963 Ironclad attack on the vast sea. Gun smoke and flames obscured the original color of the sky, and dozens of warships fought each other life and death here. After annihilating the 20 warships that were about to land in one fell swoop, Levy led the remaining 10 warships and rushed towards the warship group led by Wilson. After the first battle, the morale of the soldiers of Daewoo Kingdom reached its peak. Each of them had a firm gaze, as if they were setting aside life and death. On the contrary, it was Wilson's mood at this time. He watched the 20 battleships being sunk by the Great Yugo battleship under his nose. In his years when he commanded naval operations, he had never encountered such a huge failure. "Go ahead at full speed and we must kill them." Wilson has ordered the remaining 56 warships to regroup, and he will sink all the 10 warships with absolute strength. In contrast, Dick was a warship that fixed his eyes on the Great U Kingdom. He told Wilson, "If you can capture one and bring it back to Britain, it is worth sacrificing all the warships." "Dick, this is my battlefield now. I won't care about the tricks of you politicians. All I have to do now is defeat my enemies," Wilson said angrily. After speaking, He picked up the telescope and walked to the front of the deck to stare at the movements of the Daiugo battleship. The 56 battleships formed a pocket shape under his command and tried to encircle Levy's 10 battleships. Wilson's purpose was quickly noticed by Levi. Before the encirclement was completed, he decisively moved eastward and broke through the unfinished gap. Then, he led the warship to sail north, rounded to the back of the northern blockade, and violently shelled the 20 warships coming out of the military port. Boom boom boom. A dense rain of bullets instantly covered the enemy's warships. With the sound of explosions, several warships burst into flames, and one of the warship's ammunition depot was directly hit. In the violent explosion, the entire ship was blown into the sky. However, these people became smart when the first batch of warships were wiped out by the Great U, and they adopted a chaotic formation of fighting each other against the warships of the Great U. The same wave of artillery shells poured out on the battleships of the country. The battleships of the Great U state, which were only fully powered, traveled very fast at sea. Although they aimed at the battleships of the Great U state, after their shells flew out, these shells could only fall behind the of the Great U state battleship. Fuck him. Wilson let out a roar, and they were defeated again in this round of offensive. After losing 2 battleships, the battleships of Daewoo were obviously more cautious. This time they have been using their power to shell their battleships. Dick's face also changed. Now he no longer expects to capture a battleship of the Great U Kingdom, he just wants them to win this victory. It was just that his wish was destined to fail. In front of them, their combined fleet quickly became a burning bonfire at sea, and the battleship of the Great U Kingdom passed through the flames and appeared in front of them like a demon. Now they have only half of their military power left. At the same time, the 8 Great Yugo sailing warships that were originally in the military port rushed out of the military port. They merged with the smoky warships to form a huge fleet. After all, the leader was a first-class sailing warship, but the 130 artillery on the side was enough to make people scared, not to mention the second-class warships that followed, and now the country was ready to fight them decisively. Wilson, we should retreat now, this battle cannot go on, Dick exclaimed. 40 warships were easily killed by the Great U country, which made Dick completely lose confidence. With cold sweat on Wilson's forehead, they never imagined that they would have such a day when the British Navy, which had been rampant at sea, was lost to a newly established navy. It's just that although he is unwilling, but now he has no way to regain the advantage. Looking at the battleships of the Great U Kingdom that were approaching quickly, Wilson said desperately, "It's late. Do you think we can win these battleships?" Dick was silent for a moment. Obviously they had lost from the beginning. Order all warships to fight freely. Facing this kind of warships in an array is simply a disaster. Wilson has a firm gaze. It has always been a tradition of the British Navy that he will not retreat. As the Supreme General, he cannot lose the face of the British Navy. So in despair, Wilson decided to fight against the Great U Kingdom. Although he knew that he could not win, it was enough to sink the warship of the Great U Kingdom as much as possible to restore his dignity. Boom boom boom. The sound of artillery sounded on the sea again. This time the British warships completely lost the rules of warfare. The British warships fought on their own and were scattered on the sea. This scene made Levi frown. The British battleships arranged in an array are like a natural target, which is very beneficial to them, but in such a scattered situation, the battleships are like bins sprinkled on the ground, chaotically. Coupled with the advantage of numbers, it is difficult for them to attack without being attacked by others. Circular array. Levi gave the order. Faced with this situation, only all-round shooting can sink the opponent's battleship as much as possible. Moreover, the steamship is very flexible, and it is very simple to discharge various arrays. Once the battle situation is unfavorable, they completely change from arrays to free combat. Boom boom boom. After quickly completing the array, the battleships of the Great U State opened fire violently, and the fierce firepower immediately damaged several enemy battleships, especially the first and second fan battleships, which were extremely fierce. But this time Wilson was already confident of death, and they didn't care about the losses and quickly approached the warships of Great Chungking. After reaching the firing range, the remaining more than 30 warships opened fire on Li Wei's warship. Boom boom boom. The dense shells landed on the battleships of the country. In an instant, the 2 sailing battleships burned into flames, and the 3 steamships were also a little damaged. Li Wei shouted, "Fight back, immediately fight back!" As soon as his voice fell, the first officer ran up from the bottom of the ship and said anxiously, "Captain, it's awful. We don't have much shells left." "I said this round of firepower is so weak. Why don't you save a little bit of it?" Li Wei scolded his mother madly. The first mate grieved. "Just now you ordered to fight hard. Fight hard, don't save ammunition." After these 2 rounds of battle, we only fired 1,700 shells from one ship. Li Wei jumped angrily when he heard the words, "We will be able to win immediately." Now that we are withdrawing from this city, these 8 sailing warships simply cannot stop them. When he was in a hurry, suddenly cheers from the semaphore came from the mast, and the soldiers on the ship yelled happily. Li Wei followed the soldiers' gaze, and he was overjoyed. At the exit of the military port, a warship covered in iron armor is slowly approaching the battlefield. Chapter 964 Triumph. What is that? Wilson was soaked in cold sweat. When the firepower of the steam battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom was weak, he realized that the shells of the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom might be used up. After all, the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom was defeated by less in the fierce naval battle just now, and this also meant that the artillery shells they fired were many. After seeing this trend, there was a glimmer of hope of victory in his heart. But now this hope was crushed by this sudden battleship. He could see that the battleship seemed to have just been launched from the shipyard, because the armor on the battleship still had a thick layer of rust. But even so, it was enough to scare them. A warship covered in iron armor is sailing at sea. What is this? Just as Wilson guessed, this battleship has indeed just been launched and has not been officially delivered to the Navy because the painting of the battleship has not been completed yet. But this battleship 1 is fully combat effective because the artillery has been installed and the artillery shells are temporarily supplied at the military port. That's it. They only appeared now because they were replenishing ammunition. The people who controlled the battleship were Xi Yuan and Ding Chang. Zhang Liang found them when Li Wei was fighting at sea and asked them to control the steel battleship. Facing the emergency situation, they boarded this battleship without any hesitation. Because they knew the ammunition reserves of the battleship very well, it was impossible for these 12 battleships to defeat such a huge number of battleships. Therefore, in order to prevent Li Wei from being overwhelmed by lack of ammunition, he first sent a sailing warship, and then personally piloted the first ironclad ship of the country. Because once the naval battle is lost, the shipyard in the military port will definitely be shelled by these invaders, and the losses at that time will be heavier than ever. Don't be afraid, hit directly into their battleship group. The iron armor of our battleship is enough to withstand the explosion of this kind of bombardment. Xi Yuan was excited. In Dau's shipbuilding plan, the ironclad ship appeared in response to this kind of bomb. The wooden structure of the hull could no longer withstand the impact of the bomb explosion, and they know very well that these Westerners will soon be equipped with shells similar to them. After all, the Dau country defected incident was scolded by the court as a negative example in the newspapers for several months, and everyone knew it. For this reason, Dau country now has more careful supervision of talents. Under Xi Yuan's order, the ironclad warship was fully equipped. Unlike hybrid warships, the ironclad warship was completely powered by steam engines, and the masts on the warship were eliminated. In terms of shape, the iron-armored ship is no longer the shape of the Dau sailing warship, but has become a long hull. After all, this hull is more suitable for iron armor installation. The only thing in common is the muzzle on both sides, because they are the first generation of armored ships. They still use dense artillery. Boom boom boom. The arrival of the armored ship immediately attracted the attention of the British warships. Many warships turned their heads and aimed their fire at the steel monster, and the next scene shocked them. In the explosion of their bombardment, The battleship was still intact. Breaking through the flames and smoke, the armored ship rammed into a British battleship that was shooting at him. Boom! Under the huge inertia of the iron armored ship, the British wooden warship was directly knocked out of a huge hole, while the iron armored ship continued to move forward without reducing its speed, pushing the battleship away like garbage. At the same time, the artillery on both sides of the armored ship began to fire frantically, because it plunged into the chaotic British warships. A dozen British warships were in his attack range. With the shelling of the armored ships, these warships were very passive and some of the warships were hit. He quickly lost combat effectiveness. The armored ships were so ferocious that Xi Yuan and Ding Cheng were encouraged. They became bolder and completely ignored the enemy's shelling, chasing the British warships. Li Wei was deeply shocked, and there was a trace of enthusiasm in his eyes. He really wanted to pilot this warship himself, but this wish could only wait until the battle was over. At this time he said to the first officer, "Did you see it? Let the soldiers concentrate the shells and hand them over to the gunner who shoots more accurately." "Come on." "Yes." The chief officer was shocked, and they couldn't lose in this way. Boom boom boom. The battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom soon sounded the artillery fire again. Although the sound was a little bit more, it was enough to deal with the British battleship that was completely in chaos. At this time, Wilson was desperate, because after smashing a battleship, the second target of Daewoo's iron armored ship was his battleship. He couldn't avoid, there was no way to hide. He could only watch the fast-running battleship collide with his battleship abruptly. Following the shaking of the earthquake, his warship fell apart like the first warship that was hit and sunk, and he only felt a huge force coming and falling into the sea. After the iron-armored ships joined, the battle reversal became more and more complete. Within an hour, the only two remaining battleships fled in the direction of the war country in the waves. "Captain, don't you chase?" Ding Chang looked at Xi Yuan. "No. This naval battle is so wonderful that someone has to go back and demonstrate it to their master." Xi Yuan laughed. He was looking forward to the Queen of England to learn that the combined fleet was completely wiped out. Ding Chang scratched his head. "That's right. Hey, let them know how good we are." Looking at the British, French and Spaniards struggling for help in the sea, Xi Yuan continued, "Let's catch some captives first. For such a big thing, the Emperor will definitely come to Dengzhou himself and bring these captives to him." "Emperor?" "Yes," Ding Chang responded and immediately took the soldiers to catch the living Westerners. At the same time, Xi Yuan sent the naval battle report to King Zhu. Riding on the steam locomotive that night, the complex messaging station will deliver the message to the palace at midnight. "Britain, France, and Spain combined fleet, prepare. We will go to Dengzhou tomorrow morning." Because of the serious matter, Qian Defu did not dare to delay. He woke up Xiaoming who was sleeping, and the palace suddenly became lively. "Yes, the Emperor." Qian Defu responded. He saw that the Emperor was very happy. This time in Dengzhou, he wiped out more than 70 warships of the Three-Nation Alliance, which is tantamount to eliminating Western naval forces in Asia. In this way, they can do a lot of things during this blank period. Just as Qian Defu thought, Xiaoming was very happy about this. First, he saw the true strength of Daewoo's navy. Second, this battle will surely stir up waves in Europe with one stone, and Daewoo will officially a big step has been taken on the road to sea power. Chapter 965 Interrogation Dengzhou Military Port. Xi Yuan led a group of generals to pay a military salute to Xiaoming. Yesterday they passed the news of the naval battle to King Zhu, and the next emperor arrived in Dengzhou on the earliest steam locomotive. Xiaoming returned a military salute to Xi Yuan. He walked to the dock while waiting for Xi Yuan's report. "The Emperor, the fleet that attacked Great Chongqing this time was a combined fleet composed of Britain, France, and Spain. The total number of warships was 76. All of them were the main battleships of Tier 3 sailing ships. In the fierce battle yesterday, we attacked together. 74 warships were sunk, 7 hybrid-powered warships and 4 third-class sailing warships were lost. 8,000 local soldiers were killed, and 3,000 drowned soldiers were captured. Only 2 warships under officers deliberately let them escape. Go away. Xi Yuan carefully reported the battle. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming stopped. He glanced at Xi Yuan interestingly and asked, "Why do you want to condone the 2 warships to escape?" Xi Yuan was startled, his forehead was sweating slightly, and he was a little afraid of being blamed by Xiaoming, but after taking a deep breath, he decided to tell his true thoughts. This time the United Kingdom, France and Spain jointly attacked the Dengzhou military port. It must despise the navy of the Great Yu country, confident that this sea power is in their charge. The next official deliberately let the 2 warships return. The purpose is to pass the war to Britain and France through the soldiers of these 2 warships. The situation has achieved the goal of frightening the enemy, thereby making the navy of the Great Yu country more smoothly heading in the South Ocean waters. After all, with fear, they dare not open the battle easily, and the merchant ships of the caravan are safer. Xiaoming nodded slightly. It was easy for them to sink the remaining 2 warships, but to him it was obvious that the value of these 2 warships returning to Europe was much higher than the value of sinking them. First, he needs European countries to have a clear understanding of the Great Yu state now, so as to prevent these powers from making trouble for him everywhere, at least less trouble. Second, since the reunification of Great Yu, the land under his control has been rapidly increasing, including Korea, Wago, Yaksa, the Philippines, and there may be more Southeast Asian colonies in the future. These new lands need to be slowly digested by the Great Chongqing. Therefore, after the capture of Malacca, the Great Chongqing Congress uses Malacca as the boundary to delimit its sphere of influence, and slowly consolidate its power in these areas, making the enemy afraid, and afraid reckless action is what they want. After all, only occupation cannot bring out the benefits of the colonies. He needs these colonies to provide Dau with ore, food and artificial output to realize profit. Otherwise, there is no value in occupying a loss-making colony. You have done a good job, to deter these maritime powers, to stop the war with war, and to play the majesty of the Great Yu country is currently needed. And at the same time we need to spare time to operate the controlled area. Xiaoming admired. Although the European powers are colonies all over the world, these colonies belong to different countries. Now the control of Asia by the Great Yu Kingdom is its own power, which makes it much more difficult. The King Xi praised him, but he was able to defeat the combined fleet this time mainly because of his work. Xi Yuan said, introducing Li Wei to Xiaoming. Xiaoming looked at this weak, but divine admiral. He said, "You are very good. You can lead 12 warships to almost destroy the enemy's warships. This time I will give you a great reward." Li Wei looked excited. He immediately delivered a strong military salute, and said loudly, "Thank you, the Emperor, Longjun." Xiaoming nodded slightly, showing a strong gratitude. The army is important, but the Navy's position in the era of great navigation is unshakable. In the future, the Navy he needs will seize maritime hegemony and serve as the caravan of Great Chongqing, provide safe routes to deliver soldiers to remote colonies. So he said to all the admirals, "This time the naval warfare will destroy the enemy in the first battle, and win overseas. This time the cabinet will draw up a list of awards, and you will all receive generous rewards." The generals immediately became happy and cheered, "Long live my emperor! Long live my emperor!" Seeing the generals and soldiers so fanatical, Xiaoming felt very at ease. After all, the Great Yu Kingdom is now a monarchy, and the soldiers' loyalty to the emperor is very important. Condolences to the generals who participated in the naval battle. Xiaoming and Xi Yuan and other generals went directly to the naval office. At this time Xi Yuan asked, "The emperor, we have captured 2 very important people. One is the commander of the combined fleet, Wilson, and the other is the British member of Parliament Dick, especially this Dick." If he spit out, the emperor must be interested. One of the purposes of Xiaoming's visit this time was to interrogate these prisoners, because he now wants to know the changes that are taking place in Britain and France. Lack of understanding of the changes. Now that these prisoners are different, there are always a few who are willing to say, Bring them here. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. The two captives were full of weight. One was a congressman and the other was a senior navy general. Even if they were redeemed, they would cost a lot of money. After receiving the order, Xi Yuan ordered the soldiers. After a while, the embarrassed Dick and Wilson were escorted all the way by the two soldiers. "This is Your Majesty the Emperor of our Dayu Kingdom. Aren't you arguing to see Your Majesty? Now if you have something to say, please let go." Xi Yuan roared unceremoniously. Dick and Wilson looked at the young man sitting in the central seat of the official office and both were a little surprised. Like their queen, the Emperor of Great Yu was also very young. However, the power of the queen is based on the power of Britain, and the young emperor personally brought the country from poverty and weakness to its current prosperity and strength. His Majesty the Emperor, I am Dick, a British Member of Parliament, and this is Wilson. As a nobleman, I protest against the rude treatment of us by the country of Chongqing. Any nobleman captured in Europe will be treated politely. Suppress the fear in the heart. Wilson glanced at Xiaoming and didn't say a word, but his unruly eyes told Xiaoming that this person was still a little courageous. Your noble etiquette seems to be only effective for you Europeans. You never talked about etiquette when you slaughtered the natives of other countries. Xiaoming said coldly, I am very busy, and I will tell you clearly now, if you can provide valuable information, I can still spare you not to die. If not, your end will be to be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Dick's body suddenly weakened. He was pampered when he was in England. He had never seen such an arrogant monarch. Chapter 966 Dilemma. The season is already deep winter, and the wind blowing from the sea is cold to the bone. It's just that in Dick's eyes, the coldness is far less than the ice cold in the eyes of the emperor before him. In the past, the country of Dayu was just an unfamiliar term to him. Like all other lands outside of Europe, he believed that the people living here were just a group of indigenous people who had not yet stepped into civilization, until the British suffered unprecedented in Asia. The failure of the country's name has frequently appeared in the House. After the two scholars from the Great Yu Kingdom came to England, their ideas were subverted again. Obviously, this Great Yu Kingdom was not because they had come into contact with other barbaric civilizations. Because of this, the British House of Representatives has now begun to have different voices. Some members of the House of Representatives advocate establishing contacts with Great Chongqing, developing business contacts, and exchanging science with each other, but most of them still fear the rise of Great Chongqing. He understands that the rise of Great Chongqing will definitely harm the interests of some big families, because both British India and Australia have vested interests, and these vested interests will not just watch their wealth being seized by Great Chongqing. This joint operation was initiated by vested interests this time. They come from 3 countries, but the goal is the same, to disarm the naval power of Great Chongqing. But now he messed up everything, and in this big bet, they lost the naval power in Asia. His Majesty, what do you want to know? I will tell you the truth. I just hope you will not kill me. Dick pleaded. He has a good life in England, a beautiful wife and lovely children. He is unwilling to think of this. Die like this. Wilson showed disdain in his eyes, and scolded, you politicians are stubborn, disgusting. Come on, it is precisely because of the ignorance of these hardliners that led to this war, and you are responsible for the failure of the war. Dick was angry and was also angry. Xiaoming's gaze was traveling back and forth between Wilson and Dick. Compared to soldiers, he preferred to deal with politicians, because although politicians were cunning, they knew more about compromise than soldiers. Of course, this was when dealing with the enemy. You can continue arguing when you return to prison. Now it's time to talk about your country. What did the 2 traitors of Dayu bring you? Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said, he has been letting the secret guard plan the assassination. These rebellions are simply because the appearance gap is too large, and the secret guards cannot send anyone close to them. The Chinese Americans living in the UK have a very low status in this era, basically no different from black slaves, and will be subject to strict supervision. Your Majesty is talking about Fan Hongkai? It's the 2 of them. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. He needs to grasp the current information of Britain. Dick pondered for a moment, and he said admiringly, I have to say that they are indeed excellent talents. Both in physics and chemistry, they have provided the UK with a large number of mature scientific and technological achievements, and these results have been verified to be feasible. Because of their contributions, the United Kingdom has undergone dramatic scientific changes. Now the entire United Kingdom's talents are concentrated in London. Many people believe that the United Kingdom will soon make a huge leap in technology. While speaking, Dick kept watching Xiaoming's expression. What worries him is that the Emperor's expression has never changed and he has always maintained his calmness. The reason why he said this was to intimidate the Emperor, because the entire United Kingdom believes that these two talents are the top talents of Great Chongqing, and the knowledge they contribute will allow Britain to quickly catch up with the current technical level of Great Chongqing. This is enough to make Great Yu country jealous. However, after seeing Xiaoming so calm, Dick decided to increase his weight. He emphasized with the eloquent mouth of a politician, "The Great Yu Kingdom now has things and theories in Britain. Although this needs to be realized by British scientists one by one, it's a matter of time. Therefore, I hope that your Majesty can reconsider the current relationship with the United Kingdom. I am willing to become a bridge of friendship between the country and the United Kingdom." Xiaoming listened quietly. When he got here, he showed a mocking smile. "Are you threatening me?" Dick said with trepidation. "Your Majesty, I am just a prisoner of yours now." "How dare I do this? I am just stating the facts. There is one thing that your Majesty may not know well. In fact, the royal family in Europe has been interacting with each other for thousands of years. Strictly speaking, whether it is Britain, France, or even Tsarist Russia, the rulers are more or less related by blood. If they face a powerful enemy, European countries will unite again. As in history, the two joint resistances were the same as the nomads from the east." Hearing that, Xiaoming laughed out loud. This Dick was afraid of death, but he had to say that he was very clever, and what he said was basically the truth. European pedigree theory has always occupied a high position. Fighting between relatives is somewhat similar to the contemporary spring and autumn period. Although fighting for life and death, royal marriages prevail. Dick said this, obviously trying to create a kind of shock in his heart, in order to achieve the purpose of let Xiaoming handle him cautiously. But this trick is useless for Xiaoming. Dick's words may become a reality, but this needs to be based on his aggressive attack on Europe. It's just that the attack on the European mainland is not currently in Xiaoming's plan, because the European continent is too far away from the country, and the Suez Canal has not yet been built. If you want to go from the country to Europe, you need to start from the country through Malacca and then arrive the Cape of Good Hope, Africa, travels north along the African continent, and the entire voyage totals more than 30,000 kilometers, which is almost a circle around the Earth. After all, the route is not straight, and it needs to sail along the continent for supplies. In this way, it takes half a year to go to Europe once, and half a year to come back again. And to attack Europe is not a problem that tens of thousands of people can solve. The massive use of troops in such a remote place is simply an unprecedented drain on national power. In contemporary history, countries that have done this have basically shot themselves in the foot. During the Battle of Tsushima in the Russo-Japanese War, Tsarist Russia sent its Baltic fleet to the Far East battlefield. After more than 200 days of voyage, Tsarist Russia, the dispatched fleet, was annihilated in one fell swoop by the waiting Japanese fleet. All wars launched by the United States in Asia can only be sustained with defeated Japan as a supply base. But even so, they often end in failure. After weighing many factors, Xiaoming finally formulated the plan to expand colonies outwards layer by layer like Europe, and expand power based on colonies. When his fleet can get supplies along the way, it will be possible to start a hot war with European countries on the homeland. Previously, all he could do was to fight for colonies. As for this issue, European countries are expected to see clearly after this naval battle that they are unable to attack the Great Chongqing, and Great Chongqing is also unable to attack them. In the future, fierce competition between the two sides will start in the colonies. Chapter 967. The true situation. You are a smart person, but you are not smart enough. I will not be stupid enough to send troops to Europe now, and your stupidity lies in thinking that the Daewoo Congress is easily wiped out like a native. Sitting on the red of million lacquered wooden chair of the official office, Xiaoming looked directly into Dick's eyes. Dick was silent. He had to admit that this failure was based on the arrogance that they had brought to colonization over the past century, otherwise they would never take this action. And now it turns out that he is fighting an industrial power in Asia. His Majesty, you are the wisest emperor I have ever seen in Asia. It is true. I think both Britain and France will reconsider the relationship with the Great U country this time. There will be a big one in the list of civilized countries. A seat in Yugo. Dick flattered that in the 200 years of European colonization, Europe has actually been adopting two foreign policies. For the indigenous tribes of Africa and South America, they classify them as primitive aborigines who have not yet entered civilized society, because these aborigines have not yet formed a complete social structure and live mainly on hunting, and even these tribes will eat the corpses of their enemies. This kind of indigenous people was completely abandoned by them from civilization. During the colonization process, they implemented a policy of massacre because they need these indigenous lands and resources, and these uncivilized indigenous people are of no value to them. After all, many tribes do not have words and languages, and they do not accept modern civilization. They are barbaric and dangerous, and their commodities cannot sufficient profits are obtained among the indigenous people. After colonizing India, they divided another civilization level, which was a semi-civilized society slightly higher than the primitive natives. For this type of country that has a basic social structure, written language, and its own products, but lacks scientific development, their policy is to colonize and trade. Because people in such countries have sufficient purchasing power, their products can be sold in these areas. At the same time, these countries have a certain ability to fight back, and they need to be cautious. In the past, their division of Great Chongqing was exactly the second type of country like India, and their goal was to make Great Chongqing the second India. But now it is clear that Great U country should be included in the ranks of civilized nations on the same level as them. Thinking of this, Dick explained to Xiaoming in detail, hoping that the emperor in front of him would be more happy, because it was an honor for a country, because Europe finally saw this civilization. When Dick's explanation ended, not only Xiaoming, Qian Defu, Xi Yuan and Ding Chang all laughed, including the translator also has a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Congressman Dick, you seem to be mistaken. In our eyes, you are the second-class country in Europe, and this is the country of Great Chongqing now. Xi Yuan gave a thumbs up, confident and calm. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. He understood Dick's mood. In fact, like modern times, it is difficult for the West to change long-standing concepts in a short time. In the 21st century today, Western countries still look down on his country with colored glasses, and internal propaganda is everywhere discredited, so much so that many Westerners believe that his country is still in the backward scene of World War II. So it was the same for Dick. Although he was dead, he unconsciously exposed his true thoughts. Arrogant British. One day, you will live trembling in the shadow of the Great U country. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Now you should explain honestly. Dick's body shook. He knew that all his clever tricks had been seen through, and now the country of Daewoo was not afraid of them. With a sigh in his heart, he had to describe the British affairs to Xiaoming in detail. While listening, Xiaoming asked the translator to record it. This will be the first-hand information he has obtained today. After an hour, Dick said everything he could say, and Xiaoming asked Xi Yuan to detain Dick and Wilson again. The Emperor, now more than 3,000 prisoners of war are wasting the money of our Great U country. I will finally think it is better to send them to the mine to work hard. Xi Yuan looked at Wilson with a dangerous look. The war was won, but the Navy suffered the biggest loss since its establishment, and he felt aggrieved. Let's do it with you. These two will not die. I will wait for them to send the ransom to replace them. Xiaoming said very positively. According to the Dutch, There has always been a ransom in exchange for captive generals in Europe. Wilson and Dick must be responsible for these important tasks from a large family and will be worth a lot of money. At that time he might be able to speak loudly. After receiving Xiaoming's instructions, Xi Yuan was happy in his heart. He asked the soldiers to take the two down and ordered them to be entertained. At this time, Xiaoming frowned upon receiving the information from the translator. In the recount just now, Dick described the development status of Britain in detail. Generally speaking, steam engine technology is developing very rapidly. In the UK, perhaps because of the stimulation of Great Chongqing, the Queen of England allocated a large sum of money to support the application of steam engines. The concentration of funds and talents is said to have resulted in a second generation of improved steam engines. At the same time, under this promotion policy, nobles and capitalists quickly established a number of steam engine factories. In addition to vigorously developing steam engines in the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom also exported steam engines to the European continent to earn money to develop local technology. Nowadays, steam engines are booming throughout Europe. France is unwilling to be lonely in the European market. Competing with Britain for the profit of the steam engine market lies in the fact that Britain cooperates and competes with each other. Emperor, no matter how we say Europe is a threat to us, it is not a good thing for steam engine technology to flourish in Europe. Qian de Fu sighed. Especially these two traitors made the basic science of Europe a leap. Coupled with the fact that European culture and education are even higher than that of Great Chongqing, they can easily use these technologies to compete with us. Xiaoming nodded lightly. He understood Qian de Fu's worries, just as the Manchu civil and martial arts were so worried. But he himself knows very well that the accumulation of European technology cannot keep up with the accumulation of technology spar anyway. The current Britain has at most a high school level of science and technology, and this knowledge has allowed it to develop its industrial capacity using steam engines to the level of the First World War. It's just that in Xiaoming's opinion, this knowledge is actually not very important to Europe, because according to the current European scientific standards, natural development will have all of them in 30 years. Among them, the most critical issue now is the changes brought about by the development of the country. These changes are really on the table and can be seen at a glance. For example, for electricity, the UK cannot get ready-made technology from the two, but it has obtained an accurate research direction. Then scientists will naturally work in this direction, because this is a direction that does not require research and wrangling. The slow development of science in history was due to many detours and delays that were questioned by opposing forces. Now Dayu has become a beacon of technological development. Unconsciously lead the development of world technology. Chapter 968. Huge plan. Walking out of the official office, the endless ocean flooded my eyes, and the squally wind raised layers of white waves. The battleships of Dayu State are neatly arranged in the military port, grand and magnificent. Don't be afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. Dayu has been a true portrayal of this sentence in the past 10 years. I understand your worries, but the development of science and technology in Europe is not terrible, because they have been developing. Terrible enemies always come from within. This is what requires vigilance. Xiaoming looked back at Qian de Fu and said word by word. After sorting out contemporary historical data over the years, he discovered that the destruction of the Central Plains dynasty was ultimately ruined in his own hands, and the foreign enemy was actually just picking up a bargain. For example, at the end of the Ming dynasty, at that time, Daming's technological level was much higher than that of the Qing army, but he was still defeated. The fundamental reason is that Daming has lost effective management of the country. One of the most obvious problems is taxation. After all, tax revenue cannot be guaranteed in a country, and it is conceivable to what extent the state's organizational capacity is low. Taking history as a mirror, Xiaoming was determined to completely eradicate the disadvantages of the Great Yu country before, and reform in order to make the Great Yu country completely new. In 10 years, he did it, and now the country of Dayu is flourishing and is restoring the glory of the past empire. However, The smooth sailing situation did not let him relax. He has been watching the changes that are taking place in this country to respond at any time. And now, in his opinion, apart from science and technology, the biggest change in the country is the increasingly active thinking of the people. The renewed Confucianism certainly occupies an important position in the country of Dau, but with the beginning of the cultural rejuvenation, the trend of contending among 100 schools of thought has become more and more obvious. Now King Zhu, whether it is legalists, Mohists, or Huang Lao scholars, all have signs of rising, and they also have modern times. The modernized humanistic thought has also attracted many supporters, and the most dangerous of these is the re-emergence of the idea of the Heavenly Kingdom. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that has been haunted by this kind of thinking that the Great Yu Kingdom will concentrate on internal fighting when it reaches the powerful and the people. For Xiaoming, this is definitely not a good phenomenon. If the country consumes each other internally, it will lack the motivation to make progress. Therefore, he needs to hang a sharp sword on his head for Dau country from the top down, and this sharp sword is the enemy. Because of this, he now has a calm attitude towards the development of European countries. At present, he still needs these enemies to put a curse on the officials and people of the country. After all, the industry in the country of Dau is actually just getting started, and the whole country needs to maintain a high spirit of fighting. The goal of defeating the enemy is the source of inexhaustible fighting spirit. Qian Defu looked at Xiaoming, and now he was increasingly unable to see what the emperor was thinking, but fortunately, no matter what Xiaoming was thinking, Dau had always been on the right path. The emperor's words are very interesting, but the old slave doesn't understand very well, Qian Defu said with a wry smile. But the old slave believes that the emperor's words are definitely correct. Xiaoming smiled and shook his head. This rich man is becoming more and more sloppy. He no longer cared about Qian Defu, but headed towards Dengzhou. The purpose of his coming here this time has been achieved. It is no longer necessary to stay in the military port. After all, Xi Yuan and others still have many things to deal with after the war, and he does not need to participate. Back to Dengzhou city for a morning rest. In the afternoon, he and Qian Defu and others arrived in Qingzi in the evening by steam locomotive. At this time, the ministers of the Ministry of Military Aircraft and Cabinet had already waited for the station and informed them of the Dengzhou naval battle before Xiaoming left. They also want to know some exact news at this time. Returning to the palace with everyone, Xiaoming handed Dick's confession to Pang Yukan in the imperial study room for him to read to the ministers. When Pang Yukan finished reading, everyone's expressions were a bit solemn. These two scumbags. The 10 years of development of my great Yu country have been destroyed by these two thieves. Nu Ben said angrily. The emperor, this Europe dare to attack our military port now, and give them some in 10 years of development. Aren't they even more rampant? Yes. It's a pity that Europe is too far from here, otherwise we must send troops to destroy it. Liu Oquan echoed. Pang Yukan pondered for a moment. He said, don't worry about the two generals. In the battle yesterday, they lost all of Nanyang's family property. This is a good thing for the Great Yu Kingdom. We can take this opportunity to seize their colony. What Pang Shufu said is that they rushed into the war to give us an excuse to attack. It can be said that the division is famous. Fiji stroked his beard and smiled lightly. Xiaoming's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and the response of officials and generals made him very satisfied. At least in their hearts, Europe would be a strong enemy of the Great Chongqing. Walking towards the map of the world in the study, Xiaoming said, we naturally want to seize the colonies in the South Seas. But our threat is not that. Tsarist Russia is an extremely dangerous enemy. Now Britain is selling steam engines in Europe and Tsarist Russia is also a customer. It's not a good thing, and after we captured Yaksa, the Golden Horde was ready to move, cooperating with Tsarist Russia to defeat our offensive in the north, and here a brand new country has been born, which is also bad news. The place Xiaoming pointed at was the North American continent. According to Dick, Britain has basically given up the war against North America, but it still maintains hostility and targets everywhere. Similar to history, This country also chose the United States as its country name, because an Englishman named it America when he discovered the continent, and the United States of America still adopted this name. When he heard this news, Xiaoming was a little confused, but the first time he learned that the United States was in a civil war was 3 years ago. Calculated like this, the American War of Independence should be over. Of course, Xiaoming is still a bit unhappy, because North America is known as the heavenly chosen place. Founding a country on this land will enjoy huge geographical advantages, and the resources on this land are also rich. Pang Yukun, Nu Ben and others looked at this country marked by Xiaoming. They did not understand why Xiaoming valued a newly established country so much. The emperor. Is there anything special in this country? Pang Yukun couldn't help asking. Yes, from now on we must attach importance to this country, and we must never give him a chance to become stronger. Now you all understand that the world is a dangerous jungle. The rule of survival is the strong food of the weak. We must use our current advantages for the future. Hundreds of years have laid a foundation for development. Xiaoming said in a loud voice that after the emergence of electricity, the internal combustion engine will be the next research and development goal of the country, and in this way, oil will become an extremely important resource. In future generations, his country is plagued by oil. He has to learn his lesson and firmly control oil in his hands. From now on, this will be a huge plan. Chapter 969. Lipstick. At the beginning of the lantern, the crescent moon is like a hook. The lights in the imperial study room went out at midnight, and Pang Yukun and Minister Nu Ben filed out. The impact of the naval battle made them still ponder. If there is no majesty in Great Yu, it may take only 100 years for this group of European colonists to erode Great Yu with their powerful boats. Pang Yukun put his hands in his sleeves, and the cold condensed his breath into frost. Pang Shufu said that in the past, we were just outside the bottom of the well, and our eyes were only on the land of this Great Yu country. How could we ever think that the world has still undergone tremendous changes? Nu Ben said with emotion. Recalling the scenes in the past 10 years, he was quite moved. From being poor and white to the richest now in King Zhu, it was really difficult for them to walk this way. This is thanks to the Lord for giving Dau a king of Zongxing. If you don't have your majesty, if you change to anyone, the situation of Dau will be miserable today. So if you want to keep Dau, you must keep your majesty. Especially your army should stand in the right position. Zhang Xingqing has a deep gaze. Nu Ben was wary when he heard the words. What do you mean? Isn't Nu Ben still conspiring? General Nu's temper is still as hot as ever, but this time the general misunderstood. I mean that although the Merchant Council was destroyed, the poison cannot be eliminated in a day or two. This residual poison now looks inconspicuous, but always one day it will explode. Of course, this is just my own conjecture, Zhang Xingqing said. Pang Yukun looked at Zhang Xingqing and nodded slightly. I agree with Zhang Xingqing. Although the Cao family is accidental, it is enough to see that he still has the support of many businessmen, and the ideas he put forward are also supported by many people. Legacy. Now the capital among the citizens of Dau is active, but they have a natural contradiction with the court, and this contradiction will always break out. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane looked at each other. You mean the Merchant Council will appear again? Whether it will happen is no one can tell. But there are more and more conflicts between private capital and the court. Merchants are profit-seeking, tax evasion, and counterfeit sales. They want the court to formulate more favorable policies for their business. Actually, there are already cases where businessmen and local officials have colluded to obtain policy bias. As the emperor said, sugar-coated shells are much more powerful than real shells, Pang Yukun said with emotion. What's even more helpless is that private capital cannot be eliminated for the prosperity of the industry and commerce of the country. After all, with the increase of overseas colonies, some corners forgotten by the court need these businessmen to fill. Yang Cheng'ai said loudly. But the emperor is actually it has long been realized that the monopoly law in the commercial law is to curb the emergence of large-scale private capital. At the same time, state-owned capital is used to dominate the economy of Great Chongqing, and private capital is supplemented to prevent private capital from growing. However, in this way, the court will inevitably be crowned the bad image of vying for profit with the people. Moreover, this state-owned capital is also controlled by the relatives of the emperor, the relatives of the court officials. Fiji glanced at Yang Cheng-I with admiration. This Yang Cheng-I is good at business and is a talent. Today, what he said is very explicit. There are problems that cannot be reconciled in the development of Great Yu. The most deadly thing is to point to the situation where state-owned capital is now controlled by relatives of the imperial family. In fact, as one of the relatives of the imperial country, he has long known this problem. The head of this railway department is Princess Pinyang. With the railway department, Princess Pinyang has supported many royal families. It can be said that Princess Pinyang is a small force in the Great Yu Kingdom. In addition, King's Bank, King's Chamber of Commerce and some large industries are gradually forming their own small interest groups. In his opinion, these groups are basically not much different from the previous celebrities, but they are just new bottles of old wine. He believes that in the not-too-distant future, these interest groups can definitely influence the policies of the court, and the noble class cannot be eliminated. And this is why he advocated winning over the rich and powerful in order to quickly control the country in the battle between the kings and the north and south. After all, the change of dynasties is just about the great family surnamed Jiang driving away the wealthy family surnamed Liu. Whether it is the rich family surnamed Liu or the rich family surnamed Jiang, the difference lies in the degree of rent collection. Their dialogue now confirms his long-standing notion that most of the wealthy families in the era of Xiao Wenxuan were wiped out, and now the wealthy families in the era of Xiaoming are taking shape again. After Xiaoming is 100 years old, the new monarch is enthroned. Where will the Great Yu country go? Thinking of this, he sighed. Everything we have obtained now is to make wedding dresses for others. After all, everyone discusses these hidden worries again. It is better to think about the position of the crown prince. Whether Great Yu can survive forever, it depends on the emperor. Which son can inherit the mantle of the emperor? Otherwise what you are talking about is nothing more than a mere spectacle. Jiren raised a thumbs up when he heard the words. It's still the old Fch. How is this Great Yu country in the future? It depends on the character of the prince. Now the emperor's 3 sons and 1 daughter. Xiao Yi is also a son, the eldest son, and it's time to be crowned prince. This. Pang Yukun exchanged glances with other cabinet members. He said, the emperor has never mentioned this matter. Perhaps he has already been arrogant in his heart, but now I wait for the initiative to mention it, but it seems unintentional. The crown prince is the foundation of the country. If the crown prince is not established for one day, it will be difficult to comfort the people of the world. General Liu, don't you think? Nu Ben and Liu Quain are confused in fashion. Liu Quain said, we are soldiers and dare not participate in government affairs. But there is one thing. The army will always listen to the emperor. Liu Quain's fluttering sentence clarified his position. An unobservable smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Xingcheng's mouth. He mentioned this topic today because he wanted to hear the attitude of the military aircraft department. When Liu Quain said so, they took a reassurance that after 10 years of development, the Great Yu country has gone so fast that many problems have not been resolved and they are on the road. Now these problems are gradually exposed. One of the most serious problems is that the once struck rich family has turned into private capital. Now 7 out of 10 businessmen in Kingzhou are from rich family backgrounds, and this is the one who provoked this topic. The goal of Fiji's strategy did quickly calm the civil unrest in Great Yu, but now the drawbacks have also been exposed. They have always been jealous of these old tycoons for those who started from killing tyrants. On the contrary, Fiji has now gained their support. Many businessmen with tyrant backgrounds are grateful to him, but they are only looking forward to him. The former officials of the Cheng'an department are also closely surrounding him, and now there are increasing calls for Fiji to be the first assistant in the court. Chapter 970. Quiet night. Thinking the atmosphere was a little dull, and a night breeze blew in, making people feel a bit of chill. Nu Ben looked at the lights outside the palace gate and said loudly, "You should go back soon." Nu believes that the emperor's eyes are like torches, and he can clearly see this Xiao world. Everyone recovered, no longer mentioned the current topic, and each left. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane walked to the end. When everyone left, Liu Oquane said, "These civil officials just like to fight back and forth. No wonder the emperor attaches so much importance to this naval battle today. In order to let these people receive their hearts, put more energy on building Great Chongqing. This is also impossible." Pang Yukun, Zhang Xingqing and others follow the emperor to fight the world. They think that they should have most of the rights. Fiji and others are latecomers, and they did not spend the time with the emperor. During the most difficult period, they thought that these old officials shouldn't get so much, and those old officials were jealous of Pang Yukun and the others, so since the emperor came to the throne, although the emperor pressed them, they worked closely together, but they couldn't integrate together. Nu Ben is on the outside, so he can see it thoroughly. Liu Oquane nodded lightly. "Well, that's the truth. But these civil officials like to fight back and forth no matter when Ming Jun or Yu Jun is in power. It doesn't matter. Let's just ignore it." "That's right." Nu Ben laughed and walked towards his mansion. In fact, it is noisy, but each of them has a scale in their hearts. Now that the country of Dau is prospering, it is moving upwards. With Xiaoming, no one can make waves. As for the quarrels in the court due to different political opinions, it is also normal, and some power struggles are also normal. After all, officials have long hearts and have their own feelings and desires. As everyone left, Xiaoming returned to the sleeping hall. Fu had already gone to sleep at this time, and Xiao Yi had already lived separately from them because he was 7 years old, and was taken care of by the grandmother in the palace alone. Without disturbing Fu, Xiaoming came to sit down in the main hall outside the dormitory and asked the maid to light the candle. He picked up a pen to skillfully record the knowledge in the text bar, and Dick's description of Britain really surprised him. When he talked to everyone today, he deliberately ignored one element, that is, Dick once said that the British Secret Association participated in the current scientific research and development in the UK. And this association also brought some elite talents. These talents are members of the association, from all over Europe. It is precisely because of the help of this association that the UK can verify various technologies so quickly. He has heard about this secret association twice, one from Deng Zhu and one from when he attacked the South. Combined with the various mysterious legends about this association in modern times, he has reason to worry about the secret association in this world. After all, the Ko family has joined it. It is difficult for him to determine whether there are secret members of this association in Dau. If there is, it will be a trouble for him. So after the Southern War, he has been letting the secret guards detect, but the results were very low. This result is good news for him, and it is also bad news. The good thing is that there may be no progress in the infiltration of secret associations in the country of Dau. The bad thing is that the infiltration may be too strong and the secret guards have nowhere to start. The things that cannot be controlled are always disturbing, so he now eagerly hopes that the country will go further in science and technology and open a bigger gap with Europe. Especially after the emergence of electric power. Many things that accompany the emergence of electric power in modern times should also appear. Only in this way can the country of Dau be regarded as entering the era of electric power. Correspondingly, there is also the internal combustion engine. The emergence of electricity has made it possible to produce diesel and gasoline on a large scale. With diesel, the gas in gasoline has the source of power. Because of this, electricity and internal gas complement each other, which is why he knows that the internal gas structure is not very complicated and has not been developed in advance. After all, it can only be produced as a display, but now it is different. Electricity is available. The following is to overcome the problem of refining diesel and gasoline, and this requires Lutong to solve a series of problems. In addition, he has to solve the problem of the source of oil, and this is his more headache. Coming from modern times, he is well aware of the lack of oil resources in the country, and the difficulty in mining the few fried dough sticks is also very difficult. It cannot be extracted at the current level of the country, and he is unwilling to mine, because his current policy is to plunder resources from overseas and retain domestic mineral resources. Based on this, the imperial court now encourages businessmen to go to Korea, Wago and other places to mine for mining. After the Philippines is captured, he will also mobilize businessmen to go to the Philippines and even Australia to mine, and continue to transport foreign minerals to Great U. As for the unused mines, his request is to reclaim the sea and make land. Therefore, he would not be able to exploit such a scarce thing as oil in the country, and his goal naturally went to the Ottoman Empire. This empire is now sitting on the world's most precious wealth without knowing it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it would be a good business to trade industrial products or even arms for oil. The Ottoman Empire not only did not deal with Europe, but also did not deal with Tsarist Russia and the Golden Horde. He was happy to use this behemoth to cause some trouble in Europe. Of course, his most important purpose is still oil. The geological structure of the oil field on this land is simple, and oil field spouting wells are the norm. Simply put, it is to hit a drill bit to the oil layer, and the oil will be ejected from the wellhead by itself, which is very easy to obtain. What he is writing now is about the knowledge of oil extraction and the knowledge of internal gas. These two technologies will bring earth-shaking changes to the transportation industry in the country. But before that, he still has many things to do to occupy the South Seas and seize the strongholds established by the French and British on the route. This process cannot be accomplished overnight and may take a long time. During this time, the establishment of the petrochemical industry system and internal gas technology can also be carried out at the same time, but there is no need to be impatient. Thinking of this, Xiaoming set his sights on Nanyang. Now I don't know what achievements Yan has achieved. Malacca. Under the leadership of Liu Chen, the Marines boarded the beach in the dark. They did not encounter any resistance along the way. The actions of the combined fleet made the British soldiers in Malacca completely ignore the possible dangers. They did not expect that the ever-large fleet would arrive in Malacca overnight. Hurry up! Liu Chen greeted the soldiers to cross the beach and enter the plain. In front of them were the fortresses carefully constructed by the British. Now they are going to seize these fortresses. Chapter 971 Vest 6. With the torch swaying brightly, Yan looked at the map intently. The name of the area they are about to conquer is called Lion City in Malay. It used to belong to the Malacca Sultanate. After the British came here 30 years ago, they occupied this place and controlled the throat of the Asian route. At the same time, they gave this place as a new name, Xinjiapo, also known as Xinjiang or Xingzhou. General, the Strait of Johor has been blocked by us. This has become an isolated island, ready to attack. Liu Chen said. In the northern part of Singapore, there is a strait that runs through. This strait completely isolates the state of Johor from Singapore. Strictly speaking, this is an independent island on the sea. Before the attack, they analyzed the city of Singapore in detail situation, and learned some news from the Chinese here. Under comprehensive consideration, they decided to land from the south bank of the Johor Strait, from south to north all the way to the Singapore Strait, completely controlling here, because it may be because of their confidence in the state of Johor. The British sons arranged the shore on the side of Johor. There is very little anti-cannon. Offensive, take this place before dawn. Yan said coldly. In order to control this important waterway, they had traversed nearly 2,000 kilometers and had suffered enough at sea. Yes, General, Liu Chen answered. Following his order, the soldiers of the Marine Corps charged towards the city of New Gap, located in the middle of the island. Similar to the kingdom of Dayu, the dynasties around Nanyang also used cities as their settlements. The environment here is primitive, with numerous miasma insects and beasts, and scattered living is a very dangerous behavior. It is also because of this characteristic that colonists can easily looting and control the land here. Boom boom boom. With a roar of cannons, the Marine Corps field artillery made a deafening and terrifying sound in the dark. Then, sparks sprang up on the walls of Singapore City. Under the fierce bombardment of artillery, The city gate of Xinjiapa city was first blown open, and the soldiers of Dayu state took the opportunity to rush in. What surprised them was that the defense against the enemy in this new Jiapa city was too sparse, and it seemed that they did not think they would be attacked. The governor's mansion in Singapore. Pharaoh suddenly woke up from the bed, looking at the fire outside the window from head to toe. What is going on? Did the French fight over? Pharaoh asked himself in his heart, and then he shook his head to deny this possibility. The joint fleet has just been established, and the French will not launch sneak attacks. After all, France and Britain now have the same interests in Asia. Looking for possible enemies quickly in his mind, Farion put on his clothes and went outside the governor's palace. Because of the huge movement, chaos is now in the city, and soldiers are running out of the barracks to gather. Governor Farion, the enemy came from the north. I have mobilized soldiers to deal with it. A British officer saluted Farion. Who is the enemy? Pharaoh asked anxiously. I'm afraid they are soldiers from the country of Dau, because each of them has black hair and yellow skin. Only they have this ability in Asia, the officer said solemnly. Damn it, when we were about to kill them, I didn't expect that they were also sure to kill us. Pharaoh was furious. Originally, the defense of this new city would not be so weak. After all, they used to be wary of France. But the alliance with France gave them a complete peace of mind and greatly relaxed their spirits, and this oversight was fatal enough tonight. How many of them are there? Pharaoh asked again. I don't know, but what is certain is that there are more than us. We have only 4,000 troops here. The officer worried. Pharaoh squinted his eyes. It is true, but we have 2,000 soldiers equipped with Downton muskets. Let them go. Yes, Governor. The officer turned and left. The Downton muskets that Pharaoh said were new muskets shipped from the UK. These muskets used a steam engine to make rifling in the manufacturing process and matched with tapered bullets. The combination of the two advantages has greatly improved the range, power, and accuracy of this rifle. After equipped with this rifle, he has already experimented with its effects, which made them very satisfied. Soon after the officer disappeared, there was a neat footstep. The red shirts carrying the Downton musket trot and moved towards the city gate. After a while, intensive gunfire sounded in the city, and the red shirts' counterattack artillery sounded. Fleong breathed a sigh of relief at this time. For him, the red shirts' combat effectiveness was outstanding, and the Downton's musket would be even more invincible. He was confident that the army of Great Chongqing, who did not know where it came from, would soon be wiped out, just as they defeated other countries in Europe. North City. The Marine Corps' unpredictable offensive suffered a setback as it advanced to the middle of the North City. The unprepared Marines were caught off guard by the red shirts equipped with Downton's muskets. The soldiers who attacked directly suffered heavy casualties. This is a cone-shaped bullet. Liu Chen solemnly picked up a bullet that hit the wall and fell. This bullet was not much different from the bullet in their paper shell. Oops. It seems that the British are already partly equipped with rifled rifles similar to captive rifles. Yu Yongliang followed Liu Chen to protect his safety. Liu Chen nodded solemnly. They know the performance of this rifle very well. It can be said that this rifle cannot shoot in any posture except for its slow reloading speed. Its power, accuracy, and range are not too far behind the current Falcon rifle. In the 300-meter shot, they have the advantage. But the advantage will not show a one-sided crush. Let the soldiers stop the frontal charge, use obstacles to shoot, and advance forward in the skirmish line. Pay attention to tactical actions to avoid danger. Liu Chen decisively ordered the adoption of a strategy suitable for the Falcon rifle. Reading www.uukanzu. Since Com is equipped with a Falcon rifle, tactical actions for the use of this breech have appeared in the subjects they have trained. Creeping, kneeling shooting, prone shooting. These are shooting positions adapted to the appearance of breech rifles. Using these shooting positions, they will gain an advantage in war. Yu Yongliang responded, and immediately took his soldiers to shuttle between the buildings, while conveying Liu Chen's orders one by one. At the same time, they began to fight the red shirts as they moved. Because it was in the city, the red shirts were unable to open a large column, They scattered the soldiers and confronted them in groups of 50. Knowing the weapons currently used by the red shirts, they are naturally not stupid enough to fight it hard. Using obstacles and gaps, they shoot in the direction of the red shirts from time to time. When some soldiers saw a group of red shirts coming, they directly searched for obstacles and squatted on the ground to shoot at the red shirts. This made the red shirts accustomed to queuing to shoot in chaos. The balance of war tilted to them again. Chapter 972 Red Shirts Bar. Intensive gunfire sounded in Xinjiapa city, and the quiet night was enveloped in blood and fire. Pharaon, who thought he was winning, quickly got the bad news. They lost half of their troops in the 3 hours of fierce battle. The soldiers equipped with the Downton muskets only achieved excellent results at the beginning, and then fell into a passive position. What is going on? Why did the counterattack go smoothly at first, but now it's losing streak? Pharaon asked his subordinate Lieutenant Groot. Sorry, Governor, I can't explain it. The soldiers from Dayu are not shooting at us at all, but are using the skirmish line against us. Their muskets seem to be able to shoot in any position, and the soldiers also. There is no action of loading bullets from the front like we did. They seem to be loading bullets from behind the other gun. Groot was beaten up and still a little confused now. Pharaon's lungs almost exploded. Are you looking for excuses for your incompetence? No army would use this stupid tactic, and no musket would load bullets from behind the buttocks. Not eat with your ass. But it's true. Groot's voice became quieter. Pharaon became more angry, and he pushed Groot away. Now I will meet these soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom and see if they are as good as you said. With a team of soldiers, Pharaon quickly arrived at the battle site. Under the fierce attack of the soldiers of the country of Dau, the soldiers of the red shirt continued to retreat, and now they are not far from the governor's mansion. Governor, the soldiers can't hold on anymore. The opponent's firepower is too fierce, and the firearms are more advanced than ours. Our tactics are useless to them, and they also have a weapon that will explode if thrown over. Let us lose a lot of soldiers. An officer saw Pharaoh coming and reported immediately. Pharaoh's expression suddenly became solemn, and he looked into the flames. Because of the fighting, there are fires everywhere in Xinjiapa city. In his vision, the soldiers of the country of Dau are flexibly shuttled in the fire. The shooting methods adopted by these soldiers are indeed different. They seem to be able to shoot in any position, and the bullets are indeed loaded from behind the gun butt. Governor, now you should believe our words. Groot noticed Pharaoh's shock and proved that he had made no mistakes. A bead of sweat appeared on Pharaoh's forehead, and he admitted that this time he underestimated the combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom. Although his soldiers were brave, it was a fact that they were disadvantaged in this battle. Order the entire army to retreat. Pharaoh gritted his teeth and said, if they continue, they will only destroy the entire army. Upon receiving the order, the officers of the red shirts immediately asked the soldiers to withdraw from the south gate to the seaport. They also had 5 warships anchored in the seaport, which was enough for them to escape to India. The withdrawal of the red shirts was quickly discovered by Liu Chen, because the firepower on the opposite side was obviously weakening. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the Marines to continue to expand their results. Yu Yongliang, take your people to pursue. These red-haired ghosts must want to evacuate from the sea, and they cannot be satisfied. Liu Chen said in a loud voice. Yu Yong Bright Spot nodded and greeted his subordinates and rushed towards Nanjing. At the same time, Liu Chen made the trumpeter sound the charge. The soldiers rushed towards Nanjing in the loud charge. In just 1 hour, they completely controlled Xinjiapa city. At this time, Yan sent people to order the warships in the Strait of Johor to cooperate with the Marine Corps in the encirclement and suppression of the remaining redshirts. He was the mercenary trained by the British in the encirclement and suppression of the city. They met Spanish mercenaries while in Bohol. In fact, when occupying colonies, European countries often lack military strength to confront the local indigenous people for a long time. After all, their colonies are all over the world, and they can only disperse limited military power. In this way, training mercenaries in the local area became a means for them. When they attacked the Spanish city, They captured more than 8,000 mercenaries, all of which came from the local indigenous people. Similarly, in order to control India, the British also trained a large number of mercenaries in India. It is precisely because of the existence of these mercenaries that they were able to successfully defeat the Indian state. In Singapore, there are many Indian mercenaries hired by the British. These people are dark-skinned and wear earth-colored military uniforms, but their equipment is very simple. Compared with the strict discipline of British soldiers, these mercenaries are obviously much looser. Under the attack of the Marines, these mercenaries quickly chose to surrender after discovering that the British had fled. About 2,000 mercenaries dropped their muskets and chose to become prisoners. While the city was calmed down, Liu Chen had already arrived at the fort, and the soldiers led by Yu Yongliang before him had successfully captured the fort. The British, eager to flee, didn't care about the loss of the fort, but their negligence caused a fatal mistake. The soldiers of the Republic of Chongqing who occupied the turret skillfully manipulated their artillery to shoot at the British warships in the sea. 2 warships that had not had time to leave the harbor were sunk by artillery shells. The 3 battleships fled to the sea in a hurry. I won, I won. The soldiers cheered loudly. At this time, a hint of whiteness appeared on the horizon, and dawn had arrived. Liu Chen's tight face finally showed a smile. The Marine Corps mission was completed. In one night, they finally conquered Singapore City including the fort and the harbor. The warm sea breeze hit. Liu Chen, immersed in joy, looked down at the strait in front of him. There are islands on the opposite side of the harbor. These islands are like barriers blocking the passage from Malacca. It has to be said that the British have very precise eyes. The wide strait across from Singapore is indeed the only way for merchant ships and warships to enter and exit. Just levying berthing fees on merchant ships in this place can make a fortune. While he was thinking about it, Yu Yongliang came over and said, "There are 3 more ships that have escaped. What should I do? Our battleship is not a display." As soon as his words fell, 10 hybrid-powered battleships sailed out from the south side of the strait. 3 British warships are on their route. Boom boom boom. The battleships of the Great Yu Kingdom, which had been prepared, started first. Using steam power, 10 battleships quickly aimed at the British battleship that wanted to escape from the side. Amid the roar of artillery fire, the 3 British warships became fireballs burning on the sea one after another. British soldiers on board jumped into the sea one after another. British soldiers were everywhere in the blue water. "Hey, this is your end. If it weren't for you people to support the Merchant Council, we would not sacrifice so many soldiers," Liu Chen said fiercely. Although he still won this time, he knew the price paid was not light. Chapter 973 Tributary System. The raging fire burns on the sea like a blooming flower of fire. In the harbor, Liu Chen and the soldiers witnessed the sinking of all 3 warships and a stone falling to the ground. After this war, they wiped out all the British soldiers on the island and successfully controlled Malacca. In the future, any ship passing through Malacca will have to go through the approval of the country. After cheering for a while, Liu Chen left some soldiers to garrison the fort, and others returned to Xinjiapo. At this time, Yan had taken control of the city. The British flag fell from the governor's mansion, and the dragon flag of Dayu State rose to the top of the flagpole, fluttering in the wind. "General, the British soldiers have been wiped out." In front of Yan, Liu Chen gave a military salute. "Very good." Yan returned to the military salute and continued, "Immediately send someone to report the results of this trip to the sage, and wait for the sage's order." "Yes, General," Liu Chen replied. On that day, a warship set off from Xinjiapo harbor to Dengzhou. On December 20th, the battleship arrived in Tengzhou, and the Battle of Bohol Island and the Battle of Singapore were reported to Xiaoming. "The Emperor, it is gratifying to congratulate you. In this way, the territory of the country will be expanded again." Qian Defu's eyebrows were grinning. At this time, the master and servant were drawing the map of Nanyang. Xiaoming held the battle report in his hand, and Fu was in charge of unfolding the map. It's not that simple. Now we only control the Spanish city of Bohol and Singapore. Whether the indigenous people of these two places agree with our occupation is still unknown. Xiaoming squinted his eyes to outline the locations of the Spanish city and Xinjiapo. Unlike the contemporary historical process, the maps in some technological spas can only be used as reference. The specific locations of these cities still need to be explored and determined. Indigenous Fu rarely shows disdain. Now the strong national power of Dayu makes everyone feel confident. The Emperor, these indigenous people are not British and Spanish opponents, so how can they be our opponents? The reason is this: it's just that both the Spanish and the British have made agreements with these indigenous peoples. Now that we have driven them away, we naturally have to sign new agreements with them. Moreover, the centuries-old rule has gradually brought these indigenous dynasties. Having accepted the Spaniards and the British, I am worried that they will be irritated and war with them is inevitable. Xiaoming said slowly. In contemporary colonial history, people tend to ignore these Southeast Asian countries, and only focus on which colonist occupied the colony. But in fact, these Nanyang dynasties were very important to the colonies, because most of the output of the colonies was provided by these indigenous dynasties. According to the demographic statistics of some data in the technology spa, the current population of the Nanyang dynasty is a very objective figure. For example, the population of the Philippines in the middle and late 18th century was about 3 million, Indonesia had a population of 8 million. Malaysia had a population of 350,000, and Myanmar had a population of about 5 million. Thailand, the country of Siam in this era, has a population of 3 million. The total population of Indochina occupied by France is about 10 million, of which only the population of Annan has 7 million. It is precisely because of these data that Xiaoming cannot ignore these indigenous countries. After all, the colonists acted as the suzerain of these countries during their rule, and did not adopt a policy of killing them. But despite this, he is not afraid of these natives. If necessary, he can only defeat them once like the Spanish and the British. After all, in this era, power is the truth. Fu recalled, he said, what the emperor said is that the old slaves are confused. In fact, our country was once the sovereign state of these Southeast Asian countries. They always sent people to send all kinds of strange treasures every year during the New Year, bow in exchange for their protection, and now the hateful Europeans have taken our suzerain status and forcibly acted as the suzerain of these countries. Well, that's it. It seems that you have made some progress. Xiaoming laughed. Actually, what I am fighting for is the status of the suzerain state, restoring the tributary system of the Great U State, and driving the Europeans out of the Great U State. In the back garden, they have Africa, South America, and North America. It is a dream to want to make a splash in Asia. Fu looked like he was angry with the enemy. The whole world is about to be occupied by them. It's really not greedy, and the fight this time is really fun. Xiaoming has long been accustomed to the flattery of Fu. He smiled, and then wrote a number on Xinjiapo, which is the current population of Xinjiapo, 20,000. Xiaoming is not surprised at this number. Before the arrival of the British, Xinjiapo was just a barren land. Now this number is quite a lot. Moreover, according to the data provided by Yun, there are 3,000 people of Chinese descent. After occupying Singapore, the local Chinese welcomed the Marine Corps and took the initiative to act as the guide for the Marine Corps, cooperate with the Marines to take over the British industry in Singapore. Xiaoming naturally welcomes this situation. In this era, the standard for distinguishing people is skin color. The Chinese cannot escape the bloodline carved in their bones by the Great Yu Kingdom. Using these Chinese to assist them in managing Xinjiapo is better than using the local indigenous people. Be at ease. In addition to reporting the situation in Xinjiapo in the battle report, Yun was still asking for the next order. After hesitating, Xiaoming handwritten an edict to Yun. For him, there is no plan to continue westward for the time being. The Strait of Malacca, Indochina in France, part of the British-occupied Indonesia, and Australia will all be in his pocket. Moreover, for the present Dayu state, It is only to digest these places, and it will take some time to establish its sovereign state system and establish trade relations. Western powers have spent 200 to 300 years running these places, and he cannot be fattened by one bite. As for the British, Spanish or French, after the naval battle, he believes that the three countries will realize the difficulties they are facing now and will not fight him to the end. After all, challenging an industrial country in such a remote colony would be a disaster. This is a good thing and a hidden danger for Great Chongqing. The good thing is that Great Chongqing can use the resources and the market on these land to accelerate the Industrial Revolution. The hidden danger is that such a humiliating failure will further stimulate Europe to devote more energy to scientific research and development and weapon manufacturing. Xiaoming believed that they would not be willing to fail, and when they found an opportunity in the secret, they would definitely come back again. Thinking of this, he quickly completed the writing of the edict and sent him back. In order to completely control Malacca, he will station 10,000 armies in Singapore all year round, and at the same time make it the outer naval port of Great Chongqing, leaving 30 warships protected the channel and cruised in the South China Sea. Chapter 974 New Year's Eve. Boom boom boom. Along with the salute, the fireworks were sent high into the sky, and the bright fireworks bloomed in the dark night, clusters and clusters, beautiful and moving. Different from the New Year's Eve and previous years, the people of Qingzhou City today had their New Year's Eve dinner and went out early and gathered on Huangqing Avenue waiting for the fireworks display. Wow, it's so beautiful. The moment the fireworks bloomed, the bright light instantly illuminated the Imperial City Avenue, revealing the crowded people. At this time, the child's immature voice overwhelmed the noisy whispers. For the children, their eyes only had fun and beautiful fireworks. But for every adult who came to Huangqing Avenue, what they looked forward to was the mystery announced by the court before the new year. It is said that tonight, they will witness the moment when a miracle happens. In the palace, Xiaoming, ministers, and concubines were also enjoying the beautiful fireworks in the night sky. The salute was located on the square inches front of the square. Father, what is the mysterious thing tonight? Wearing a thick cotton-padded coat, Xiao Yi's face was flushed with cold, but his eyes flashed with excitement. Like everyone else, most of the palace didn't know what mysterious things were going to happen tonight. Fu Er and Xiaoming stood side by side, looking at Xiao Yi with some affection. In a blink of an eye, 11 years later, Fu Er changed from a 16-year-old girl to a 26-year-old graceful lady. Although the immaturity on his face has passed away, it has added a charm and enchantment, and every move becomes more and more like the queen of the world. If the Emperor Father told you, this will no longer be a secret, and there will be no surprises then. Xiaoming touched Xiao Yi's head. Before he knew it, Xiaoming's size had reached his waist. If he was 7 years old, he would have been a proper elementary school student in this day. Because of this, Xiaoming's education on Xiao Yi has also begun to be severe. On weekdays, he would always take time to teach Xiao Yi personally, thinking that he has reached the stage of being sensible. More importantly, as Xiao Yi grew up day by day, the voice of the prince standing in the court became louder and louder, and he received praises for Xiao Yi almost twice in 3 days. Naturally, he knew it well. It was nothing more than a flattery to Fiji to please him. In addition, this is also related to Xiao Yi's 3rd place in the year-end examination of Qingzhou Middle School at the age of 7. After the domestic stabilization, Xiaoming refined the cultural and educational system in order to popularize education, and the country built 4 stages: beginner, middle school, high school, and university. The only reason to do this is because Qingzhou University has cultivated a group of outstanding talents in the past 10 years of education. From these talents, he specially selected some elites to establish Qingzhou Normal University. As the name suggests, this professional college will provide a steady stream of educational talents for the country. At the same time, he no longer fixed the whole package in Qingzhou, but allocated some resources to other cities. For example, Jinling, Yaozhou, Jinzhou, Songjiang, Suzhou, Linan, Chang'an and other places have begun to establish business systems and support education in accordance with the requirements of the imperial court. Some universities have also been established in these cities to train local talents. Xiao Yi took the middle school exam on a whim when he was investigating Qingzhou Middle School, and unexpectedly got third place. According to the standards of the Great Yu State, Xiao Yi should not be a beginner. So this result suddenly became a good story, and his eldest son was also held to a high position. Fiji even invited many officials to show off. However, this incident seemed to Xiao Ming to be commonplace, and his father naturally remembered him quickly in Xiao Yi. He learned quickly, and he could not be judged one by one. "Yes, father, wait a while, boy." Xiao Yi stood by Xiao Ming's side honestly, with an old-fashioned look, causing Xiao Ming and Fu to shake their heads frequently. "The eldest son of the emperor is really sensible. I've asked him 100 times like my stinky boy." Lu's hearty voice came, and beside him stood a child who was about the same age as Xiao Yi. This is his third son Lu Ping, and his eldest son Lu Yun is 18 years old and has already entered the Forbidden Army. Liu Oxin turned around at this time. Today, he brought his eldest son Liu Oxing over. This year's New Year's Eve is of great significance. People with a few names in the court are invited to the palace to participate in the banquet, and they are allowed to bring relatives. For officials and generals, fireworks and mysterious incidents are second. So many core personnel of the court are separated, and it is important to be able to communicate with each other and let their children see the world. Therefore, both civil servants and military commanders brought their heirs, including Nu Ben, Pang Yukun and others, and the palace instantly became lively and extraordinary. Your family, Pinger would still ask. My family hasn't had a fart until now, and I was terrified, really hopeless. Liu Oxin glared at his son. Xiao Ming smiled. These two men were his right-hand men. They made great contributions and now both occupy a high position in the military. It is with the support of this group of iron rods that his control of the army will be as stable as a mountain. Xiao Ming said, Pinger and Xinga don't seem to be a beginner in Qingzhou, right? After this year, after the new year, it's better to let them go to the palace with Xiao Yi to study together, so that he is the same age. That can be a playmate among people. Lu and Liu Oxin were overjoyed when they heard this. Lu directly slapped Lu Ping on the back of his head, and shouted, You still don't want to thank you. It is a blessing for you to study with the eldest son of the emperor. Liu Oxin also pushed Liu Oxing to the front, and the two said respectfully, Thank you. The emperor, Longjun. Flat body. Xiao Ming smiled. Naturally, the movement here can't escape the eyes of other officials, and many officials showed envious looks. Lu Ping and Liu Oxing have a boundless future in the future, but they also knew that the emperor did this to consolidate the relationship with the Lu family and the Liu family. As for Nu Ben, the emperor personally referred to the marriage and married a daughter of the clan to his eldest son Nu Chong. Favored. When everyone was thinking about each other, Su Liang just ran over panting. When he arrived in front of Xiao Ming, Su Liang calmed his breath and said, The emperor, now we can start. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. In fact, the mysterious event today was the official electrification of Qingzhou City. After the thermal power plant generates electricity, it first supplies power to the military factory, and then builds power facilities in Qingzhou City. So Xiao Ming gave Su Liang a dead mission to formally supply electricity to Qingzhou City on New Year's Eve. He really had enough candles. Dear King, today I said that I would give you a gift to the people of the whole city. This is the mystery of today. After that, he nodded to Su Liang Kai. Su Liang Kai shouted loudly at this time, 3 salutes, start. Following his order, 3 consecutive gun salutes sounded in the Zhengde Guangming Hall in a short while, and then the street lights on both sides of the entire Huangqing Avenue and the street lights in the palace all lit up. The city of Qingzhou is brightly lit. Chapter 975. The Shock of the Envoy. My God, this is a miracle. Us is the fastest. In front of the Prussian embassy window, the moment Qingzhou City was lit by street lights, Prussian ambassador to Qingzhou Bossi exclaimed. Workers were busy working along the streets of Qingzhou for several months, These workers erected poles with glass covers on their heads, buried the bottom of them in the ground, and then buried the rubber-wrapped wires in the ground, putting these poles one by one. Connect them. Although I am very interested in the ongoing construction, but I can't get it from the construction workers or officials. What are these? Until now they finally understand that this is the proof of electric lighting. It's incredible. The level of science and technology in the country is not comparable to any European country. The British and French fools made stupid mistakes. Confronting such an industrial power in Asia is a suicide. Standing next to Bossy was a blonde-haired lady. She was Bossy's wife Lilia. After the Prussian embassy officially opened, he stayed here with her husband, and his 2 sons stayed here at the same time. So they suffered a disastrous defeat in Dengzhou, which is really pleasing. Bossy holds a transparent glass wine glass in his hand. This is an industrial product produced in Qingzhou. Before coming to Dayu, he thought he would lead a hard life, but the fact is that he is now much more comfortable than in Prussia. Feeling the various conveniences that industry has brought to life in Dayu, he almost fell in love with this place. Lilia raised the glass and touched the glass with her husband. The red wine in the glass surged. She glanced at the candles on the table with some resentment and said, "I wish we could have a dinner under the light. Trust me, it won't be too long." Now these things have proved to be street lights. This shows that Qingzhou City is officially powered. Soon, the people here, including us, will enjoy the convenience brought by electricity. The only pity is that Dau the country has always refused to give us the top-notch technology in electricity, including steam locomotives. Bossy regretted. I think we should be satisfied. At least His Majesty the Emperor has agreed to study abroad. In 2 months, the first group of 800 students will arrive. Lilia comforted. He understands his husband's feelings. In fact, it is somewhat similar to what happened to Dau 10 years ago. Now Prussia is also in a low position in Europe and is being oppressed by France. Under the intervention of the French, the German Confederation has been split for a long time, and it has never been able to form a powerful country. Yes, the hope of Prussia lies in them. A gleam of hope flashed in Bossy's eyes. Thinking of something, he continued, by the way, tomorrow is the first day of the Chinese New Year in Dau. I hope you can take our children to the palace to visit the Queen of Dau. If you can maintain personal friendship, it will be very beneficial to us, and I will also participate in the great Dynasty meeting to convey the greetings of the King of Prussia to His Majesty the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dau. Of course. Lilia nodded gently. This is the meaning of the ambassador's existence. In the Dutch embassy only 200 meters away from Prussia, Rod was also watching the country lit by lights. After Claire was transferred back to the Netherlands, they Brandon ordered to stay in the country. After the establishment of the Prussian embassy, their referee team was officially renamed. The resident became the Dutch embassy, and he naturally became an ambassador. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dau officially informed us of the fact that it has occupied Malacca. Now the throat of the Asian route is in the hands of Dau. Their actions are fast and decisive. A voice came from behind Rod. He is the second-class minister of the Dutch embassy, Parsons. According to the rules of the embassy given by the country, the embassy staff is divided into 3 levels, namely ambassador, first-class minister and second-class minister. Each level of embassy staff is responsible for non-hierarchical foreign affairs. I met Xiaoming, the Emperor of Dau, 7 years ago. I know the character of this emperor very well. He has always said that he can do it. It is a pity that Spanish idiots go to the British and French. As a backstop, I lost all my interest in Asia. Rod sarcastically said. Parson gave a mocking look. They are making their own minds. But Rod, don't you worry about our future relationship with the country. Don't forget, we have more colonies in Asia than the Spanish. A lion club. Do you let the meat from your mouth be taken away by others? Of course not. From the time when Xiaoming asked to garrison the city of Rolands, we knew that he was not a disadvantaged person, but there is one thing that the Emperor will tolerate because of his benefits. There is an urgent need for rubber, and now only we can provide them. After a pause, Rod frowned and said, It's just that our Netherlands is too weak. Neither population nor land can fight the British and French in Europe. What I am really worried about is that the Dutch Parliament will eventually be forced by the situation is turning towards Britain or France. A trace of panic flashed in Parsons' eyes. This is a disaster for us. That's true. We must make a choice between subjugating the country or losing the colony. Rod's eyes flickered. So I want to enjoy the friendly relations between the Netherlands and the Great U. His voice just fell. Suddenly cheers came from Huangqing Avenue. After the initial shock, the people of Kingsu City finally understood what the Emperor had given them tonight. Long live my Emperor! Long live my Emperor! Long live! The cheers of the people overwhelmed one lair, and at the same time, dense fireworks rose from the palace, burst in the sky, and lit the night sky. The entire Kingsu City immediately fell into a sea of joy. I've been talking about powering up all this time, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hey, you see that the lamp in the glass cover is really not using oil. Among the many streets, Huangqing Avenue was the busiest. After cheering, the people gathered around the street lamps and pointed, marveling at the magic of electricity. I don't know when we will be able to use electricity. A commoner expected. This electricity is now in the city, and this will soon be happening. Another commoner replied, if the house can be so bright, my Lang will be easy to read at night. Others laughed when they heard this. This is the opinion of most of them. The changes in the past 10 years have made them gradually agree with the principle of rejuvenating the country through science and education. At the same time, the rise of beginners, middle schools, high schools, and universities has allowed the underachievers to find a way to rise. The implementation of free education allows them not to worry about costs. Chapter 976 Ask for Help. Royal Palace. The civil and military of Manchu and their relatives, court ladies, and eunuchs were all shocked by the light in front of them. In front of them, the street lamps laid along the palace were emitting bright light at this time. Each street lamp illuminates a large area, far beyond the ability of the previous lanterns. Now the whole palace seemed to them like daylight. The Emperor, this electricity is really amazing. The old minister has lived for most of his life. It is an eye-opener today. Fiji's body trembles slightly with excitement. Although he has seen incandescent lamps, he has never seen such a large-scale lighting project. Pang Yukun was equally excited and said, Su Liang Kai said that this electricity is a more effective energy source than steam engine power. This sentence is true. The steam engine can't make the street lights shine. Ha ha ha. As the person in charge of this power-up, Su Liang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. This time he was under a lot of pressure. The power transmission process is very complicated. As long as one link is not in place, the effect of tonight cannot be achieved. This is natural. As long as the Emperor and the cabinet strongly support the construction of thermal power plants, this electricity can quickly replace steam engines, and it will be more efficient than steam engines. Xiaoming nodded lightly. Now only Kingsu has built a thermal power plant in Dayu, and it is only part of the area to supply power. There is still a gap between the Second Industrial Revolution. It is estimated that it will take 10 or even 20 years of construction for the country to fully enter the power era. After all, the technology spa provides knowledge and cannot accelerate the construction of the project. But what gave him peace of mind is that the steam engine industry in the country of Dau has now spread across the country. As long as a strong steam industry is established, the transition to the Second Industrial Revolution will be smooth. After all, although these steam engine plants are not as efficient as those that use electricity, they can always provide materials for the establishment of thermal power plants and infrastructure. After waiting for the new year, I will ask the cabinet to approve a fund for the Ministry of Electricity. I don't expect the cities outside Kingsu Prefecture to be covered by electricity within a certain period of time, but the 6 states within the Kingsu Prefecture must be energized as soon as possible. Especially Dengzhou, which is the important shipbuilding site of Great U. Zhang Liang has been counting on your electric power to build ironclad ships. After all, the first ironclad ship was too difficult to build. With electricity, the shipyard can use welding technology. Xiaoming said with a deep voice. In this naval battle, The ironclad ships performed amazingly. In the traditional sailing warships, they almost rushed all the way, and the British were desperate. Such excellent results made Xiaoming decisively prepare to speed up the construction of iron-armored ships. With the expansion of the sea area of the country, he needs more powerful warships to join the navy to counter European maritime forces. Su Liangkai was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. Now there are too many places to spend money in Dayu. Railway construction, road and bridge construction, factory construction, etc., can be said to need money everywhere, and they are all big money. The ability to deduct a sum of funds at this time has shown the importance of the Ministry of Electricity. Pang Yukun and Fiji did not hesitate this time, but directly nodded. They used to quarrel for the money that went out of the cabinet, but now they rarely reach an agreement. Emperor Su Liangkai was also a bad-spoken person. He didn't have any flashy rhetoric. He just replied dumbly. Xiaoming smiled. His favorite is the honest scientific researchers. It is easy to get along with these people, because they often go straight and don't like to go around. Su Liangkai was assigned a task for the next year. Xiaoming looked at other people at this time, and everyone was still immersed in the light. After clearing his throat, he said, "Everyone, Kingzhou City is officially powering up, and there will be no darkness in Kingzhou from now on. For this matter, I will celebrate with you tonight. Come and have a banquet." After hearing the words, everyone saluted Xiaoming and said, "Xi Huang Shang Longjun." The voice fell, and the officials and court ladies entered the full-in hall behind everyone with the delicious food that had just been baked. The New Year's Eve dinner was here. At the same time, the people outside the city became more and more interested. If it had been before, they would have returned home early, but tonight would be destined to sleepless. After the street lights are on, they no longer need to worry about the dangers in the dark, and can play at night as much as they want, and the merchants also took the opportunity to take out their goods and sell them on Imperial Avenue. The performers and singers also began to show off their talents. For a time, Huangqing Avenue became lively, and the night market appeared for the first time. In this ecstasy, the people played as much as they wanted until the palace bell rang at midnight, and the people on the Imperial City Avenue gradually returned. At this time, the officials also came out of the palace and went back individually. At this time, they looked at the road back bright, and they couldn't help but sigh again with the rapid changes in the country. When the officials left, Xiaoming, who was half drunk, also returned to the sleeping room. This year's New Year's Eve was the most reassuring night he spent in this world. He finally didn't have to worry about his sleep. Zong will also be awakened by the news of foreign invasion. The next day, he woke up early. According to the rules, the first day of the new year was the imperial meeting. Unlike previous years, there were a few different faces in the imperial hall this year. They were the Dutch messenger, the Prussian messenger, the Korean messenger and the Japanese messenger. After the congratulations from the ministers, they congratulated Xiaoming on the new year and gave a grand gift. Xiaoming naturally accepted this. Although the time to build the world system is still far away, it at least heralds the formation of a new system in Asia, and in the next few years, this system will be gradually improved to realize his vision of Asia becoming own wild vision in the back garden of the country. After the regular meeting, Xiaoming was about to go back. At this time, his ministers left, but the military generals remained. When everyone dispersed, Nu Ben said, "The emperor, the last general, has just received the news from Zhusansi that the cavalry of the Golden Horde attacked the stronghold from Jianzhou to Yaksa, and the Golden Horde also appeared in the direction of Nibuchu." Chinese cavalry. Zhusansi is in a passive position now. According to the plan, he was originally going to attack Nerchinsk, but the severe cold and heavy snow made the march difficult and it was not conducive to combat. Soldiers' rifles were often damaged due to frost. Hearing this, Xiaoming rubbed his eyebrows. He thought he would have a comfortable spring festival this year, but he didn't expect people to be as good as the sky. It seems that the Golden Horde has followed Tsarist Russia with determination. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiaoming's eyes, But the most important problem now was to solve Zusansi's logistics problems. The Golden Horde chose this time to attack the Supply line of the Great Yu Kingdom. It is not vicious, because according to the news of Zusansi, the continuous blizzard in the Kanto region this month has made the already difficult supply even worse. Chapter 977 Sled snowflakes in the cold wind poured in from outside the Zhengde Guangming Hall. Bursts of coldness hit. The atmosphere in the hall became more solemn, and he groaned for a while, and Nu Ben said, "The Emperor, if this Golden Horde is not removed in a day, it is like scabies on the back of the Great Yu Kingdom from time to time." With the intervention of Tsarist Russia, it is now equal to Dayu. The northern part of the country has once again added a strong enemy. If this problem is not eradicated, the country of Dayu will be disturbed forever in the future. The final general thinks so too. Now that the fragmented parliamentary remnants in Jiangnan have been cleared, the United Kingdom-led United Fleet is newly defeated. In a period of time, they will not have the guts to make a comeback, so it should be resolved now. A threat at hand, Liu Oquan said loudly. Xiaoming nodded slowly. Now that Malacca is in his hands, Nanyang is in his pocket. It is enough to adopt a cannibalization policy, and the Golden Horde, a problem that has plagued the country for hundreds of years, should be completely resolved. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for them to cooperate with Tsarist Russia in the north. Now they cut off Zusansi's supply line to prove it. The words of the two generals are also what I think. The distance from Kanto to Kingzi is thousands of miles. It is estimated that this report was only sent more than a month ago. Now the situation of Zusansi and 10,000 soldiers is really heartwarming. Xiaoming worried. Nu Ben said, Zusansi received a large amount of food and supplies after occupying Yaksa. This is not a problem. The main problem is the supply of ammunition. If the Golden Horde and Tsarist Russia besiege Yaksa, their situation will be difficult. Hearing this, Xiaoming frowned. This year, the railway in the Kanto area has been continuing to the north from Jianzhou. It was only because the winter came to a standstill that it was impossible to supply Zusansi from the railway. You immediately give Qi Guanyi an order to send a cavalry to Jianzhou to use horse sleighs to transport ammunition to Zusansi's army, and at the same time be responsible for protection along the way. I cannot abandon any soldier. After pondering, Xiaoming made a decision. Sled? Nu Ben and Liu Oquan were stunned. They had never heard of this thing. At this time, Xiaoming asked Qian Fu to bring paper and pen, and drew the structure of the sled on the paper for the two to see. This is the sled? Nu Ben glanced at the drawing. What was painted on it was a wooden board. The difference was that there were two parallel protruding iron knives under the wooden board, and there was a rein in front of the sled for horses to be tied to. The country of Dayu lost the Guangdong for 100 years, and these generals living in Guanyi naturally did not realize the feeling of living in the ice and snow. They naturally have no idea about this sled. Now that the mountains are covered by heavy snow, this sled is definitely the best means of transportation. Is it possible to transport supplies smoothly in the snow by relying on this? Liu Oquan still had some questions. After all, this matter is not a trifling matter. This is natural and it shouldn't be too late. Now I let the factory produce this sled overnight and transport it to Jianzhou by rail. It is estimated that Qi Guanyi's cavalry will be able to reach Jianzhou within this time. Xiaoming said loudly. Then he took the two under the guard of the Imperial Guard to the machinery factory and asked them to build a sled on the spot. Because of the simple structure, a sled appeared in front of everyone in just half an hour. For the Siberian region, the sled may be used as an important means of transportation for a long time in the future. So he chose a place with deep snow to demonstrate the convenience of the sled in the snow, and officially listed the sled as one of the items purchased by the army. With this, transportation in the Kanto area is much more convenient. After all, this railway is not accessible from everywhere. Nu Ben breathed a sigh of relief. Although the task of supplying Zusansi is still very heavy, the sled tool has alleviated the current predicament. Yes, the Emperor is good, Why didn't we think of this? Liu Quan's mood improved. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. This time he also had some negligence. He should have taken this into consideration when Zhu Sanxi set off for Kanto. It's just that there are too many things he needs to consider now, and sometimes it is inevitable that there are things to forget. When sleds were set, Xiaoming ordered the machinery factory to step up the production of 1,000 sleds and transport them to Jianzhou. In the future, these sleds will be used for transportation by the Kwantung army. However, the transportation of this Kanto supply is a problem, and the transmission of news is another problem. When a battle report arrives in many times, major events have often occurred for a long time. In the past, Xiaoming had no way to deal with this problem. But now it is easy to have electricity problems, and he has asked King's University to prepare for this problem for a month. Thinking of this, he said to the two of them, "Go, I will take you to see something more important, which is much more important than the sled." When the two heard this, they immediately showed hope, because King's must have found something more important, and the group of people turned to King's University, and under the guidance of Xiaoming, they went to an experiment in the college room. This is the newly established Power Application Laboratory of King's University, which is aimed at power-related equipment. Emperor. The arrival of Xiaoming attracted the attention of 32 students in the laboratory, all of whom were proficient in electric power application knowledge, and the leading one was named Hidong. When setting up this laboratory, Su Liangkai specifically recommended this person, who is also a researcher on electric power, and he knew Hidong's skills. "It is really hard to keep you busy with experiments on the first day of the new year," Xiaoming said in a calm tone, not like an emperor, but like a kind visitor. When he first became the emperor, he paid attention to the appearance of the emperor for a while, but as the emperor sat for a long time, he gradually threw away the shackles. Because for him, the image of being close to the people is more suitable for him, rather than a cold appearance that others cannot touch. The telegraph is a big deal, and the officials dare not neglect. This hard work is not worth mentioning, Hidong said, bowing. After a pause, he continued, "The emperor came here today by coincidence. The laboratory has just completed the sending and receiving of telegrams, and then the application of wired telegrams can be officially launched." Nu Ben and Liu Quan looked at each other, and both were happy. Now everything that is charged can arouse their intense interest. "I thought it was time to get results." "Yes, today the two generals will come with me, and you will show them about sending and receiving telegrams." In the eyes of Xiaoming, the cable telegraph is a very backward method of message transmission, but it can be described as a magical existence for the current Great Yu country. This thing is still used even in contemporary times and has not been completely eliminated. With him, the government decree of the Great Yu country, the delivery of the message will greatly shorten the transmission of news on the huge land. Chapter 978 Cable Telegraph. Yes, let us see what this telegram. In the laboratory, Nu Ben was a little impatient. He had seen him in Kingzhou for 10 years and had not seen anything for half of his life. Hidong grinned. For those who are immersed in the laboratory, it is the greatest comfort to be able to appreciate the fruits of their labor. So he said, "My lord, the two generals, please follow me." After all, he led the three to a telegraph machine. Now the three of them are in front of a transmitter. This transmitter is very simple. It is actually a power switch, but unlike modern switches, this switch is a guillotine switch. From this guillotine switchboard, there are two wires leading to the ticker, which is 10 meters apart. The ticker is composed of a coil wrapped in copper wire, an iron sheet on the coil, a paper roll and a pen. Two generals. This is a complete telegraph machine. You mainly press the switch, and the whole circuit will be connected. The copper wire coil is energized to produce magnetic force to attract the iron sheet and make a beep. This is a signal, and when the current is cut off, the iron sheet will make a click when it returns to its original position. This is the second signal. The combination of the length of these two signals can send intelligence to the other party. Hidong explained to Nu Ben and Liu Quan. As for Xiaoming, he didn't need to explain at all, because the whole set of codes he got was given to him by Xiaoming, and now he sent codes according to the small book he gave. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan were naturally confused. Hidong explained that they looked at Xiaoming helplessly. At this time, Xiaoming said, "You two tell Hidong a word, don't let me know, let Hidong send me by telegraph later, and I will tell you what you just said." "There is still such a thing? Isn't this a good wind?" Nu Ben looked incredulous, but turned his head and said a word to Hidong. Hidong understood. He sat in front of the telegraph and used the code given by Xiaoming to initiate a telegram. When Hidong sent the telegraph, the iron piece touched the pen. This pen began to draw the length on the white paper as the iron piece moved. One polar line. After Hidong sent the telegram, Xiaoming said, "Liu Oquan is not a thing." Nu Ben was instantly dumbfounded, and Liu Oquan scolded angrily, "You are not a thing, old mad cow." Ha ha ha. When Liu Oquan scolded Nu Ben, he was not angry, but he was happy. He said, "I didn't expect this thing to be so magical. It's just the Emperor. It's too close." "This is no problem. I asked Su Liangkai to bury the telegraph line by the way. As long as there are enough wires, you can go as far as you want. The telegraph is only a flash of the word for thousands of miles. As for those who have not established thermal power generation for the city of the factory, temporary use of small generators is enough to maintain the telegraph." The small generator in Xiaoming's mouth is the small power generation equipment made by Su Liangkai when he first generated power in the laboratory, which is equivalent to a mini thermal power generation unit. This thing is enough to provide a government office's power supply, so that the cable telegraph will not be restricted by the lack of thermal power plants. Once the telegram is covered by the country, the imperial court will control the country more timely in the future. 1,000 miles. Sound transmission is just a flash of fingers. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan spit in their mouths. In their eyes, they are really supernatural skills. Technology is really amazing. It's no wonder that the Emperor wants to promote technology at all costs, and he also allows the underachievers of the country to go to school for free. If there are thousands of underachievers who understand technology, who else can shake the country? Nu Ben was excited and the ground was red. Liu Oquan said, "Yes, since they are all allowed to go to school for free, this must be done for them to study hard. Otherwise they will play the board." Hidong couldn't help but touched his when he heard this. He said, "We students don't have to suffer from the board in the college. These beginners, middle schools, and high schools will definitely only be more severe." Xiaoming grinned smirkly, and he was really tight on education. There is no such thing as quality education in this era. For him, instilling scientific and technological knowledge is the primary task. Therefore, the beginners, middle schools, high schools, and universities of Dayu are not based on the age of contemporary schools, but are based on the standards of Dayu. It takes only 9 years from beginning to high school graduation, that is, 3 years of beginning school, 3 years in middle school and 3 years in high school. He went to school at the age of 6 until he graduated at the age of 15. After 4 years, he completed college and entered all walks of life. He thinks this time is quite short, but for the people of Dayu, this time is still very long. After all, after 10 years of hard work, you can be the top scholar in the ranks, and the current education system requires 13-year education is the foundation of a strong country, and I will naturally not despise it," Xiaoming said in a positive tone. Now Dayu has gone through a difficult 10 years, from zero industrial foundation to between the first industrial revolution and the second industrial revolution. Now he needs more elite talents to make Dayu. The technology is moving forward, and these have laid the foundation since they were young, and the comprehensive ability of the elite who entered the laboratory after 13 years of education will definitely surpass those who are halfway through Lin Wentao. At that time, the technology of Dayu country will be able to achieve rapid improvement. After all, thanks to the efforts of the older generation, the industrial foundation has already been established. After experiencing the cable telegraph, Xiaoming looked at the 3 glass tubes that were being assembled in the experiment. These were the electron tubes needed for wireless telegraphy. This kind of tube is simply a signal amplifier, and only with this thing can the radio travel farther. However, This kind of electron tube is very big, because it is the most primitive electron tube. The material has not yet risen to the level of semiconductor, only the most primitive gate rare earth material is used. But even so, this is also a problem for Hidong and his team. And this is what their laboratory is really studying. After all, the cable telegraph is too simple and does not require more than 30 people to study together. The cable telegram is okay, and I can't relax this. Xiaoming tapped the tube. Hidong knows, he said. Now we are communicating with Lutong's School of Chemistry, hoping that they will help us with materials. As long as the materials are in place, this tube will not be a problem. After all, welding will not be a problem after electricity is turned on. Well, I will ask him to cooperate with you. Xiaoming patted Hidong on the shoulder. Calculated byte time. European technology is now in the time of the Big Bang, and various inventions and creations will emerge endlessly, because this is the result of European technology accumulation. In addition, they have been guided by the scientific and technological achievements of the country. They will avoid many detours and accelerate technologically. Therefore, he cannot relax in scientific research. Chapter 979 Foreign Army. After coming out of King's University, Xiaoming, Nu Ben, and Liu Quinn returned to the palace. Us fastest. In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming looked at the map of Siberia and said to the two of them, in fact, I have always had an idea. This Siberia is vast and remote. Even if it is occupied, it is very difficult to control, and it will also contain a lot of troops in the Great Yu Kingdom. A foreign corps. This foreign corps is composed of Koreans and Japanese. Let them fight against Tsarist soldiers in Siberia. Foreign Legion. This is a bit like a mercenary, Liu Quinn said. Almost, but the difference is that this Foreign Legion will be trained by us. Using our equipment, it is not comparable to mercenaries in terms of combat effectiveness. Most importantly, the Foreign Legion will be more obedient, Xiaoming said with a smile. In fact, he had this idea after the occupation of Goryeo and War. In the colonial wars of the Great Nautical Era, it was almost common sense to train some indigenous troops to control indigenous countries. Otherwise, relying on the country itself to maintain a huge colony would drag itself down. Collapse. During the war with Goryeo, Yi Kinyan had actually cultivated a group of foreign legions. This was the Goryeo army led by Li Chengzai at the time. Although this army was not as sharp as the Great Yu army in taking down the southern city, it was also able to complete most tasks. The only shortcoming is that Li Chengzai finally tried to rebel because of his ambition, but he was also arrested by his subordinates. Emperor, isn't this the Goryeo army led by Li Cheng? The last thing I am worried about is that these soldiers are not loyal to the Great Yu country, and will endanger the Great Yu country. Nu Ben is a little worried. Xiaoming laughed when he heard the words, and he said to the two of them, you worry too much. First of all, foreign troops will not prepare firearms with the same water skin. Second, the war relies on the comprehensive national strength of a country. Now we have a strong industrial foundation, can provide sufficient supplies for war at any time, but what does the Foreign Legion have? When they run out of ammunition, they are just lambs, and by using them, we can reduce our own military consumption. Liu Quinn and Nu Ben looked at each other and nodded slowly. Due to the characteristics of firearms, it only takes 3 months to train an army, and the same is true for foreign troops. In this case, the ministers will prepare for this foreign army when they return, and strive to send them to Siberia as soon as possible. Well, for the time being, only 20,000 people will be recruited. There are 10,000 Koreans and 10,000 Japanese. These Koreans and Japanese people have never dealt with them, and they are easy to manage if they get out of control. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. The name of this foreign army is pretty good. In fact, it is a pseudo-army. Urguzi is first-rate. He knows that such an army has its drawbacks and it is easy to send equipment to the enemy. However, it should not be avoided because of this certain combat power, enough for Tsarist Russia's headache. Moreover, contemporary history proves that Goryeo has always been qualified to play the role of Urguzi. During the Japanese occupation, he played for the Japanese to attack China, and during the American occupation, he played for the American masters. Even the Vietnam War also participated, and he did a lot of cruel things than the US military. For a country with such characteristics, he naturally wants to use it. As for the war country, he did not believe in its apparent obedience. Korea Elementary School, knowing that it could not fight the big country, was willing to be a running dog. But on the surface, the Japanese country obeyed, but in fact it contained evil intentions, and sooner or later it would counteract its master. During this period of time, he pondered carefully. During the period of the Central Plains Dynasty, the Japanese country was very obedient. Once it fell into decline, the Japanese country would come up and take a bite, and tried his best to make the Central Plains Dynasty subdue. This proved that the occupation of the Central Plains Dynasty was a Japanese constant ambition. Moreover, the narrow territory of the Japanese country and the continuous natural disasters have given the island people a natural sense of insecurity. It is this fear of survival instinct that makes the Japanese country have the same obsessive desire for the huge land of the Central Plains Dynasty. Therefore, Xiaoming has remained vigilant against the Japanese kingdom while colonizing, and will not give him a strong opportunity. Otherwise the Japanese kingdom will once again become a powerful enemy of the Great Yu state. Yes, the emperor. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane answered. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, in addition, it is time for the Golden Horde to clean up. Take this opportunity to test the power of hand-style rifles and guard artillery. After the beginning of spring, let the thunder of the arch-guarding Yaozu Tarao. The state is advancing, and this time they must be cleaned up severely, so that they understand that the result of fighting with Tsarist Russia is destruction. Nu Ben grinned when he heard the words. He said with some expectation, the Emperor, this time the attack on the Golden Horde, the general will personally set off. Finally, I would like to see the hand-style rifles and guard artillery in the grassland. The power of combat. Liu Oquane argued. Let's give this opportunity to young people like Lu and Lu Quane. You and I, the old bones, can only make plans in the military aircraft department. This body can't come. Nu Ben heard this with a gloomy look on his face. 11 years have passed in a blink of an eye. He is now more than a man, and Liu Oquane is about the same age. A few days ago, the two also talked about retiring to court. Opening his mouth, Nu Ben said, yes, it's the world of young people now, but it's my lifelong wish to destroy the Golden Horde. The Emperor, let the final battle last time. Emperor, I will accompany him. I guess I won't go to the battlefield many times in the future. Liu Oquane said with emotion. Xiaoming's gaze flicked over the two veterans. They had indeed done too much for the Great Yu country in their lives, and it was time for them to live a comfortable life. He also knows their current thinking very well, and he is not reluctant to do so, even though Lianpo is old enough to eat. It represents a spirit of not admitting defeat, but after all, time is not forgiving. I understand the minds of the two generals. The Golden Horde has always been the enemy in your heart that you vowed to destroy. After all, the Golden Horde owes too much blood to our Great Yu nation, and it is also the enemy of your life. In that case, you are allowed to lead the army north to get rid of this great trouble. Xiaoming said softly. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane were both generals who lived in the era of Xiao Wenxian. Their lifelong enemies have always been the barbarians, and now the young general's goal is to compete with the European powers. Xi the Emperor, Longjin, after this battle, my two wishes are gone. This son should also be given to the young. Luf, Liu Oxin, Meng, Yi Qinyan and others are all young and promising generals. Can replace the two of us. Nu Ben said slowly. Xiaoming nodded. Neither of them were cheating, so he said, the two generals have decided, so I won't be forced to stay. I only hope that the two generals can give more guidance to these juniors. I can be in the military academy. I have reserved a seat for you. Ask for leave. Hey, seeing a doctor is difficult, from morning to night. Physically and mentally exhausted. Update tomorrow at. The snail was crying like a child in the hospital today. The hardship and helplessness of more than 2 months was enough to make a person collapse, especially distressed that the child has only 2 months to travel around to see a doctor. The blood and stool data were normal yesterday and today, but the child is still hematochezia. The doctor said that if you want further examination, you can only do colonoscopy. The second case is that the blood in the stool caused by protein allergy has not recovered, and you need to continue to observe. Snail Hope is the second case. The doctor also recommends going home to continue observation. Sorry, everyone. It is in hand. Please wait for a while. After the content is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Everyday Chinese Net. Download the free reader. Chapter 908. Dangerous City. The faint scent of sandalwood permeates the Imperial Study Room, which makes people feel peaceful. After a round of talks between the Emperor and his subjects, both Nu and Liu Oquane had no regrets in their hearts, but they were grateful for the place Xiaoming had left them in the military academy. As the saying goes, once the emperor, once the courtier, they have no regrets that they, as the former ministers by Xiao Wenxuan's side, can now receive such an honor from this new emperor. Thanks to the emperor for Longan, after this battle, the ministers will inevitably give your majesty a peaceful grassland. Gnu said firmly. Xiaoming nodded slightly. Now the Great Yu Kingdom is no longer the target of bullying by the Golden Horde. On the contrary, they have the ability to drive this grassland tribe out of the sphere of influence of the Great Yu Kingdom. Now the Golden Horde, the country is so ignorant, he can only use guns to tell them what the truth is. After finalizing the plan for Nu and Liu Oquane to attack the Golden Horde, the three discussed some specific details before ending the conversation. For Xiaoming, only the general strategic direction needs to be given now, and the specific combat still needs Nu Liu Oquane to play by himself. Of course, he is also responsible for firearms and ammunition. After all, this attack on the Golden Horde will use a large number of hand-style rifles and guard artillery. And in his supply for Zusansi this time, he also prepared 6,000 hand-style rifles and 16 guards artillery. It is still somewhat difficult for Zusansi to break the game and rely on food supplies. After all, the siege of Yaksa was a joint action between Tsarist Russia and the Golden Horde. Before Nu and Liu Oquane attacked, he had to solve this thorny issue. February 16, after a month of preparations, a steam locomotive carrying 1,000 sleds, 6,000 hand-style rifles, 16 guard artillery, 300,000 rounds of metal bullets, and 1,000 rounds of shells departed from Qingzhou to Jianzhou. After a day and night driving, the supplies arrived in Jianzhou smoothly. Hey, these sleds are really good. Jiang Qinian looked at the sledges exposed in the carriage and exclaimed. The skeletons of these sledges are made of steel, and the main body is covered with thick wooden boards, which is very durable at first glance. Captain, what are these sledges? These are the real guys. When Jiang Qinian sighed, his soldiers sighed. After looking back, Jiang Qinian saw the soldiers carrying the sledge around the corner of the carriage and couldn't walk around, still holding a hand-style rifle in his hand, and suddenly said angrily, "Babies, you all want to go to the military court, right? You won't come out for me yet." He is the commander of the 1st Division of the Cavalry Corps under Qi Guanyai's command. This time it was his division who was responsible for supporting Zusansi, who was trapped in Yaksa. They had been waiting here for 3 days before the train arrived, and today the Supple finally arrived. Was scolded by Jiang Qinian, the soldiers numbly carried the sled down from the carriage, and he went straight to the corner of the carriage. In fact, it is not only the soldiers who are curious, but his division commander is also very curious about the supplies to Zusansi. After all, the hand-style rifles only prepare a small amount of the army, and they are even rarer as cavalry. So much. Jiang Qinian was shocked after seeing the hand-style rifle in the corner. There were hundreds of wooden boxes containing hand-style rifles, but this was just one of his willingness to be surprised. Because after the hand-style rifle, he saw a box of metal bullets and shells. So many metal bullets were enough to shock him. These bullets are all silver when they are shot. The group leaders who were next to Jiang Qinian said with envy and pain. Compared with the paper shell bullets, he could imagine the cost of such bullets at a glance. But relatively speaking, this kind of bullet completely solves the problem of air leakage in the breech gun. allowing the hand-style rifle to exert more powerful power. Compared with the Falcon rifle, the Chinese-style metal bullet is also more suitable for winter. When will our cavalry be equipped with hand-style rifles, and immediately use hand-style rifles to fight the barbarians? I am excited to think about it. Another group leader envied. Yes, Division Commander, this time I must ask Army Commander Chi to apply to the Military Aircraft Department. Now all the soldiers in Dayu State have updated their equipment, but our cavalry hasn't moved yet. Another regiment commander said. Jiang Qinyan licked his lips. These weapons really made him look hot. He said, "Don't forget what the commander said when he came here, and ask for it before the battle is fought. This is not the style of our army. We want to be equipped with Chinese rifles to form the lancers. This time we have to fight this support war well, otherwise, how can the army commander have the face to ask for guns from the military machine department?" The officers' faces suddenly became serious, and they said in unison, "Don't worry, Commander, we won't be ashamed of the Legion." Jiang Qinyan nodded. "Let the soldiers unload quickly, and we will set off tomorrow." Prepared for one day. The next day, Jiang Qinyan personally led the cavalry forward to Yaksa, and for this batch of supplies they brought extra horses. These horses drag sledges full of supplies to trek through the snow. Compared with the embarrassment of being caught in the snow before, the fast sliding of the sledge on the snow makes transportation easier. Yaksa, after struggling to repel a wave of attacks by the slave soldiers of the Golden Horde, Zusansi stood on the wall and continued to observe the enemy. It has been almost 3 months since the Supply report was cut off by the Golden Horde. Faced with the attack of the Golden Horde and Tsarist Russian soldiers, they almost consumed all the ammunition in the reserve a month ago. This month they have completely returned to the old cold weapon era, and can only use bayonets to repel enemy attacks again and again. But this situation was broken with the arrival of Tsarist Russian reinforcements from Kunezk. After the occupation of Yaksa, Kunezk, who reacted to colluding with the Golden Horde, sent an army of 1,000 troops to arrive under the city of Yaksa. This army was carrying flintlocks and artillery. When they lost their ammunition, they were tortured by the Russian firearms. "Commander, if the ammunition supply is not coming, we really can't hold on." The soldiers were injured without medicine, and it was very cold here. The original minor injuries became fatal here. Gao Yingfeng's face was white and black. Peace. During the battle, Tsarist Russia used lime bombs. Fortunately, they received training in this area, so they were prepared in a timely manner. But even so, some soldiers suffered eye injuries. Zusansi's complexion was as deep as water. He said, "Before you came here, you and I planned to encounter the worst situation. Now is the most difficult time. The Tsarist even defended the city they invaded by death. We as how can the army of the great Yu country speak bitterly easily? Even with our bare hands in this battle, we will fight our national prestige." Gao Yingfeng hurriedly scratched his head. He said, "I want to die here, sir. You can't stay here. There is still the last bit of ammunition. This is reserved for you to break through. You can't wait any longer." Download the free reader. Chapter 981 Heart Attack. The icy cold wind swept the dark green military uniform on Zusansi, hunting. Looking at the barbarian slave soldiers who were about to launch the second charge, Zusansi calmly said to Gao Yingfeng, "You are so bold and dare to hide ammunition. I order you to give all the remaining ammunition to the soldiers now. Otherwise I will shoot you personally." "Master, you." Gao Yingfeng opened his mouth, watching Zusansi's serious face, and finally stamped his feet with anger, only to let the soldiers take out the remaining ammunition. He and Zusansi are in the superior and inferior positions, but they are like brothers in their lives. Facing such a desperate situation today, he just wants to save Zusansi's life. After all, Zusansi's future is bright for him, and his own, but a reckless man can only stop here. Seeing Gao Yingfeng's soldiers moving out ammunition from the city, Zusansi glared at Gao Yingfeng again. "I will settle the account with you after the battle is over." When the two were talking, the slave soldiers of the Golden Horde outside the city once again attacked the city of Yaksa, and the Russian artillery began another round of shelling. It's really hard to imagine that Bruf, an idiot, died in the hands of these natives. Outside the city, Khalif looked at Yaksa city casually with his single scope. It is only a matter of time for him to retake Yaksa city, and he will be praised in front of the queen. Khalif was standing next to Gubat, and he sneered at Khalif's sudden confidence. Lieutenant Khalif, you should thank the soldiers who died in the Golden Horde. They consumed the ammunition of the soldiers in the city. Otherwise you will not be so easy. Khalif curled his lips. He knew Gut's idea. He was robbing himself of the credit. In fact, after the Golden Horde took refuge in the Queen, the Golden Horde has not achieved much, far inferior to the Cossacks' Tsarist Russia. Importance. As for this nomadic tribe from the eastern steppe, their generals cannot be completely trusted. Because of this, the Golden Horde is eager to perform. Of course, I will state your credit to Her Majesty the Queen. Khalif smiled faintly. He knew very well that the cannon fodder of the Golden Horde was needed to consume the Dayu team in Yaksa. Now he offends Gubat. There is no benefit. Gubat expressed satisfaction when he heard the words. If it were not for the threat of Great-U, the Golden Horde would not bow to Tsarist Russia. This is the partner of cooperation. Gubat beckoned, and the slave soldiers in front of him once again charged Yaksa. Different from the previous 7 assaults, this time Gubat sent all the slave soldiers. This time he wanted to take the city of Yaksa in one fell swoop. The soldiers of the Great-U state who lost their firearm advantage were not their opponents. Tens of thousands of slave soldiers rushed towards Yaksa from all directions under his command. At this time, Khalif also ordered the artillery to launch another attack on Yaksa. The rumble of guns resounded throughout the battlefield. But what surprised them was that the soldiers of the Great-U country on the front of the city were very quiet this time, as if they had given up resistance. In the process of the slave soldiers charging, the battlefield was a little too quiet. Although a little strange, both Gubat and Khalif were extremely confident, because they are pretty sure that the soldiers of Dayu state have no ammunition. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, and 30 meters. The slave soldiers came like a tide, and when they reached the city they reached half the distance. They suddenly became densely packed. The gunfire sounded. The sound of 3 artillery counterattacks also rang out on the city wall. Before Khalif and Gubat recovered, they saw artillery soldiers flying from a distance in the explosion. However, the counterattack of the artillery of Dayu state was short-lived. After 30 rounds of artillery, the city head fell into dead silence again. Under the intense gunfire, the slave soldiers under the city suffered heavy losses. More than 1,000 people were fallen under the city in a short time, and this was enough to make the slave soldiers collapse. When the gunfire stopped, the surviving slave soldiers rushed to flee the city. "Damn it, this is a trap!" Khalif yelled. "They did it on purpose. It must be on purpose." Gubat was also a little shocked. They have never encountered a firearm counterattack in these days. They did not expect to encounter fierce resistance today, which caused a lot of damage to his strength. Now he and Khalif have similar ideas. It is that Dayu state deliberately set up a trap to kill their soldiers as much as possible. And this thought made him a little worried. He didn't want to consume too much force here, because his strength was weak, and it would be more unfavorable for him on the grassland. After the Golden Horde lost the Kanto, the contradictions within the Khanate gradually intensified. The flag leader who owned the land in the Kanto lost everything. Now they want to get a piece of land on the grassland to support their people, which they used to occupy. The head of the flag is not happy at all. For this reason, the current Golden Horde seems to be harmonious, but in fact there are many contradictions within it. Each flag capital wants to preserve its strength to avoid being taken away by others. If it weren't for Dolgo's order this time, he wouldn't have come to fight in this icy world. These people of Dau are really cunning like foxes. We can't attack like this anymore. Gubat retreated. Khalif stared into Gubat's eyes when he heard the words. Maybe this is their last bullet. We have to keep trying. Frowned. Gubat glanced at the Tsarist Russian soldiers who had almost no losses, a little annoyed. Why don't you let your soldiers charge? Isn't the life of our Golden Horde soldiers dead? Khalif wanted to say yes, but he still endured it in order to attack Yaksa, because he knew that if Yaksa was taken back, he would be greatly honored in front of the Queen. which was too tempting. Of course not. In this case, we will send soldiers to try out. Kruf beckoned, and 50 Tsarist soldiers went to Yaksa city. Unlike the previous time, the soldiers of Great U State did not shoot, but only avoided the Tsarist soldiers shooting on the wall. The bullets were exhausted, and the Tsarist soldiers retreated calmly. Karloff smiled. Gubat's brow furrowed tighter, but Karloff had already done so. He could only send 500 people to continue the test, but when his soldiers arrived in the city, the soldiers of the Great U State fired again, and the slave soldiers who had been hit broke apart. Glancing at each other, Karloff and Gubat suddenly looked weird, and Gubat's eyes were even more dangerous. Facing Gubat's eyes, Karloff's heart was chilled, and he understood that Gubat began to jealously. Chapter 982 Hand-style Xianwei. On the city wall, Zhu Sanxi lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Neither Tsarist Russia nor the Golden Horde did not attack again outside the city. It seems that the two targeted shootings just now had an effect. The reason why he did this is to use the only ammunition to create the illusion that they have ammunition, and the second is to create a contradiction between them. After all, the Great Yu Kingdom does not fight the Tsarist, but only the Golden Horde. Anyone will whisper in his heart. Using these 2 points, he just wants to delay the time for the two to attack. And just as he thought, this trick seems to have a good effect now. And there is no movement of the army outside the city. Master, they were really scared, Gao Yingfeng said in surprise. I hope so. Now I can only delay as much as possible to wait for support, otherwise Yaksa city will be breached sooner or later. Zhu Sanxi sighed. Gao Yingfeng's face became solemn. One of the problems they faced was that they were too far away from Jianzhou, but Tsarist Russia had been operating in Siberia for many years and was well equipped in all aspects. In his opinion, one of the ways to defend Yaksa and the surrounding land is to build roads and to move people to the side. Otherwise, only relying on the short-term stationing and defense of the army will not be able to completely control this place. Now that the ammunition used to break through is almost used, the only hope for the soldiers to survive is to stick to it. Sir, we are not scumbags, we all die together. In such a situation, Zhu Sanxi didn't want to accuse Gao Yingfeng too much. He patted Gao Yingfeng on the shoulder again, and looked out of the city with a deep gaze. But in the next month, both the Golden Horde and the Tsarist soldiers seemed to be frightened by Zhu Sanxi's trap. With a small amount of ammunition kept, they would fire a few shots to scare them every time the Golden Horde attacked, and the soldiers of the Golden Horde would run back in fear every time. Until the early morning of March 17th, Zhu Sanxi was suddenly awakened by the cheers on the wall. Hearing the sound, he and Gao Yingfeng immediately boarded the wall. To the south of Yaksa city, a cavalry in a dark green uniform appeared on the other side of the river. Master, it is our cavalry. It is our cavalry, Gao Yingfeng shouted excitedly. The soldiers on the wall cheered loudly. After 4 months of persistence, they finally waited for the support to come. Zhu Sanxi's eye sockets are slightly hot. If this batch of support does not come, they may really be unable to hold on. They can support them so far by their will. Compared to Zhu Sanxi's excitement, Gut and Karloff's expressions were extremely embarrassing. This army suddenly appeared here, and they had not received any news before. There is only one explanation, that is, the stronghold they occupied was completely destroyed by this cavalry, and all the personnel in the stronghold died. I think it's best to retreat now. Gubat squinted at the cavalry who appeared suddenly. He was too familiar with this cavalry because they often fought on the grassland, and the leader of this cavalryman is also very familiar with Jiang Qinyan, the devil who killed his 2 nephews. Karloff punched the tree next to him, and the snow fell, one after another. Withdraw. This is absolutely impossible, Gubat. If you can't take the city of Yaksa this time, neither you nor I can explain to the Queen. Don't forget now that you are also a Tsarist Russian. You have been passively attacking and retaining your strength this month, when I really can't see it. Gubat suddenly flushed, and he said angrily, Really? I also want to ask you why the army of Great Yu country only attacked my soldiers and not your soldiers. Is this also a coincidence? This is indeed a coincidence. We were all fooled. It is a fact now that their reinforcements have arrived. They have taken advantage of your idiot's psychology. Karlov could not bear it anymore. He finally understood why the Golden Horde was defeated by the Great Yu country is so thorough. This is simply an unbelievable grassland tribe. Gubate looked at the cavalry on the other side, and then at the city of Yaksa who was cheering, and gradually remembered that they really seemed to have won. Otherwise, why are these soldiers so happy? A feeling of being humiliated came to my heart. Gubat glanced at the more than 10,000 cavalry and the remaining 4,000 slave soldiers behind him and said, Jiang Jinian, our account is calculated here today. After all, he made people sound the horn of the cavalry charge. On the other side, Jiang Jinian also saw it and put down his binoculars. He said, don't fall in love with the war, enter the city immediately. We travel long distances and the soldiers are tired. They are not their opponents. The supplies we carry are the basis for defeating them. Yes, General. Upon receiving the order, the cavalry generals immediately ordered the transported soldiers to flog their horses and drag the sled into the city. At the same time, 3,000 cavalry soldiers left the team to meet the barbarian cavalry. Open the gates quickly. Zusansi on the city wall immediately ordered, and at the same time looked worriedly at the cavalry rushing past. As a general, he naturally knew that the current cavalry was in poor condition, and in order to resist the cold, they did not wear armor, only military uniform. Gao Yingfeng heard the words and led the soldiers to quickly open the gates, and the cavalry with sleds quickly entered the city. When they arrived in the city, the leading cavalry shouted to Gao Yingfeng, these boxes are full of Chinese rifles and bullets, you can quickly equip them. Hand-style rifle. Gao Yingfeng stunned and then showed a look of ecstasy. He said to the soldiers beside him, what are you still doing? Not changing your gun. While talking, he immediately sent someone to notify Zusansi. After a while, Zusansi got down from the city wall, and after seeing the contents of the box, he was surprised and ordered his soldiers to change quickly. Before going to Yaksa, Zusansi belonged to the Forbidden Army and was naturally no stranger to hand-style rifles. In order to be equipped with hand-style rifles first, they explained to the soldiers in the barracks when the hand-style rifles were available. Of soldiers can use it immediately as long as they have a hand-style rifle. Hurry up! A box of hand-style rifles and bullets arrived. Zusansi and Gao Yingfeng were responsible for distributing the weapons. The soldiers who received the weapons did not return to the city, but chose to boldly rush out of the city gate. They gathered outside the city into a cavalry nemesis phalanx, and they dared forward boldly. 6,000 soldiers, 6,000 guns, and soon, soldiers with brand new weapons launched to counterattack. Boom boom boom. The firing pin hit the primer, and after the metal bullet blasted, the metal warhead flew to the barbarian cavalry at great speed. At the same time, the soldier pulled the bolt and the shell fell, and the soldiers loaded a bullet and fired again. With every shot, the soldier will move slightly with the recoil of the gun. Under the precise and powerful shooting, the barbarian cavalry who is fighting with Jiang Jinian falls like pieces of wheat in the wind. Exclamation mark. Chapter 983. Wipe out a group of people. Come with me. These Zoroast cubs, Grandpa must kill them today. On the smoke-filled battlefield, Gao Yingfeng stared at the 1,000 Russian soldiers led by Karlov. It was this group of invaders who brought them today's suffering. Now he wants to avenge the sacrificed soldiers. The soldiers in the city of Yaksa have been holding back an evil fire for 4 months, and now it has completely erupted. A group of soldiers screamed and followed Gao Fengfeng towards the square formed by Zoroast soldiers. Karlov is watching the battle at this time, while looking for an opportunity to attack. When Gubat ordered the cavalry to charge, the Great Yu cavalry was obviously at a disadvantage. This long-distance cavalry was not an opponent of the barbarian cavalry who was waiting for work and living on horseback. And this also proved that he was right to ask Gut to continue fighting, because he believed that Gut's cavalry and Zoroast firearms were enough to defeat them. It was just that the situation of the war reversed when the soldiers of the Great Yu state came out of the city. The barbarian cavalry who fought with the Great U-State cavalry fell off their horses one by one. At this time, the Great U-State cavalry no longer wanted to fight, but chose to withdraw. Damn, they replenished ammunition and weapons. Khalif looked at the soldiers from the country of Chongqing who rushed towards them and said, "Tagat, this group of soldiers has left their ranks. This is a good opportunity to slaughter them with cavalry." While talking, Khalif pointed at the soldiers led by Gao Yingfeng. Gubat's attention was focused on the cavalry who was at war with the Great Chongqing. When he first came into contact, the Great Chongqing cavalry was chopped off by his soldiers. All this made him confident, but now things have reversed. The mood has also changed from being cozy to nervous, and these are all his cavalry. The disastrous defeat destroyed his will to fight. He looked at Khalif coldly, and Gubat said, "This is the war between Tsarist Russia and the Great Yu Kingdom. I have helped you enough." After that, he let his guards sound the horn of retreat, and the barbarian cavalry who got the signal quickly left the battlefield and followed Gubat to flee west. "No, Gut, you can't do this. You are now Tsarist. You can't just leave us like this," Khalif said in horror. After the Golden Horde took refuge in Tsarist Russia, Tsarist Russia's desire for the Far East has grown deeper and deeper. This is why they are so indomitable to Yaksa, because they believe that with the help of the Golden Horde, seizing more land is not a problem. But now Khalif clearly sees the unreliable side of the Golden Horde. This is a steppe tribe that has not entered the ranks of civilization and does not pay attention to rules. Khalif's voice spread far in the snowy field, but Gubat did not look back. He could not afford a complete failure, because it would make him lose his sole right to speak in the grassland. The slave soldiers and the barbarian cavalry fled very far in a blink of an eye, while the soldiers Gao Fengfeng got closer and closer, while the broken Great U-State cavalry regrouped and charged towards them. Khalif closed his eyes in despair. If the Great Yu Kingdom had only infantry, they could still escape, but these cavalry would leave them nowhere to escape. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. At a distance of 200 meters from the Tsarist Russian soldiers, they ordered to shoot up to the wind. Soldiers charge while shooting. The flexibility of metal bullets gives them more combat advantages. Under the intensive shooting, the Tsarist soldiers screamed and fell. Khalif watched his soldiers being slaughtered without any other means. Because it is impossible for their soldiers to attack at a distance of 200 meters, they are only at a disadvantage. And obviously, the firearms of Dayu State not only have a long range, but are also very powerful. Soldiers hit by a bullet from Dayu State rarely stand up again. Kill. Gao Yingfeng was too lazy to pay attention to the escaped Golden Horde soldiers. His only target was the Tsarist soldiers, because the cause and consequences of the Huaxia incident were caused by Tsarist Russia. Under their attack, the Tsarist soldiers quickly disintegrated. After dropping hundreds of corpses, the remaining Tsarist soldiers fled north. This round of offensive seriously frustrated their confidence. Although the Tsarist soldiers were fierce enough to fight, they could see that the firearms were too far apart from Dayu Go. Seeing that the formation of the Tsarist Russian soldiers was in chaos, Jiang Qinyan seized the opportunity to immediately let the cavalry charge. The Tsarist soldiers fleeing on the snowy field were quickly overtaken by the cavalry. The silver-white saber lit up, and the Tsarist soldiers fell into the hands of the cavalry one by one. Ha ha ha. Have fun. Gao Fengfeng stopped chasing halfway through, but watched the cavalry clean up the remnants of Tsarist Russia. From early morning to noon, they finally completely defeated the Golden Horde and Tsarist Russia. The overall situation has been determined. Gao Yingfeng led the soldiers back to Yaksa, but the cavalry who chased them did not leave a living for Tsarist Russia this time, beheading all the invaders, and the cavalry returned to Yaksa. Inside the city, Zhu Sansi was chatting with Jiang Qinyan. After a sigh, Zhu Sansi said, "Thank you, Brother Jiang. If you weren't here in time, I'm afraid Zhu Sansi and the soldiers of this division will all be buried in the ice and snow." "Up, Master Zhu is polite. This is my duty." We rushed to Jianzhou non-stop after receiving the order from the military aircraft department. "Now that we can hand over the materials to you, it is considered to have completed your Majesty's life," Jiang Qinyan said with a smile. He admired Zhu Sansi and his party more and more along the way, because it was indeed very difficult. One can imagine how difficult it was for the army led by Zusansi to win Yaksa. My emperor, long live. Zusansi put his fist on his chest and was grateful. He had already learned from Jankinian that the emperor had personally ordered the production of sleds and sent precious hand-style rifles and metal bullets. Long live my emperor. Jankinian also placed his fists on his chest, which represented their loyalty to the emperor. After the greeting, Jankinian glanced at the city of Yaksa. He said, "It is extremely difficult to transport supplies here. It is not the way for the army to be stationed here. This time, to defeat the Tsarist Russia, it is recommended to move the people to the court here to hunt, and at the same time to implement military camps. Otherwise just replenish one item and consume a lot." Zusansi felt deeply that now the kingdom of Great Yu did not have much advantage in the Siberian snowfields. In order to control Siberia, Tsarist Russia had already migrated many people here and gathered into towns. With these towns as strongholds, Tsarist Russia can continue to attack southward. If you want to completely control Siberia, it is not enough to defeat the Russian army. The blank land needs someone to settle here. This is also my idea, and I will write this suggestion to the court tonight. Zusansi looked solemn! Chapter 984 Settlement Plan. King Zhu. After waiting for 2 months, Zusansi's report made Xiaoming's heart finally fall. Although Zusansi's suffered some losses in Yaksa this time, there was no danger in the end. This battle has exposed our weak control over the northeast. This is not the solution in the long run. Forwarded the battle report to Pan Yukun, and Xiaoming frowned deeply. Looking roughly at Zusansi's suggestion, Pan Yukun said, "This Zusansi is brave and intent. Settling in the military garrison near Yaksa and the migrants is indeed the key to solving the northeast problem. It's just the bitter cold place inside Naguan. Even if the people are unwilling to go, let alone this Siberian snowfield." Xiaoming was also thinking about this issue during this period. He said to Pan Yukun, "The whole world is for the benefit of Xixi, and the people don't want to go to Kanto. It's nothing more than a lack of profit. In that case, we will create an interest circle in Kanto. For one thing, there is no need for the imperial court to force migration, and the people will go." "What does the emperor mean?" Pan Yukun's mind flashed as if he thought of something. "Fur trade," Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Pan Yukun smiled, which is exactly what he thought of. He said, The emperor said that the Tsarist Russia coveted Kanto as the rich fur resources here, which shows that the interests are moving, and the officials thought the emperor's trick is really high. This is just the beginning. I will not only make the fur trade in Kanto flourish, but also crack down on the fur trade of Tsarist Russia in Europe. This fur trade is the main business of Tsarist Russia in Europe. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. These 2 battles of Yaksa made Xiaoming more vigilant about Tsarist Russia, and he wanted to curb the development of Tsarist Russia before it formed a climate. This is not only for current strategic considerations, but also for future considerations. After all, no empire can last forever. After him, who can lead the Great Yu country to dominate? In this case, the next official asked Li Kaiyuan to increase the price of fur, attracting merchants to Yakuza, turning it into a trading post, and stimulating the development of this area. Pan Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded. Now Pan Yukun is no longer the Pan Yukun who read only the sage books before. He has made some achievements in the economy and industry. So what he said, the emperor and the minister can always cooperate well. Remember, it is to increase the price of fur from Siberia, not all fur. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce set up an appraisal agency in Yaksa to register fur from Siberia and issue certificates to prevent fraud. Yes, the emperor. Bang. Yukun wrote down what Xiaoming said. In addition to this, there is another effective way. This is the incentive policy for the canonization of nobles and the award of land. The cabinet can completely seal some of the canonized noble lands in Siberia and Kanto. In order to operate their own manor, they must buy slaves to go there, operating in these areas. This old official also thought about it, but was worried that these nobles would be dissatisfied with the emperor. Pang Yukan said hesitantly. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. This Pang Yukan's ability to be flexible is still a little weaker. He said, "This is very simple. It can lower the standard of rewards. Before, you had to make a major contribution. Now only a small amount of credit is needed. Siberia is so big that it can't be sealed, so there is no need to stingy at this point. The area of Siberia is 12 million square kilometers, which is almost twice the area currently controlled by the country." Xiaoming is not worried at all. Pang Yukan has always disagreed with the land for rewards. After all, the old nobles have just been destroyed, and this seems to be cultivating new ones. He bluntly said, "The emperor, the old ministers are always worried that in the future these promoted nobles will form another opposition to the court power. This Siberia is far from the center of the empire. If there are many nobles, I am afraid that Siberia will have the final say in the future. Even so, this is much stronger than being controlled by Tsarist Russia. In my opinion, there is no perfect policy. Only policies that are suitable for the current actual situation. Now this honorary aristocrat and remote land award is a policy suitable for the country's foreign development. Otherwise, who'll manage the occupied land?" Xiaoming said word by word that he is a modern man who understands the principle of decree changes over time. For example, during an economic crisis, the planned economy can effectively control the national economy to avoid a more serious collapse. But after the crisis is lifted, the planned economy will again restrict national economic development. It can be seen that when and what policy is adopted is entirely based on the current situation. The current great chunking country needs to stimulate its citizens to expand abroad. Economic interests, honorary aristocrats and land division will make this strategy easier to implement, and Siberia is only one of them. Goryeo, Japan, South Sea countries, Australia, etc. are occupied one by one. He constantly needs people to settle and occupy it, even if every member of the country has enough land. After a detailed explanation, Pang Yukan fell into contemplation again, and now he finally understood Xiaoming's thoughts. Actually, the emperor in front of him didn't care about Siberia and Southeast Asia. The long-term hidden dangers brought about by these areas after the enclavement were that only these lands were occupied by the people of Dau. Even if these regions become independent in the future, they will be of the same kind, and it will be much better than building a country for Europeans. In fact, this thought is basically similar to Xiao Yuanzai's thought of entrustment. Xiaoming's thought is that even if he fights around, it is just a family affair for the people of Dau is better than being dominated by other races. Since the emperor thinks so, the old minister has nothing to say. Pang Yukan frowned. Seeing that Pang Yukan was still a little worried, Xiaoming walked to the map of Siberia and said, "Pang Shufu don't need to worry too much. The honorary aristocracy is not the former enfeoffment system. Moreover, these areas still need to establish the protectorate, the military organization set up to inspect the various ethnic groups on the border." Hearing this, Pang Yukan let out a sigh of relief. Now the problem he was worried about was solved at once. With this Duofu, the court has absolute control over these places. When the old officials went back, they drew up a batch of lists and added the land of Siberia to their awards. Pang Yukan was full of energy. Well, in addition, if you count the number of prisoners in the prisons of Dau, those prisoners who can be exiled will send them to Siberia. These people are brave and cruel, so let them compete with the Tsarist Russians. Come on. Pang Yukan was taken aback, and then nodded. Today, Xiaoming's three-handed axe basically decided on the way to expand abroad! Chapter 985 London Waves. London. On Monday, Murphy came to the Tulip Palace early to wait for Queen Vidamia. It was a little different from the past. Today, his face was a little pale. Even the maid of the Tulip Palace could see the deep concern in his eyes. After waiting for a while, the door of the Queen's palace slowly opened, and Vidamia appeared in front of Murphy with the same brilliance as before. But now Murphy has no feeling of appreciation. He quickly walked to Vidamia and said a word in a low voice. Upon hearing this sentence, Vidamia's face turned pale, and her white face was completely bloodless. "Your Majesty, the Conservatives are attacking our foreign policy through the failure of the combined fleet. Their voices have been supported by many centrist members. This time we are in trouble," Murphy said with great worry. "Now the Liberal Party has only a slight advantage over the Conservative Party in the House of Commons. This defeat is enough to bring the Conservative Party back. If so, the rights of the Queen who lost the Liberal Party will be restricted by the Conservative Party. This is the last thing Vladimir wants to see." "It's unbelievable how the United Fleet lost so badly." Vladimir was almost mad, and while talking, he walked out the door with Murphy. Got on the carriage. She and Murphy soon came to the house. By this time, the congressman had already filled the whole house. Obviously, this failure had a great impact because they have never suffered such a terrible failure in decades. His Majesty the Queen, just 3 hours ago, 2 warships that had almost fallen apart arrived in London. What is certain is that these 2 warships belong to the East India Company. The poor soldiers on the warships told about their suffering and great chunking. "For the same reason we opposed the plan. Now we have lost most of our naval power in Asia, and at the same time we have provoked a powerful enemy." Vladimir just sat down and suddenly stood up from a seat in the Conservative Party. A congressman with all white hair, a thin body and a grey vest, was the leader of the Conservative Party, Nick Timothy. Vladimir has focused on a group of Navy soldiers in the middle of the house when they came in. These Navy soldiers have ragged clothes and skinny builds. You can imagine how hard they have suffered when they returned to Britain from the country of chunking. "Earl Nick, first of all I feel very sad for what happened to these Navy soldiers, but I don't think there was any mistake in the original decision. Everything I did was for the benefit of the British Empire. Only the soldiers who destroyed the Great U Kingdom. There will be more time to realize the technology is obtained one by one. As you said, Daewoo is a powerful enemy. So far he is only in Asia. One day their tentacles will reach North America, South America, and Africa. Even in Europe, it would be too late for us to control him." Vladimir looked at Nick firmly without giving in. "Shhh." Vladimir's voice fell, and there was a booing sound from the Conservative Party seat. After the passage of the Bill of Rights, the Queen actually only ruled the United Kingdom, and the real power fell in the House of Commons. It's just that Vladimir cleverly used her influence to cooperate with the Liberal Prime Minister, which allowed the Queen's influence to expand further, as if she once again had the right to rule Britain. In fact, it seems to Nick that this is just the Liberal Party's use of the Queen's influence, and the Queen's use of the Liberal Party's rights. In fact, they are not afraid of the Queen. His Majesty the Queen, look at these poor soldiers. The 2 warships originally had more than 1,000 soldiers. After returning to England, there were only more than 100 people left. Most of them starved to death at sea or suffered from illness. To die in the middle, this is the price paid for fighting in the Far East, and the most important thing is that your decision did not protect the interests of Britain. What we may have to face next is the retaliation of Great U. Nick said calmly. "India, Australia, these are our important colonies, and they are likely to be lost because of this." Vladimir covered her forehead with a headache. She had never encountered such a setback since she took the throne. When she was about to say something, she stood up alone. It was her uncle, Duke Parston. He prevented Vladimir from arguing and said, "Your Majesty, now we must improve relations with the country to avoid losing more. Otherwise the Liberal Party will lose the support of many nobles who have a lot of interests in India." "You don't want to see the Liberal Party being ousted, do you?" "Yes, Your Majesty. It is very unwise to continue to provoke war, especially in such a remote place. Since the joint fleet has failed, we must change our strategy." Murphy echoed. Vladimir has been panicking since she got the news. Faced with Nick's questioning, she just justified her mistake. Now that Parston and Murphy say this, she suddenly realized that if they continued to confront Nick, they will be more passive. Only by appeasing the nobles can they leave room for change. But now she must make effective suggestions to show her this Queen can lead Britain out of its predicament. After calming down, she stood up and said, "I feel very sorry for the failure of the combined fleet, but this also allows us to see the true strength of Daewoo, which prevents us from happening next even greater misjudgment. Therefore, Through this incident, we should adjust our relations with Great Chongqing, and now we should send a mission to Great Chongqing to ease relations." After a pause, she continued, "At the same time, we have to invest more manpower and financial resources to accelerate the research of new technologies, so that we can defeat the army of Great Chongqing in the next war, and we should also support the enemies of Great Chongqing. I suggest selling steam engine technology to Tsarist Russia to help Tsarist Russia popularize steam engine factories. They will effectively contain the forces of Great U." Vadomir's words fell. The Conservative Party members no longer intentionally booed. They were just dissatisfied with the Queen's sophistry. In fact, in the case of the British defeat, they also hope that Vidomir can come up with effective measures. Seeing the good results of her speech, Vidomir continued, "Thoughts are sometimes more effective than weapons. Great U is still a state of imperial power, and we are moving from imperial power to popular elections, which often collapses an empire from within. It's easier than destroying it from the outside. Our council at Sokun knows this better than us." Vadomir looked at the two seats in the corner of the Liberal Party. While speaking, Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong and his son were sitting on them. Chapter 986. Cao family in the house. The eyes of the congressman followed Vidomir to the Cao family and his son. The two yellow-skinned people were particularly eye-catching in the White Council. They are very clear about the identities of the father and son, and they also understand what they have done. It is with their help that the UK will get two technical talents from the Great U country. In response to the gazes of the congressman, Cao Kun slowly stood up. She saluted Vidomir, and then said, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, I am afraid that Western liberal and democratic ideas cannot shake Xiaoming's work in Great Chongqing status, at least not now, because this young emperor made the Great U country from poor and weak to the current strong and prosperous. The people of the Great U country respect him very much, and the new Confucianism prevails in the country. This is the essence of the Great U country for thousands of years, removing the dross, plus the spiritual culture composed of part of the emperor's thoughts, and the foundation is not bad among the people of Dau. Vadomir frowned when she heard the words. "Then say that, can we just be helpless?" "Of course not. What I'm talking about is that Western thoughts cannot fight against the current Neo-Confucianism. Coupled with the ugly propaganda of the Great U Kingdom on Europe, the people are even less likely to rise up. In my opinion, it is necessary to create trouble for Xiaoming." Long-term plan. Cao Kun's eyes narrowed. Xiaoming ruined everything about him and made him homeless. Now he has only hatred towards Xiaoming. Then, "Mr. Cao Kun, please talk to all the members in detail." Hope again rose in Vidomir's heart. Cao Kun has been planning this since he came to the UK. He was unwilling to be content with the failure of the Merchants' Council in the country. Even now, he is still the chairman of the Merchants' Council of the Great Chongqing, and he claims that he is the legitimate Great Chongqing ruler. In order to achieve this goal, he worked hard and pondered. He said, "The success of the Merchant Council in the South proves that the contradiction between capital and imperial power is irreconcilable. Capital represents freedom, and imperial power will inevitably restrict the freedom of capital in order to strengthen its rule. The country of Dau is in the early stage of the rise of capital, and businessmen of all sizes are constantly emerging, but so far there has not been a merchant with sufficient influence." Looking around at the members of the parliament, Cao Kun bluntly said, "You should know the power of big capitalists better than I do. Because you all come from such a family. You overthrew the rule of the Queen and established an elected government, didn't you?" Cao Kun's words made the atmosphere in the house a little embarrassing. Whether it was the Bill of Rights or the French Revolution that overthrew imperial power, capitalists took advantage of the contradiction between the people and imperial power. The most revolutionary result was that the imperial power was overthrown. The House of Representatives ruled the country, and the essential reason why these profit-seeking capitalists were so enthusiastic about the revolution was that the imperial power restricted their economic activities. However, Capitalists have always regarded themselves as capital without borders. Their ideal is to build a world under the rule of capitalists, so that they can maximize the benefits of capital without paying tariffs. There was a smile on the corner of Vidomia's mouth, and even now the conflict between the house and the queen has not stopped. She encouraged Cao Kun and said, "Please continue. In that case, we might as well use our advantages to train some big capitalists for Great Chongqing, and this requires us to open trade with Great Chongqing and cultivate a group of big businessmen with British interests. At the same time, I suggest that the status of Chongqing people allows them to enjoy the same status as the United Kingdom in order to attract talents from Great Chongqing to go to the UK to develop. Only in this way can the United Kingdom fight against the Great Chongqing in the future." Cao Kun said. These thoughts he had long ago. I have thought about it many times. Sure enough, it is the talents of Great Chongqing who understand the people of Great Chongqing. Nick stood up and applauded in Cao Kun's voice. In short, we can no longer fight against Great Chongqing. It is necessary to send a mission to Great Chongqing, not to mention Wilson and Dick's life or death is unknown. We can't leave them like this. Vidomia said, "Of course, we will not abandon them." Nick nodded at this time, and she said to Vidomia, "Your Majesty, we have no intention of challenging your authority this time, but just put forward our suggestions. In this situation, Britain needs a stable and powerful queen to rule this country. Now in the Far East, do we have an enemy?" Nick, thank you for your support. We have encountered many failures on the road to the rise of Britain, but none of this can stop us from continuing to be strong, Vidomia said firmly. All the councillors stood up and saluted Vidomia. Every time Britain encounters a crisis, there will always be an outstanding queen who will lead Britain out of its predicament. Now they believe that Vidomia is the next such queen. Clarified the rights of Vidomia in the UK, and Nick let the MPs disperse. After all, some decisions are not suitable to be mentioned in front of many people. After everyone dispersed, he walked up to Vidomia and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Roger will arrive in London tomorrow. Maybe you should see him." Roger. A face appeared in Vidomia's mind. In fact, her mother is the daughter of the King of Prussia, and her father is King John III. She has both Prussian and English descent. Rogate is nominally her cousin, the youngest son of Saxony I, Duke of Prussia, and the current King of Prussia is his uncle, Roger's uncle. Her mother and the King of Prussia are sisters and brothers, and Rogate's father he is the younger brother of the King of Prussia. And Prussia was married to Britain in this way. The purpose at the time was to counter the expansion of France, and she was the product of this political marriage. Looking at Nick, Vidomia already understood what he meant. The news of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Prussia and Great U is no secret in Europe. If they can win over Prussia again through political marriage, they may get a lot of benefits through Prussia, and at the same time they can restrain France. I think Prince Oslav of Tsarist Russia is more suitable for Her Majesty the Queen. He is the younger brother of the Empress of Tsarist Russia. The marriage between the two countries will make Tsarist Russia a solid partner for us. Murphy put forward his own opinions. Vidomia frowned. I can't marry two people at the same time, and it's my personal business. You have too much control. After finished, she walked out angrily. Murphy and Nick looked at each other, and Nick said, "Who do you think she will choose?" When Oslav traveled in Europe last year, it is said that Her Majesty the Queen fell in love at first sight, but the Queen's marriage is not just based on personal preference. Chapter 987 France. The river breeze from the Thames came, and Piccolo's eyes were deep. He said to Murphy, "I agree with your idea very much. Besides, should we also consider improving relations with France? This Eastern Empire is very difficult for us to deal with. Europe has fought against each other for hundreds of years. The fundamental reason is that Europeans arrogantly think that Europe is the center of the world. European civilization is on the top of the world. Outside Europe, we have no opponents that can stand a war. Obviously, the situation is different now," Murphy said with emotion. "I hope this time our envoy to the country of Great Chongqing can make progress, otherwise we will have troubles on a global scale." Nick nodded solemnly upon hearing this. When the two of them were talking, The Cao family and his son had already taken a carriage to their home on the Thames. Cao Zhengtong looked worried on the carriage. He asked, "Father, do you say that the British will improve the status of the people of Dau in Britain?" Cao Kun was resting with his eyes closed. He slowly said, "Vladimir has no choice. If the British are still so arrogant, they will lose more. I hope so that we can no longer be ridiculed by the British in the UK." Cao Zhengtong gritted his teeth and said, "Although they have been in the UK for a long time, life here is not happy at all. The white supremacists here often trouble them for no reason. If it weren't for the parliament to send soldiers to protect them, they might have become slaves. Because of this, they took the opportunity to propose a proposal to improve the status of the people of Dau. In this way, they have the same rights as the British in law. The next step is to ask the parliament for a piece of land to establish a settlement for our people in Dau. In this way, we will be able to gather the people of Dau and reform our parliament." Cao Kun said, "The failure in the south has caused he has not been reconciled, and through their understanding during this period, they discovered that there are still some slaves in Great Chongqing in Britain, and these slaves were all sold by the British in Asia. If he let these people out of slavery, these people from Great Chongqing would definitely be grateful to him, and thus put them under his command." Cao Zhengtong nodded slowly. "This is an opportunity for them. Even if they can't return to the country of Dau, they can still live a good life in Britain, because the British need them." France, Paris. This place is experiencing the same waves as the British. After the two remaining British warships returned to London, they soon received news of the defeat of the combined fleet. For the newly established French Republic, this is undoubtedly a blow. After receiving this news, many nobles in Paris gathered in the official office of the consul and protector of the country, André. He was the first French military and political person. "We shouldn't have agreed to form a joint fleet with the British. Now only their fleet is coming back. No one knows whether our fleet was annihilated by the British or the Great Chongqing." Duke Adrian said in a loud voice. "The British have no liking. This island country outside of the European continent has been unhappy about the strength of France. Yes, this is probably a conspiracy by the British. The investigation should be ordered immediately," the nobles cried. André leaned back on his chair and rubbed his brows in pain. He personally approved the establishment of the joint fleet this time, and now his tragic failure left him dull. France, the most powerful country on the European continent, suffered a terrible defeat in the East. "This is a shame for anyone." "Quiet, quiet." André knocked on the table. He raised his head and glanced at the numerous nobles. These nobles were all capitalists who participated in the overthrow of the French feudal dynasty, and the current rule of the French Republic is also composed of them. There is no need for the British to deceive us on this point. This is not good for them in Asia. The current prosperity of the country is now obvious to all. The technology obtained from the country has proved this point. The failure of the joint fleet now just shows that on this issue, if we continue to fight with the United Kingdom, we will lose more overseas colonies. After all, we and the British have firmed up the agreement to divide Asia, but we did not have the Great Chongqing, which is so close to our Indochina. Especially unfortunate. As the leader to overthrow the French monarchy, André has enough command and courage. He is not afraid of the doubts of the nobles, and this is the origin of his nickname of dictator. If it were not for the trap of the British, then we might be facing a worse situation now. Now we must find a way to keep Indochina, an aristocrat said in horror. André's brows furrowed tighter, which is exactly what he was worried about. Compared with Britain, their colony was too close to the country of Dau. The emergence of the joint fleet puts them and the Great U State in a state of war, and the Great U State can take any action. Once Indochina is lost, his reputation will inevitably be damaged, which is very detrimental to his status. "We must first send a mission to the country to reconcile," André said to everyone. "At least we have not studied the technology of the country to avoid fighting. Now what we need is time. Once the steam engine becomes popular in France, we will also have the ability to make sophisticated weapons. and that will be the time to defeat the Great Yu country." The nobles nodded their heads after hearing the words. They all met the technical talent from the Great Yu country. With his help in the past 2 years, French industry has made remarkable progress. The proposals of various scientific theories have also shaken the French scientific community. Now scientists in Paris are turning these theories into reality day and night. "This is the wisest choice now," Duke Adrian said. "A temporary concession will give us time to win." Andre nodded, and he went on to say, "However, we have to think of the worst possible. If the Great Yu Kingdom refuses the peace talks, we will inevitably fight against them in Indochina. Therefore, while dispatching the mission, we must actively train the indigenous people of Indochina to help us fight, and at the same time send new muskets to the front lines to prevent the expansion of the Great Yu Kingdom." Andre said. He believes that the countries that now have colonies in Asia will be very worried now, and Britain should respond similarly to them. After all, when it comes to actual interests overseas, the UK has much more than them. Seeing that there is no objection, Andre said to the diplomat standing on the right, "From now on, you will choose the envoys and set off in 1 week." Download the free reader. Chapter 988 Carbine King Zoo. After the high-price acquisition of Siberian fur published in the newspaper caused a sensation, another news from the newspaper the next day caused a sensation among the people. In an article Xiao Ming personally stated about the sins of the Golden Horde, it was announced that Great Yu had officially declared war on the Golden Horde. "Great, we have been waiting for this day for a long time. How arrogant the Golden Horde back then, and how it bullied us. Now it's time for revenge." In the restaurant, a middle-aged man wearing a short coat on his upper body and pants on his lower body exclaimed after reading the newspaper. There are 3 people at the same table with him. They all wear the same grey clothes and are of different ages. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, a young man among the other 3 quickly snatched the newspaper. After reading all the articles written by the emperor himself, he became excited. "Hey, if it wasn't for my poor eyesight, I would be able to fight the barbarians as a soldier now." The young man took care of his eyes. When he was 16 years old, he suddenly found that he was looking a little fuzzy in the distance. For this reason, his family took him to seek medical advice for several years, but there was no way. Until the development of the glass industry in Kingzhou and the emergence of glasses, he did not understand what myopia is, and at this time he was rescued. Although it is not very comfortable to wear his eyes, he can always see things clearly. "But my only regret is that I couldn't join the army because of my eyesight. It's a pity that you can't be a soldier, but it's not that you can be loyal to the emperor by being a soldier. It's the same for us to work hard in the machinery factory. This steam locomotive also has our credit," said the middle-aged man. The other 2 laughed, and one of them touched their clothes and said, "No, now wearing this machine factory-issued clothes when going out, many matchmakers have to match me up. It shows that our machine factory is the first one." After that, the 4 of them laughed together. "Your machinery factory is powerful, and our rubber factory is not bad. Without our tires, do you make bicycles and tricycles?" "That's right, it's awkward. Didn't our steel factory give you wood assembly machinery?" "Our chemical plant is also not convinced." Workers from other factories are sitting in 2s and 3s in the tavern. Now with the formalization of factories, workers in each factory wear special work clothes. It is easy to tell which factory they come from. The shopkeeper on the counter smiled and looked at these workers. Because his restaurant has a large amount of food and is cheap, and it is close to the workshop area, which should not be called an industrial area now. There are always a large number of workers come here to eat every day during the lunch break. The monthly salary of these workers is not low, and they have at least 30 silver dragons each month. They lead a very moist life. It is normal to drink a little wine and eat some side dishes. It is precisely because of these wealthy workers that his tavern can bring him 20 golden dragons income every month, and he is used to the competition between these workers. After all, there are many factories here, and the workers in each factory are very proud. When the crowd was making noise, suddenly there was a neat sound of horseshoes on the road outside the tavern. When everyone looked out, They saw a large number of cavalry wearing silver breastplates passing by, led by a general with sword eyebrows and stars. Wearing a red cloak, he has a sturdy breath. This is Chi Guanyi, commander of the cavalry corps, right? A worker recognized the leader. It seems that there is going to be a war this time. The cavalry must be used to deal with the barbarians. The infantry has short legs and cannot catch up with a four-legged horse. Another worker said. Outside the restaurant, Chi Guanyi is also looking at the workers in the industrial area and along the road. Since stationed in Rozu, he has not returned for a year. This time he returned to Kingzhou and has changed a little. He basically walked on the wide cement road on his way back. The imperial court has not stopped building roads in recent years, and the road network extending in all directions in Kingzhou Prefecture has basically taken shape. With the improvement of roads, there are more horse-drawn carriages on the road. These are merchants who transport goods to the destination by horse-drawn carriages. Occasionally, he can see some people riding bicycles on the road. Other than that, the most obvious is the clothing of the people. Although many people still wear patched clothes, more people wear clean and beautiful clothes. While admiring the prosperity, Chi Guanyi urged his horse to go to Kingzhou City. This time he was ordered to return to the court. From Rozu, he took a steam locomotive to Kangzhou. However, at this time, the steam locomotive broke down and needed repairs. In order to hurry up, he rode straight along the former station to Kingzhou. After entering the city, Chi Guanyi's eyes shrank again. Compared with a year ago, there are more and more people riding bicycles in Kingzhou City, almost everywhere. Once again sighed with the prosperity of Kingzhou's industry. He didn't dare to delay any more time and went straight to the palace. In the imperial study room, Xiaoming was already waiting for Chi Guanyi. The northward crusade against the barbarians is imminent. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane have already summoned 80,000 infantry. Together with the 60,000 cavalry led by Chi Guanyi, they will attack the Golden Horde with 140,000 troops. However, in this battle, he believes that the cavalry still has to play an important role. Although his hand-style rifles and guard artillery are good enough, but without the mobile advantage of cavalry in the grassland, these two-legged infantry cannot catch up with the barbarian cavalry. Because of this, he specially called Chi Guanyi over this time. In fact, this northern expedition was not because of the wish of the barbarian Nu Ben and Liu Oquane, but a war act he had planned for a long time. Otherwise he would be too trivial about the war. In order to weaken the threat from the north, he needs to take the initiative. As Rest Russia is enough for him to have a headache. Now, with the addition of a Golden Horde, the northern part of the Great Yu Kingdom cannot be stabilized. The most important point is that these threats are close at hand, not as far away as Britain and France, thousands of miles away. Long live my emperor. At the end Chi Guanyi will see the emperor. Seeing Xiaoming, Chi Guanyi bowed and said. Standing up from the chair, Xiaoming walked in front of Chi Guanyi, holding his hands empty to let Chi Guanyi exempt him. This time I called you to Kingzhou from thousands of miles away for the next northern expedition, but before the northern expedition, I belong to one thing. The cavalry weapon needs to be handed over to you. I think you will like it very much. Weapon. Chi Guanyi's pupils shrank when he heard the words, and now his subordinates are calling for a Chinese rifle to be equipped. This time he was about to mention it to the court. Exactly. At this time, Xiaoming picked up a rifle with a shorter barrel from the table and said, "This is a carbine made by the military factory based on a Chinese rifle." Chapter 989 Conquer 92 ZW. Chi Guanyi's sight immediately focused on the carbine in Xiaoming's mouth. With Xiaoming's permission, he took the carbine and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. The carbine in his hand was indeed similar to the hand-style rifle, but the difference was that it was relatively short and very light. Now he also has some knowledge of firearms. The carbine of this design is very suitable for shooting on horses, but on the contrary, the range will be slightly shorter. But even so, this is far longer than the barbarians' bow and arrow shooting range, and these years they have always suffered from long-range weapons in the battle with the barbarian on the grassland. Now that they have a carbine, They can completely reverse this disadvantage. Emperor, how many carbines are there? Qi Guanyi asked excitedly. Not many. The military factory produced a total of 8,000 carbines. It should be enough for this war. With these carbines you can form an elite lancer against the barbarians. Xiaoming and Qi Guanyi came to the front of the map. The area north of the Great Wall and west of Rozu is still controlled by the Golden Horde. 8,000, indeed a lot. Qi Guanyi asked expectantly. The Emperor, is this also the same metal bullet as the hand-style rifle? Upon hearing this, Xiaoming smiled bitterly. He said, don't think about it. Metal bullets are extremely difficult to produce, and the caliber of the carbine is 6.5 millimeters, and the caliber of the bullet is different. This means the use of metal bullets in military factories. A brand new production line needs to be built, and it will take a long time, so you can use paper bullets for the time being. It's enough. Qi Guanyi was a little disappointed, but when I thought about it, it was better than going home empty-handed. And now using paper bullets is just a stopgap measure. Maybe it won't be long before you can use metal bullets. Thinking of this, he said, at the end, he is a little greedy. This kind of carbine is indeed suitable for immediate shooting, more than enough to deal with the barbarian cavalry. Xiaoming nodded. In order to facilitate the cavalry to carry, this carbine also has a strap, which can be carried by the cavalry. In this case, the cavalry can switch between melee and long-range shooting at any time. After showing the carbine, Xiaoming continued, the carbine is one thing, and the will to fight is another matter for a while. The weapon-only theory emerging in the army is very dangerous. This will make our soldiers rely too much on weapons and forget. It is the foundation of victory in the war. In the past 10 years, they have basically used superior weapons to defeat the enemy in previous wars, which gave the soldiers and generals the illusion that weapons determine war. But he knows that weapons are only a factor in war. In modern times, his country's arrogance that weapons are better than a country with a generational difference is an example. Qi Guanyi looked serious when he heard the words. He said, the final will always remember the teachings of the brave who meets on the narrow road. Well, that's right. Xiaoming patted Qi Guanyi on the shoulder. This northern expedition is mainly led by two old generals Nu Ben and Liu Oquane. You cavalry must actively cooperate. I am waiting for your good news. The army is assembled. You can rest at home for 5 days and set off. Yes. The Emperor. Qi Guanyi leaned forward. April 9th. After months of preparation, the army conquering the Golden Horde assembled at Qingzhou Station, with the powerful transportation capacity of steam locomotives. 80,000 soldiers went straight from Qingzhou to Rozu. A large number of weapons, ammunition and canned food arrived in Rozu with these soldiers. General, these cans are very rich. After a day and night trek, the first batch of soldiers and supplies arrived in Rozu. Nu Ben, Liu Oquane and Qi Guanyi arrived in the first steam locomotive. Qi Guanyi was also eye-opening when inspecting the canned food delivered. This military canned food is no stranger to him. During the Civil War, canned food was a sharp weapon for soldiers to conquer, but since then, he hasn't seen canned food for military industry, because the Guard Rozu eats ordinary food and does not need canned food. So the military canned food sent this time was an eye-opener for him. Since the first canning factory made a fortune in the Civil War, many canned food factories have appeared in Qingzhou. In order to attract orders from the military aircraft department, these factories have also racked their brains to make all kinds of cans. Such a rich military can. While speaking, Nu Ben pointed to different cans and said, this is canned pork, this is canned potatoes, this is canned fruit, this is canned biscuits. Nu Ben was talking, Liu Oquane was smiling, and he said to Qi Guanyi, the army's food is getting better and better now. Where did we have this condition when we fought? Qi Guanyi was dumbfounded. Today he has seen it, checked some food, and the three of them waited for the first group of soldiers to gather before they walked into the city. When I arrived at Rozu camp, Nu Ben said, the logistics of this war is not a problem. The conditions for the war are much better than before. If all this is defeated, I will have no face to go back to see the Emperor. After a pause, he asked Qi Guanyi, now, Let's talk about the situation of the barbarians. In response, Qi Guanyi walked to the map of the grassland and pondered for a moment. He said, since the barbarians were driven back to the grassland by us, the barbarians have suffered a great loss, but the lean camels are bigger than the horses. Although the barbarians are in decline, the strength is still strong, and the number of cavalry is about 260,000. Although the barbarians lost the canto, the cavalry lost not much. They lost the most slaves. Liu Quinn said, these 260,000 people are not a small number, almost twice ours. Nu Ben nodded slightly when he heard the words. Qi Guanyi continued, these 260,000 cavalrymen are not gathered together, but distributed on the vast grasslands. In order to avoid our attack, the golden tents of the Golden Horde have been moved to this place, far away from us. This is Yili, it's really far away. Nu Ben's eyes narrowed, and Qi Guanyi's map has marked the distribution of the barbarians in the grassland. In the vast grasslands, the barbarian tribes occupy different grasslands, and each tribe has different strengths. These tribes seem to be scattered, but he knows very well that once the war comes, these tribes will gather together and become their enemies. Through Qi Guanyi's introduction, they gradually became clear about the current distribution of the barbarians. Liu Quinn said at this time, our infantry is equipped with hand-style rifles and guards artillery. As long as the hollow square is used, the barbarians will have no parry. Therefore, you don't need to worry too much. When you serve as a soldier, you will send troops to the grasslands and kill the barbarian tribes to avoid future troubles. Love Chinese. Download the free reader. Chapter 990 Chinese Empire General Liu. It's a bit rushed to attack now. Qi Guanyi smiled awkwardly after Liu Quinn set the offensive tone. Frowned and looked at Qi Guanyi. Liu Quinn asked, what? Do you have any other ideas? Both Nu Ben and Liu Quinn are well-known generals in the country. Qi Guanyi and the generals of the country respect them very much. However, in the process of military reform in the country, they are confident that they can change faster than these veterans. And some things are more thoughtful. After hesitating for a while, he said, General, the 140,000 army gathered in Rozu, we will not be able to show our true combat effectiveness if we act in a hurry. I will finally think that we should adapt the rifle and cavalry joint exercises. Otherwise we will inevitably have mistakes in combat. Especially for the 8,000 carbine allocated by the Emperor this time, we need to train for a period of time after being equipped. This is of course necessary. Liu Quinn calmed down. What he just said was that there was no need to fear the 260,000 cavalry of the barbarian, and he did not want to send troops immediately. Nu Ben glanced at Qi Guanyi with admiration. He said, Qi Guanyi is right. You must be fully prepared for a battle. From now on, you will let the cavalry, artillery, and infantry jointly exercise tactics against the barbarian cavalry. Yes, General. Qi Guanyi let out a sigh of relief. The most important thing for him is to build this lancer and think about how to use the advantages of the lancer. He knows that the accuracy of shooting immediately will be much worse, but just like the original flintlocks, they do not need to pursue accuracy, but only need to shoot dense bullets to destroy the enemy. And although the range of the carbine is not as good as the hand-style rifle, the firing rifle still has a range of 500 meters. For the cavalry, this is an ultra-long-range weapon, and it matches with the two short-barreled muskets that no one is equipped with. Enough to play a combination of long-range and short-range. At the same time, for him, this brand new cavalry can also have more flexible ways of fighting. In simple terms, horses are just their riding tools. They can dismount and fight under certain conditions to achieve infantry and combat. Flexible conversion of cavalry. After leaving the camp, Qi Guanyi immediately asked his generals to select 8,000 outstanding soldiers and formally established the Lancer 1st Division. In the next month, he borrowed some officers from the army to use cavalry as infantry to train basic shooting skills and combat methods in the morning. In the afternoon, let these soldiers train shooting skills and formations on the Pentium horse. In addition to the normal training of the cavalry corps, Nu Ben and Liu Quinn began to coordinate the training of artillery. infantry, cavalry, and lancer. For a time, Rozu City was full of strong gunpowder. King Zhu Zizi from Rozu has already made a punch high on Xiaoming's table. He is very clear about the military training from Liu Ben and Liu Oquane to Rozu. In any era, military conquests abroad are a matter of great concern to the imperial court, because once the generals outside have rebellious intentions, it will bring great harm to the country and even change the dynasty. But for Xiaoming, he is not worried. Compared with the previous news, he is able to grasp the situation in Rozu in time and can completely respond in time. But in order to appease the cabinet, he still reveals the news to them from time to time, so that they can talk every day. Now you should be at ease, but this time I ask you to come here and there is one important thing to discuss. Xiaoming and other Pang Yukan and Fiji said after reading the book. Please also express to the emperor, Pang Yukan and Fiji said at the same time. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "These days, I have been thinking about the national title. Since I became the throne, I have promoted reforms to make the Great Yu country look new, and the national title of the Great Yu country is still a symbol of the old power of the great family. Going to the past, when a new country name is used to symbolize the country's removal of the old and the new, what do you think?" Pang Yukan said with a smile. After more than 10 years, the emperor destroyed the vassal kings, except for the wealthy, prospered industry and commerce, and expelled the barbarians. The credit has long been no longer under the sage monarchs of the past dynasties. Now the world of contenders should have a unified national title. Fiji's expression moved slightly, and he said, Pang Shufu said that the former Great Yu country was torn apart, and now the national reunification should have a unified national title, and at the same time the titles of Widi, Zaudi, and Yandi will be cancelled. To avoid separation between the people, Xiaoming's eyes circled around Pang Yukan and Fiji. Pang Yukan's expression was delighted. After all, he came with Xiaoming to fight the country. For him, the country of Great Yu has long since changed from the sun to the moon. On the contrary, the country name is cumbersome and a new dynasty is created. Those who follow Xiaoming can also have a better name in the history books. Fiji's hesitation was also noticed, because he thought that the eradication was to get rid of the clansmen they once represented. After all, the tycoons who were eliminated were all tycoons who opposed Xiaoming, and the tycoons who supported Xiaoming at the time were not well known, but relatively retained a large amount of wealth. These wealth gave them a great advantage in the early stage of industrial and commercial development, and successfully turned many wealthy families into capital families. And this is very clear about the civil and military affairs of Manchu and Xiaoming, of course, but he has no choice. The change of power is a thing that makes him very helpless. Besides, these tycoons are only one of the problems. The more important problem is that those who once followed him to fight the country unknowingly replace the former powerful class and become the new powerful. Liu O family represented by Liu Oxen. Needless to say, even a former wild man like Luf still has a bunch of relatives around him because of the increase in his power. And this phenomenon is not uncommon in the cabinet. Perhaps they did not deliberately allow their relatives to benefit from the development of the country, but when officials learn that they are relatives of the powerful and powerful, they will inevitably be different from other people. Therefore, the change of the country name this time was aimed at Pang Yukan and Fiji representatives, not one of them, but Pang Yukan did not expect that Xiaoming's mind was changing. Since you all agree, this Great Yu country officially changed its name to the Chinese Empire, what do you think? Xiaoming said loudly. China, China, since ancient times, literati and writers have called the Central Plains the land of China, and the capital of the ancient Huixia people was mostly located in the north and south of the Yellow River. Because it is in the four directions, it is called China. And it is also the place where the Han people prosper. The territories of each dynasty are getting wider, and everything under its jurisdiction is called China. Today the emperor has changed the title of the country to the Empire of China, which can be said to be in line with the current situation. Fiji nodded slightly. He could see that Xiaoming's adoption of the title of the Emperor of China also meant to awaken national consciousness. After all, the Central Plains dynasty had long been specialized in internal fighting. But now that foreign enemies look around, they need a unified and stable Chinese empire to fight against. Download the free reader. Chapter 991. Qianlong Zai Yuan. Outside the window, dusk gradually fell, and the street lights in the palace began to light up. Looking at the dim light of the street lamp, Xiaoming said, Pang Shufu said to my heart, I changed the name of the Great Yu Kingdom to the Chinese Empire. It is precisely to condense the power of China against the Western powers. Remember, these Europeans, it is a group of wolf bandits. They started by plundering. The bandit nature in their bones will not be obliterated. Once they find an opportunity, they will definitely come and bite us. Because of this, we don't need a weak dynasty, but a tough one. The emperor confronts it. Pang Yukan and Fiji nodded at the same time. If it hadn't been for the emperor who had started the road to ZTE since 10 years ago, the Great Yu Kingdom would either live under the iron feet of the barbarians or be colonized by these Western colonists. At this point, they all admire everything Xiaoming did from the bottom of their hearts. The ministers will remember the emperor's entrustment. The two said, well, in that case, the matter of changing the name of the country will be discussed tomorrow morning. After the approval, the country will be officially renamed the Chinese Empire through the newspapers, and I am the first emperor of the Chinese Empire. Xiaoming unfolding his sleeves, he looks firm. He doesn't worry about anything wrong with the issue of the country title, because he is basically a dictatorial or dictatorship now. Ministers will basically not hold any objections to the policy he put forward, unless this policy is really harmful to the Great Chongqing. But he doesn't think there is anything wrong with this dictatorship. Under such a complicated situation, the Great Yu country needs a highly centralized emperor to lead them to build this country. If building roads like the contemporary West takes 3 years to discuss, how can this country develop? And he is confident that he can lead Daeguo on this path now. Only by following the path he designed can Daeguo be truly strong. Yes. The emperor, Pang Yukan and Fiji bowed and said. The next day, the early morning was held as scheduled. According to the plan, Pang Yukan and Fiji both made the paper at the same time. After a long discussion, the two expressed the same meaning, that is, to change the title of the country, and Xiaoming followed the two and threw the name of the Chinese Empire. For this kind of double read among the officials, other ministers naturally knew it well, and after a call of long live, the name of the Chinese Empire was officially established. Then the newspapers in Qingzhou began to overwhelmingly promote the name of the Chinese Empire. For a time, Qingzhou was in the fur, and after these two major events, there was an extra after-dinner talk. And this news also reached Ruzhou with the roar of the steam locomotive. The Emperor of China is really a domineering and revealing national title. From this national title, we can see the Emperor's ambitions. Qi Guanyai's heart is full of enthusiasm, and he can feel the strength of this country from this country title. He likes this country title too much. Nu Ben said with a smile, for the sake of the Chinese Empire, this time we must fight a beautiful battle to end the Great Yu Kingdom. No. The border troubles in the north of the Chinese Empire. This is natural. Let us Lancers carry out this first battle. Qi Guanyai is full of confidence. During this period of training, the soldiers of the Lancers almost vomited. But this kind of high-intensity training also allowed us. They quickly mastered various combat skills. Liu Oquing pointed to an area on the drawing and said, according to the news from the cavalry, the barbarians have learned about the movement of Ruzhou. Now the three tribes in the eastern grassland are gathering forces, and the place where they gathered is in the Zunjie tribe. In the ranch, there are estimated to be 60,000 cavalry here waiting to fight us. Qi Guanyai nodded. This Zunjie tribe is about 300 miles away from Ruzhou City, and is the barbarian tribe closest to Ruzhou City. Dolgo put them here just to stare at them. After driving away the barbarians from Kanto, they have been fighting against these three tribes, each winning or losing. But this time with the Lancers, Qi Guanyai's confidence greatly increased. He said, the two generals, the Lancers are an amazing soldier. With him, the general will be able to disrupt the barbarian rear. This frontal battle will be commanded by 2 generals. Will be willing to take charge of surprise attacks on the barbarian tribes. It won't work for you to make a surprise attack by a legion commander. If you have a shortcoming, the emperor will ask me for someone. Nu Ben shook his head. Qi Guanyi said anxiously when he heard the words, "General, I'm not as good as you in combat with this multi-armed corps. I am also very useful here. On the contrary, I have been studying surprise operations on the grasslands over the years, and this time I am leading the lancers. There will be no danger, and if you want to eliminate the barbarians this time, you will have to anger them to fight against us. Otherwise the barbarian tribe will probably continue to retreat westward, which will be in trouble at that time." This. Liu Oquane looked at Nu Ben. I think Qi Guanyi made sense. This northern expedition must drive the barbarians to extinction. Think about Zusansi and Yaksa. If the barbarians continue to fight with Tsarist Russia, we will treat Siberia. The strategy will be more passive. Nu Ben thought for a while and finally nodded. He said to Qi Guanyi, "Don't be in love with you, come back alive." "Yes, General." Qi Guanyi was happy. Made a plan to attack the barbarians. Qi Guanyi left the camp, assembled the lancers to bring enough canned food, and 8,000 lancers entered the grassland in the dark. Zunjie tribe. 60,000 cavalry from the 3 major tribes are gathering here. After their scouts discovered the changes in Rozu city, the news was sent back in time. And they also sent cavalry to send the news to the Golden Tent. The news from Dolgo is that they will fight against the Great Yu Kingdom, and the Golden Tent will send 100,000 cavalry to cooperate with them in the grassland. The army of Great Yu was annihilated. This Great Yu country's army is really troublesome in the war. Up to now, there is no movement at all. I really don't know what they are thinking. The heads of the 3 tribes in the camp are sitting together drinking. No matter what it is, as long as they dare to step into the grassland, our cavalry will be able to let them come back and forth. Here is a flat river, the most suitable for our cavalry fight. A flag leader grabbed the lamb and ate it. The middle-aged man sitting in the middle is Zunjie's head of the banner Pangdo. Compared to the optimism of the other 2 flag heads, he frowned. The Great Yu country is here prepared this time, and according to the news from the scouts, this month, the Great Yu country has been rehearsing the cooperation of infantry and cavalry, which shows that they are coming this time. So what? In recent years, we haven't gone to the border to rob in winter, and their cavalry can't do anything with us. It can be seen that these people of Dau are only good at attacking cities, and they are not on the grassland. Ha ha ha! Exclamation mark. Chapter 992. Big Killer. The night was silent, only the flames flickered. Pang Duo stared at the stars in the grassland sky with worry. He said to the 2 of them, "Look at this beautiful grassland and starry sky. It would be a pity if you lose them." Bark, the head of the Tuma tribe, and Wutai, the head of the Iron Curtain tribe, looked at Bondo's gaze at the same time. The 2 looked at each other with a firm expression. Bark said, "Because of this, we cannot lose these pastures, even after the battle. The last one, we want to keep our land." "Yes, the kingdom of Great Yu has already taken away our Guangdong, and now we still want to take away our pasture. Where can we retreat again? This war is the life and death of our Golden Horde and Great Yu. War, every man on the grassland should be guarded with blood." Pang Do nodded appreciatively. He raised the wine glass in his hand and said, "The war is about to start. I only hope that the 2 can work together. When the Tankan's troops arrive, we can join hands to destroy the army of the Great Yu country." "Well, Pang Duo Kishu has always been resourceful. This time we will listen to you." Bark and Wotai said simultaneously. King Zhu Xiaoming is watching the new weapons made by Song Qingping on the yard of the military factory. After the official announcement of the title of the Chinese Empire, Song Qingping found him and said that it was a gift to the Chinese Empire. According to the structural drawings provided by the Emperor, after many tests, the next official can guarantee that this machine gun can be officially put into use. Song Qingping pointed to the gun in front of him and said, "Different from the traditional rifle, the gun structure in Song Qingping's mouth is very peculiar. Simply put, this gun has a wheelbase similar to a field gun, and there is a ring of iron on the barrel, which makes the barrel look very strong. Then how many bullets can this gun shoot per minute? What is its caliber? Xiaoming's eyes were bright, and he was worried about the northern expedition in the past 2 days, and Song Chengping had never expected that Song Chengping would give him a big gift. After the metal bullet was officially put into production, he asked Song Chengping to develop the cavalry Nemesis machine gun, and the firearm blueprint he gave Song Chengping was based on the Maxim machine gun. Because this heavy machine gun, invented since 1883, can be produced with the current industrial capacity of King Zhu. After all, he has solved the problem of metal bullets, which means that bullets are not a problem. At the same time, in the course of the Southern and Northern Wars, King Zhu's steel industry has been progressing, and the barrel material chrome has been researched with a specific ratio provided by him. Although the current barrel material is not as modern, the Maxim machine gun born in the 19th century is sufficient. My lord, this machine gun can fire about 600 rounds of ammunition per minute. The caliber is the same as the rifle bullets we are using now. They are all 7.92 millimeters. The lower officials did this to avoid adding more bullet production lines, Song Chengping said. Xiaoming nodded. The original caliber of the Maxim machine gun is 11.43 millimeters, but this is not the only caliber standard for machine guns. Now Song Chengping changed the caliber of the machine gun to 7.92 mm. It can only be said that this machine gun cannot be called a heavy machine gun. It is called a general-purpose machine gun, and the caliber of this machine gun is a medium caliber. Was very satisfied with Song Chengping's choice of Xiaoming, which shows that Song Chengping had his own thinking and did not blindly follow the blueprints. You did a good job. So this machine gun can use normal rifle bullets to fight, Xiaoming said with a smile. Then he walked to the side of the machine gun and looked carefully. Similar in structure to the Maxim machine gun in memory, this machine gun Song Chengping also uses water cooling to cool the barrel, so the barrel of the machine gun is coated with something similar to the barrel, which contains water. For this machine gun, the biggest problem Song Chengping solved was the automatic problem of the machine gun, and it was necessary to use the bullet gas as the kinetic energy to make the gun complete the problems such as unlocking, ejecting the shell, sending the bullet, and relocking. My lord, the structure of this machine gun is much more complicated than that of a hand-style rifle. The base of this machine gun can be said to be a small machine. It uses cranks, rollers, and acceleration cams. The principle is somewhat similar to that of a steam engine. It uses steam, and the automatic loading of this machine gun relies on bullet gas. While speaking, Song Chengping pointed to the button on the back of the machine gun and said, "The Emperor, as long as you press this button to release the barrier, the hammer will hit the firing pin to fire the primer and fire the bullet. Once the bullet flies away from the muzzle, it will start and unlock. The thrust of the gunpowder gas pushes the bolt back to overwhelm the hammer and simultaneously fires the blocking iron to buckle the hammer. At the same time, the dial rotates and pulls out the teeth to draw out new bullets, and the ejector exits the previous shell. After the recoil is completed, the trigger moves forward under the thrust of the re-entry spring to send the new bullet into the barrel to complete the lock. If you let go of the blocking iron at this time, the hammer will remain hanging and the hammer cannot be fired. If you keep pressing, the lock will continue after the lock is completed. The blocking iron releases the hammer and fires again. This is the whole principle of the machine gun." Hearing the words, Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. From this point, it was enough to see that Song Chengping had thoroughly understood the principle of the Maxim machine gun. However, although this machine gun is made based on Maxim, it is different from Maxim. So he said to Song Chengping, "It seems that you really understand the principles of firearms." In recognition of you, this machine gun was named Long Flat Machine Gun. Song Chengping was taken aback, and then his face flushed with excitement. For someone who has been immersed in firearms all day, there is nothing more honorable than this. The Emperor, is it true? It's just how the lower officer deserves the name of this machine gun. Song Chengping's heart was ups and downs. This machine gun originally came from you. It is reasonable to name it after you. Moreover, The appearance of this machine gun means a major breakthrough in weapons for our Chinese family. I also look forward to the future. There are more guns from your hands, Xiaoming said with a smile. Zhongwu family? Song Qingping was startled again. With a faint smile on the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, he said, country, country. A country can have a family can have a country. The Chinese Empire, the Chinese family, one meaning. Song Qingping smiled knowingly. He bowed and said, the emperor said that the emperor is now the parent of this family, and we are all members of this family. After teasing a few words, Xiaoming brought the topic to the Qingping machine gun again. He said, by the way, I haven't seen the power of this machine gun yet. Song Qingping recovered. He immediately called the workers in the two military factories and said, you now demonstrate to the emperor. His voice was all the way. Two strong workers quickly approached the machine gun. One worker held the gun with both hands, and the other stuffed the bullet connected with the canvas into the barrel. Download the free reader. Chapter 993 Encounter DADADA. The muzzle was sprayed with flames, and bullets spurted out from the muzzle at high speed. The mountain on the front of the machine gun was shot by the bullets. In a short while, under the continuous shooting of the machine gun, a small hole appeared in the mountain. When the machine gun was fired, the shell of the metal bullet was quickly ejected from the combination of the trigger and the barrel, and the canvas with the bullet was quickly swallowed by the machine gun. In 1 minute, 350 rounds of bullets, 7 meters in length. The band was completely beaten. This is the premise that the machine gunner can slow down the shooting speed. Xiaoming's eardrums were a little numb. Looking at the long flat machine gun in front of him, his face showed a relieved smile. Although the industrial state of the rest of the country was still in the 18th century, there is no doubt that King Zhu's industry has already to the end of the 19th century. After a long time of accumulation of technology, the perfect industrial system has reached the explosive period of technological products. Song Qingping used the current industrial base to produce a machine gun similar to Maxim, which proves the strong strength of King Zhu's industry. Perfect. A perfect belt was beaten up, and Xiaoming gave a thumbs up. After a pause, he said to Song Qingping, now the war in the north is about to break out. It is when you need this kind of cavalry-restrained weapon. I will give you 1 month, how many long flat machine guns you can make. At present, the military factory does not have a special production line for machine guns. Some parts of these machine guns are grinded by the workers of the military factory with a lathe. They cannot be bought in other factories. If the emperor urgently needs them, the official can provide 30 machine guns a month. Song Qingping said, 30 is enough. This machine gun is a big consumer of bullets. This time the bullets we reserve seem to be bottoming out. Xiaoming said helplessly, I'm afraid so. But fortunately we have no war in other places. It should be enough to concentrate in one place. Song Qingping estimated the number of bullets and said. Xiaoming nodded, then do it. As long as the Golden Horde can be completely destroyed, the consumption of these bullets is also worth it. After making a decision, Xiaoming made another round of inspections in the military factory before returning to the palace. At the same time, he dispatched 300 soldiers to the military factory to train them how to use machine guns. After finishing these things, Xiaoming lay in the chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Fu smiled when he saw it. The emperor has always worried that Europe has learned our gun technology. Now that we have the weapon of this country, those Europeans may not have time to cry. It is true. With this thing, we can completely suppress them in firepower, and the era of queuing to shoot will be officially a thing of the past. Xiaoming said with squinting eyes. In contemporary history, this type of combat method of queuing for shooting continued until the Maxim machine gun appeared and officially died out during World War I. Was slaughtered because of the dense formation facing machine guns. Hey, if this is the case, it doesn't seem to be a problem to occupy Nanyang. Qian Fu laughed. When he was in the Department of Minerals, he knew that Nanyang is rich in mineral resources, and the climate here is also very suitable for farming. If you occupy here, they will get a lot of food and minerals. Xiaoming's eyes showed a look of yearning. The appearance of the machine gun meant that he could control a large area with a small amount of force, so he didn't need to worry about the issue of force. Rosu. Under the starlight, Chi Guanyi led 8,000 lancers on the ground. During the period when he was stationed in Rosu, he basically knew the grassland clearly. Even with his eyes closed, he could find the barbarian tribe. This time he led 8,000 lancers as a surprise soldier to harass the three tribes now gathered together. Compared to 10 years ago, the barbarians are now a lot more careful. In order to prevent their tribe from being attacked during the war, they gathered the three tribes together, built fences around, and set up artillery to prevent their sneak attacks. It would be difficult to directly attack the tribe as before, and the price would be high. Therefore, Chi Guanyi led the 8,000 lancers this time not to attack the three tribes, but to directly attack the barbarian cavalry supporting the three tribes. This time they put up such a big battle in Rosu, relying on the three tribes itself cannot fight against them. So Chi Guanyi calculated that Dolgo would send other tribes to support them. Then they have a chance. Because the tribes on the grassland are of different sizes, the cavalry who came to support must also be wave after wave. And just as he thought, after bypassing the three tribes, they soon encountered a barbarian cavalry who came to support them. When they were about to cross a hill, a barbarian cavalry with a number of 10,000 or so faced them, and the teams of both sides stretched a long way on the vast grassland. Military commander, they belong to the Goshawk tribe. The guard beside Chi Guanyi said, the pasture of their tribe is closest to Zunjie's department. Chi Guanyi nodded, as he thought. The barbarian cavalry on the grassland would never see them and run away. On the contrary, they would chase after them. What's more, the current situation is that their numbers are dominant. Let the soldiers prepare, Chi Guanyi said in a cold voice. Now the distance between the two armies is only more than 500 meters. Through the telescope, he saw a barbarian general also using the telescope to look at him. The Tsarist Russians treated them well and gave them the telescope. Chi Guanyi frowned. While he was talking to himself, the trumpeter blew the trumpet, and the lancers immediately moved, riding horses in 3 rows, each with a carbine in his hand. While the lancers were moving, the barbarian cavalry directly opposite also moved, and they rushed down the hills with their machete. Chi Guanyi looked serious. This is the first battle of the lancers. If they can fight a beautiful battle, it shows that the lancers can deal with ordinary cavalry. On the hills, a barbarian general is coldly watching Chi Guanyi and the 8,000 cavalry soldiers of Yu State. He is Zak, the head of the Goshawk tribe. Beside him was a tall, bald-headed man. Looking at the cavalry rushing down, he grinned and said, Tankan is really a magical calculation. He guessed that the Great Yu Congress attacked us supporting cavalry. The cavalry of each tribe marched 10 miles apart, so that once we encounter the cavalry of Great Yu, we can kill them by surprise. Zak laughed when he heard the words. These big Yu countries are really stupid. Do they think they are our opponents on the grassland? This time our Goshawk tribe won this first achievement. Download the free reader. Chapter 994 Blood for Blood. 10,000 horses galloped on the endless grassland, and the barbarian cavalry rushed down from the hills like a black torrent. It's just that this torrent appears to be full of flaws in Chi Guanyi's eyes. As before, the barbarians rely on personal bravery, and they have made no progress in the use of cavalry arrays. The next barbarian cavalry is 10 miles away. They will arrive in 30 minutes. During this time, we will defeat this cavalry and retreat at the same time. Looking at the approaching barbarian cavalry, Chi Guanyi coldly said, he has always been known for his carefulness in the army. He is naturally prepared for the first use of the lancer to fight, otherwise he will bring this newly established cavalry into the abyss. His guilt, but it's big. So in order to find out the situation of the barbarians marching, he sent a large number of cavalry hunters to investigate on the grassland, and soon he found out the dynamics of the 3 cavalry that were 10 miles apart. After a little thought, Chi Guanyi understood the intentions of the barbarians. In fact, in every war with the barbarians, they would always send elite cavalry to harass the barbarian's rear. Now that the barbarian has put up this position, it is obvious that he is setting a trap. Although the barbarian now has a single-tube telescope, Their glass processing technology has been improving. The multiple of the telescope is not comparable to the original single-tube telescope in Europe. They were still weaker from the investigation. Yes, Commander. Upon receiving the order, the cavalry general checked the time of the pocket watch, and now the pocket watch is standard equipment for every officer, in order to coordinate the operation. Kill. The ground seemed to tremble in the sound of the rumbling horseshoes, and the barbarian cavalry wielded the scimitars in their hands. All of them looked grim. Just like every great U national hated the Golden Horde, every Golden Horde hated the great U people, because this war is not only a war on land, but also a battle for survival between two nations. 500 meters, 350 meters, first row shot. Chi Guanyi kept calculating the distance of the barbarian cavalry, and when the distance between the two sides reached 250 meters, he ordered the shooting. This encounter can be avoided completely, but this time he chose to fight. This confidence comes from the recognition of these days of training. The era when the Chinese cavalry fully suppresses the barbarian cavalry has arrived. Boom, boom. After Chi Guanyi's order was given, the densely arranged cavalry raised their carbine and finished shooting on the stationary horse. The gunfire sounded, and the charging barbarian cavalry immediately turned on their backs, and the formation was in chaos. After the firing of the first row was completed, the soldiers in the front row immediately lay on their horses and took out the bullets to complete the reloading action, while the barbarian cavalry was exposed to the eyes of the second row of cavalry. They raised their carbine and fired, and then they repeated the first row. The soldiers' movements are shot from the third row. 3 consecutive shots were completed in just 3 seconds, and more than 20,000 bullets formed a barbarian cavalry who charged forward from the bullet train. With such intensive shooting, the barbarian cavalry facing the lancer fell like fallen leaves in the violent wind, and more than 800 barbarian cavalry fell on the road after 3 rounds of shooting. These fallen cavalry became an obstacle to the barbarian cavalry's charge at this time. Many barbarian cavalry tightened the reins to stop the horses to prevent hitting the fallen horses. This slowed the speed of the barbarian attack. Seizing this opportunity, the first row of lancers quickly completed reloading and began the second round of shooting. Under the continuous firepower, the barbarian cavalry lost more and more. On the hill, the faces of Zack and the bald man were blue. They never thought that Dayu had a musket that could be loaded on the horse. Watching their soldiers fall one by one, Zack rode back and forth restlessly on horseback. The deep anxiety in my heart grew stronger and stronger. Head of the flag, this great Chongqing cavalry did not accidentally encounter us, but came prepared. The bald man looked anxiously at the charging cavalry. He is a centurion and is now among the charging cavalry. Zack bit his head and said, "It's too late to retreat now." The bald man looked down the hill, and in the second round of shooting, they paid another 800 or 900 casualties. Now the soldiers have rushed within 100 meters. Turning the horse's head within this distance will definitely cause great confusion, and their losses will be even greater. Taru, looking at the charging team, the bald man closed his eyes. When Zack and the bald man were worried, Ta in the cavalry team raised his saber. His elder brother was the captain of the Goshawk tribe and was highly respected. Because of this, he didn't want his centurion status to be questioned. He was said to rely on his brother's prestige, so Taru always rushed forward in every battle. It's just that this battle seems to be different from any one before. The bullets fired from the guns of the soldiers of Dayu State kept the cavalry and horses around them falling down, rushing from the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, and the bullets stuck to his cheek 2 or 3 times. Overkill. Withstood 6 rounds of shooting. They were only 100 meters away from the Dau State cavalry. At this time they saw Dau go raise the muzzle again. Boom boom. Taru's voice stopped abruptly. His vision froze at the moment when the muzzle shot flames, and an unbiased bullet hit his forehead. The horse carried the dead Taru and continued to run for 10 meters. Taru fell off the horse. When he died, Taru's hand grabbed the rein, causing the horse to fall. The cavalry behind had no time to dodge, and directly slammed into Taru's horses and became a mess. This chaos was also happening elsewhere, and the momentum of the entire barbarian cavalry charge was disrupted. But this was not something that made them desperate. Just as they readjusted their mounts, they saw many black sticks floating in the sky. These sticks immediately exploded when they fell among them. Flames and shrapnel splashed. A large number of cavalrymen fell down, and more horses were frightened and out of control. Chi Guanyi stared coldly at the chaotic barbarian cavalry. Their horses had adapted to the sound of the explosion during training. The chaotic barbarian cavalry could not form an effective impact on them. Seizing this opportunity, he shouted, "Kill!" Following his order, the loud sound of the charge horn resounded through the grassland. The lancers carried their carbine on their backs and drew their sabers. Taking advantage of the chaos of the barbarian cavalry, they rushed towards the barbarian cavalry. Boom! The lancer at the forefront raised his saber to kill a barbarian cavalry whose horse was out of control. At this time, a barbarian cavalry on the left rushed towards him. His left hand took out the short-barreled musket from the holster on the horseback and faced it. The barbarian cavalry 1 meter away is a shot. In addition to the carbine, the standard equipment of a lancer has 2 short-barreled muskets and 3 grenades. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. Facing the fighting method of the Great Yu State Cavalry, the casualties of the barbarian cavalry increased rapidly. For a time, the battlefield was filled with the sound of saber chopping, firearms and grenade explosions. Chapter 995. Will Hart on the Hills. Zack could no longer bear to watch his soldiers being slaughtered by the soldiers of the Great Yu State. Originally, he still had hope for the battle after the two sides were relieved, but the scene of blood and flame below left him finally disappointed. In a short time of contact, his losses have become heavier and heavier, and with the loss of troops during the charge, his soldiers have lost more than half. Continue entanglement, and when the reinforcements arrive, he will have nothing left. As the leader of the tribe, he cannot bear such a loss. Wu. Looking bitterly at the Great Yu State Cavalry under the hills, Zack ordered the horn to retreat. "Taru, my brother will definitely avenge you." Tam's eyes were red. They were defeated, and they were defeated very thoroughly. Now the only thing they can do is to gather the cavalry of the Golden Horde to launch a lethal battle against the Great Yu. Hit. With the sound of the horn, the barbarian cavalry at the foot of the mountain strangled their horses and fled. Soon, only the densely packed corpses of the barbarian cavalry remained under the mountain. Chi Guanyi did not choose to continue pursuing, but led the soldiers to retreat, because he understood that the next batch of barbarian cavalry would arrive soon, and it was not a wise choice to get caught in a wheel war. He needed to look for opportunities on the grassland like a wolf to cause trouble for the barbarians. Moreover, this battle gave him a measure of the lancers he led. In his opinion, unless the barbarians can use 50,000 cavalry to encircle him at a time, he will run wild on the grassland. But the current barbarians couldn't allocate 50,000 people to deal with him specifically, because at this time the 3 tribes were really at risk. Rozu. The army led by Nu Ben and Liu Oquane was less than 100 miles away from Zunjie's ministry, and the mighty army led by the two of them stretched across the grassland with a large scale. In the past few days, barbarian scouts have appeared from time to time around them, and their cavalry has not been idle. They have been collecting information on the barbarian. This time around 60,000 cavalry have gathered in the Zunjie tribe, and the 3 tribes have merged into one place. There is news from the cavalry hunters that there are still many artillery pieces made by Bishan while they were alive. Nu Ben frowned. Liu Oquane sneered and said, "How can these old artillery be compared with the guards' artillery? As long as the battle is launched, the artillery can solve their artillery in the first time." Indeed. Nu Ben's eyes were deep. After a pause, he said, "The essence of the barbarian's death and non-stiffness lies in that we did not destroy the barbarian tribe, kill their cavalry, and it will not take many years for cavalry to be born from their tribe. In this way, this northern side troubles never end. This time you and I are determined to eliminate the Golden Horde, so we cannot be merciful." Liu Oquane's expression sank. He understood what Nu Ben meant. During the Warring States period, Bai Kaiking killed Zhao Jun 400,000. The purpose was not to kill for the sake of killing, but to completely abolish Zhao's warfare ability. A large number of men, Zhao Go fell into recession, both economic and military, and could no longer compete with Kingo. Now that Nu Ben talked to him so seriously about this issue, he quickly guessed what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, he said, 20 years ago, the barbarians entered Kuyaozu, and millions of people died tragically. In the following 10 years, they invaded Kingzhou many times, and the civilians suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties. For many years, I have killed countless people. Even a few years ago, the barbarians entered Shu to massacre hundreds of thousands of people, so the blood debt can only be paid by blood. It is indeed the barbarian cavalry who killed my people, but which barbarian cavalry is not the heir of the barbarian? They are not wronged if they die, and I don't agree with the benevolence and morality of those civil servants. Ha ha ha. Nu Ben laughed when he heard the words, Liu Oquane, you haven't changed at all in the past few years. It suits my appetite. You are right. This is what I said, revenge. There is no wrong soul under the blade. Let us do a great job this time and completely end the Golden Horde. Liu Oquane's Hong nodded his head, clenched his fist and ran into the air with the cow. Nu Ben continued, in addition, you and I are already extremely human ministers. Adding this credit will make it impossible to honor it. Although our emperor is not an ordinary person, the master of merit is the taboo of the court for thousands of years. By leaving some handle for the civilian officials this time, we will be able to truly disarm and return. That's right. There are no wet shoes when walking along the river. Both of you and I have been in the court for too long, so we should take a break. After all, the two of them smiled at each other and continued to march. 2 days later, the army led by the two arrived at the grassland of Zunjie's department. At this time, in order to cope with the offensive of the Great Yu State, Zunjie's ministry had dug trenches and built fences for defense. In the gaps of these fences, the black muzzle was aimed at the direction of the Great Yu State army. 50,000 cavalry and 80,000 infantry. This time, Great Chongqing really used a lot of troops. Bark looked at the Great Chongqing army that was encampment with a single telescope. Mo Tai frowned. He said, what are you afraid of? We have 60,000 cavalry and 200,000 slave soldiers. When the cavalry arrives, our strength will be 3 times that of them. Pondo is observing the army of the Great Yu. He has always had a good relationship with Bshan. Because of this, he has learned almost all of Bshan's ability to deal with the Great Yu. As for the death of Bshan, he still feels very sorry, because in his opinion, only Bshan in the Golden Horde really understands firearms and knows how to deal with the army of Great Chongqing. However, he was at least lucky. When the Zunjie ministry retreated from the Kanto area, he suffered almost no losses, and also took away a large number of slaves from the Kanto area. Now the 3 tribes come together, they have collected 200,000 slave soldiers. And even if there were no slave soldiers, the 3 tribes, excluding the cavalry, had a population of more than 400,000. At the time of war, each of them was a soldier. Can't underestimate the enemy. Have you forgotten how Guangdong lost it? This battle is very important for us and for the Great Yu country, and no one can afford to lose. Pang Do said seriously. He had already received the news that the Goshawk tribe was attacked, but because he was worried that the military was disturbed, he did not tell Bark and Wutai the news. However, even though this horrible thing had happened, the Goshawk tribe was still rushing to them, and it didn't take long for their remaining cavalry to get here. Bark and Wutai put away the unruly faces. They knew that Pondo was more proficient in fighting than they were, especially against the Great Yu Kingdom. The current fortifications were designed by Pondo. Don't worry, Pondo, we can't lose in this war, we won't go crazy. The two promised at the same time. Pondo nodded in satisfaction, and he continued to look at the Great Chongqing army. When he saw the artillery of the Great Chongqing army, his brow frowned. Chapter 996 Machine Gun Company Dayu country seems to have a different artillery. Through the telescope, Pondo saw the artillery that was different from the Jinzu period, and now he still remembers the artillery of Dayu country in that battle still fresh. When Bark and Wutai heard the words, they all looked in the direction Panda was pointing, their expressions getting more and more solemn. But now they cannot retreat no matter what kind of weapon the Great Yu country puts out. because behind them is the pasture of their tribe. Everlasting hatred will bless us. Bark patted Pondo on the shoulder. Pang Duo nodded. His eyes became more determined. As long as he was alive, he would no longer allow Dayu Kingdom to cross their pasture. While the Pondo three were observing, Nu Ben and Liu Oquane also figured out the current battlefield situation. Looking at the trenches around the barbarian camp, Nu Ben and Liu Oquane frowned slightly. The barbarians are really smart now, and the trench digging is getting more and more standard. Nu Ben gently stroked his beard. After the Battle of Kanto, trench tactics seem to have grown wings overnight. Now almost every force knows how to use trenches to offset their weapon advantages. So what? It's just delaying their death process, and death sooner or later is a death. Liu Oquane didn't care. The grenade was enough to give them an advantage in the trench battle. Nu Ben nodded. The huge camp in front of him was not a solid fortress, but a meat grinder. Perhaps the barbarians were confident that such a camp could block the army of the Great Yu Kingdom. But he knew very well that the gap between the two armies could no longer be made up. The two were talking. At this time, a cavalry squadron suddenly hurried up to them, and the cavalry dismounted and said anxiously, "Two generals. The Emperor's verbal order is to focus on defense for the time being. Wait for the arrival of the Chengping machine gun team before a decisive battle." Chengping machine gun team. Did Song Chengping vacate the machine gun? Liu Oquane was overjoyed. Great. According to the Emperor, this machine gun is a weapon for dealing with intensive charges, and it is too suitable for dealing with barbarians. Nu Ben's eyes were full of excitement. The cavalry continued. The Emperor also said that the machine guns are currently in production, and the first batch of machine guns will arrive at the end of the month. Let the two generals wait patiently. Okay, you go back and tell the Emperor, we are waiting for the arrival of the machine gun team. Nu Ben said loudly. In response, the cavalry rode away, and he returned to Rozu to return to King Zhu by steam locomotive. When the cavalry disappeared, Liu Oquane said, "I hope this machine gun team will let us lose some soldiers. This time the barbarians are in such a position, it is clear that they will fight with us here. The loss between the winners and the losers is the national luck." Nu Ben sneered. Dolgo is clever, he is seeking his own way. Having said that, he and Liu Oquane turned back to the army and ordered the soldiers to dig trenches to confront the barbarians immediately. Since the barbarians were waiting for the remaining cavalry, then give them time. The next day, barbarian generals such as Bondok and Bark woke up early to prepare for war. According to the usual practice, the army of Great Chongqing would generally choose to rest overnight and attack the next day. But what surprised them was that they saw only the soldiers of the Great Yu State who were digging trenches. The army of Great Yu State was very leisurely in the circle enclosed by the trenches, and had no intention of fighting at all. "What is this bigger country doing?" Wo Tai said strangely. Bark shook his head. "It's too abnormal. Are they waiting for anything?" Pondo frowned in deep thought, but he couldn't think of a clue. He hesitated. He said, "It just so happens that the cavalry that the Golden Account supports us has not yet arrived. We need time to wait for them to come." Zack and Tam have arrived at the camp. Upon seeing Zack said, "They may be waiting for the cavalry led by Chi Guangyai to disturb the rear. Now I am very worried that they will continue to penetrate the grassland." When Zack led the remaining 5,000 men and horses arrived, he was a little unhappy, because in his opinion, it was wise to avoid fighting the Great Yu Kingdom as much as possible before the decisive battle. But Zack obviously didn't follow his ideas. "Now we can't manage so much. If we fail here, we will be collapsed for 1,000 miles, and no tribe can resist the occupation of the grasslands by the Great Yu Kingdom. Understand?" Pang Do said angrily. Zack was a little angry, but Pondo, who was also the leader of the tribe, was reprimanded by Pondo for his facelessness, but Dolgo's order was to make them obey Pondo's orders. With a sullen face, Zack and Tam walked to the camp and said as they walked, "Zack, none of them has seen Chi Guangyai's cavalry powerful. They will regret it." Zack, who was still complaining after a glance, "No." Pondo stopped paying attention to him, because in his opinion, the greatest danger was in front of him. In this confrontation, time passed day by day, and more than 20 days passed in a flash. At the end of the month, the first batch of machine gun teams arrived at the camp of the Great U State Army. General, all 30 machine guns are in place. On the school field in the middle of the camp, the machine gun company commander Sun Chengs reported to Nu Ben and Liu Oquan that they were all from the Imperial Army guarding King Zhu and arrived at the battlefield with machine guns after completing their training at the military factory. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan were already happily closing their mouths from ear to ear. At this time, 30 long flat machine guns were quietly sitting on the solid ground in front of them. Each machine gun is located on the wheelbase. This design is very suitable for combat on the grassland, because the soldiers can push the machine gun like a towed artillery to build a machine gun position on the flat grassland at any time. Quick, let us see the power of this machine gun. Hearing is worse than seeing. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan can't wait. Sun Chengs delivered a military salute, and in response, he immediately asked the machine gunner to push a machine gun at the open area to the east of the camp. Found a suitable location, and the deputy shooter immediately plugged the bullet belt entering the machine gun. The shooter pressed the button, and suddenly da sounded in the continuous shooting, and the continuous firepower made all the generals stunned. Ha ha ha! Nu Ben laughed loudly. With such a weapon, he worry is invincible this time. And this time let the barbarians eat enough of our bullets. Liu Oquan smiled and said, it is exactly the value of this month, and all the cavalry supporting the barbarians have arrived at the barbarian camp. It is estimated that the war in these 2 days will be inevitable, and this time we will fight happily. Witnessing the power of the machine gun, the two and Sun Chengs went to the camp to arrange the machine gun position. Now the 160,000 barbarian cavalry is gathered in one place. According to the barbarian habits, slave soldiers will inevitably be used in the battle at the beginning of the war. In the past 2 days, according to their observations, among these slave soldiers, there were not many descendants of the country of Dau, and more were slaves looted from the western regions by the barbarians, because the slaves of the country of Dau were mainly concentrated in the Kanto area, and most of them were rescued. They don't need to be merciful when dealing with such slave soldiers. Chapter 997 Dead Mountain and Sea of Blood. What sound? In the barbarian camp, Pang Duo and a group of flag leaders suddenly raised their heads, and cast their eyes on the camp of Dau State to the east. At this time, they were discussing how to encircle and suppress the cavalry of Dau State. The arrival of 160,000 cavalry, 200,000 slave soldiers, and 4 to 5 million people from the clansmen made Pang Duo more and more confident. He believes that even if the human sea is used, the fortifications of Dau State can be razed to the ground. It's like the sound of firecrackers from the country of Dau, said a flag head. A merchant from the country of Dau once sent me this kind of thing. The sound is very similar. Generally speaking, they only set off firecrackers when celebrating. The expressions of the other flag heads eased, and Pang Duo smiled. It's almost the same to celebrate that they will die soon. Ha ha ha. The generals suddenly burst into laughter. After a pause, Bondo said, now that we have all the cavalry in place, we can't wait any longer. Dau has enough food and grass. They can continue to wait, but our cattle and sheep have to eat the grass. I'm hungry, so we will launch an attack tomorrow morning. Bark. Wuta and other flag leaders nodded their heads. They even drove cattle and sheep for food along the way. Now so many people gather here, the number of cattle and sheep needed is huge, but fixed in this place, cattle and sheep cubs will eat up the surrounding grass. Pondo was ambitious when he set up a plan for an active offensive. Their original plan was to wait for reinforcements for a month. Now everything is perfect. Tomorrow, they will formally fight against the Great Yu Kingdom. It was silent all night. The next day, with the sound of the horns unique to the barbarians, Nu Ben ordered the soldiers to enter the trenches quickly. Just as they thought, the barbarians could not help launching an attack first. Under the current situation, the barbarians' supply is a big problem, so after losing the initial advantage, he is not in a hurry, and slowly waits for the arrival of the machine gun company. The tricks that have remained unchanged for 100 years are really no progress at all. Liu Quang pinched his waist, his eyes staying on the wall of the trench position. These killing weapons will show their horror in the war for the first time. Nu Ben nodded slightly, and then he gestured to the artillery position. In this battle, they brought 150 guard artillery pieces. These artillery pieces were arranged on relatively high hills, and the entire battlefield could be captured from above. Under his order, the artillery immediately opened the ammunition box in front of the artillery. One soldier pulled out the breech block, another soldier stuffed the cone-shaped artillery shell into the barrel from behind, and the third soldier stuffed the propellant to complete the ammunition filling. The first soldier closed the breech bolt again. At this time, the fourth soldier pulled the arquette. Accompanied by a boom, the shells flew directly to the barbarian slave soldiers who charged intensively. Boom boom boom. After the first shell hit the ground, a series of shells fell in the charging crowd. These shells exploded as soon as they landed. The surrounding barbarian slave soldiers were lifted by the shockwave of the explosion, and the soldiers at the center of the explosion were dead. Boom boom boom. More than 600 barbarian slave soldiers were killed in the first round of shelling, and the second round of shelling rang again after an interval of 10 seconds. Barbarian camp. Pangdo and the flag leaders could only watch the slave soldiers die tragically in the artillery fire. The artillery position of Dayu State was in the camp, and they had to break through the trenches to destroy the artillery. However, facing the death of slave soldiers, he didn't feel distressed at all, because in their eyes, slaves were not human at all, as long as they could win, even if they died. Anyway, as long as they win, there are so many slaves in the country of Dau, and they can catch them. The other flag heads were basically the same as Pondo's thoughts. They quietly watched the slave soldiers rushing to the position of Dau State. They hoped that these slave soldiers could consume all the bullets of Dau State. They also hoped that these barbarian slave soldiers, the corpse was able to fill the trenches of Dau. These artillery is more powerful, and the rate of fire is much faster. Pondo concluded after observation. Bark showed a trace of greed. If this battle is won, these artillery pieces will be ours. Hey, everyone shared these treasures together. Wotai is not to be outdone. Their cavalry is already gathering, waiting for the slave soldiers to fill the trenches for them. They were thinking about it when an intensive da-da-da sound suddenly sounded, and Pondo fell into confusion. This was exactly the sound they heard yesterday. It is the long flat machine gun that makes the sound now. The distance between the trenches between the two armies was actually less than 300 meters, and the barbarian slave soldiers quickly entered their range. In the face of the overwhelming flow of people, the soldiers of the country began to fight back. So many people could not be killed even in one day. Although the weapons were superior, they were also under great pressure. However, the arrival of machine guns seemed to solve this problem. 30 machine guns were fully fired at this moment, and the continuous flames swept towards the barbarian cavalry who rushed in. Together with the soldiers shooting, the barbarian slave soldiers fell in rows, and the charging team as if blocked by a flood of bullets. The corpses piled higher and higher outside the limit. Under such fierce firepower, the hearts of the charged barbarian slave soldiers were gradually occupied by fear. They had never seen such a sharp weapon for murder. Although they rushed forward desperately, they just became the next cold corpse of this weapon. As the hill of corpses got higher and higher, the despair in the hearts of the barbarian slave soldiers finally broke out. Run! No one in the crowd shouted. The charged slave soldiers began to disintegrate. Now, even if they were killed by the barbarians, they didn't want to die in gunfire and bullets. Nu Ben and Liu Quang were also shocked by this scene. 30 machine guns consumed 18,000 rounds of ammunition in 1 minute. From the barbarian charge to the mountain of corpses, they shot continuously for an hour, even for 1 minute. Shooting half the amount now consumes more than 300,000 rounds. According to Sun Cheng's, Maxim can shoot for 4 hours. But now he obviously doesn't need 4 hours, because in just 1 hour, at least 60,000 corpses remained on the grassland forever. Although there is also the credit of the Falcon rifle, The machine gun takes most of the credit. The soldiers stuffed into the first row of trenches, so the contribution of the infantry was limited. Liu Quain's body trembled slightly, and the old intensive charge of the barbarians was simply looking for death in front of the machine gun. Looking at the densely piled corpses in the grass, he was not immune to fear. Song Qingping has created such a terrifying monster. Compared with the shock of Nu Ben and others, Pang Do and the barbarian generals only had fear in their hearts. For the first time they saw the slave soldiers fled back like crazy, venting their anger on them. Chapter 998 Cavalry at Dusk. The era of nomads invading the Central Plains is over. On the hills, Nu Ben looked at the barbarian slave soldiers disintegrating like a tide, and said with emotion, "Now no matter how the barbarian cavalry drives them, these slave soldiers refuse to return to the battlefield. On the contrary, these slave soldiers became crazy because of fear. They began to fight with the barbarian cavalry who prevented them from escaping. The entire barbarian camp was attacked by the slave soldiers in reverse." Liu Quain showed a relieved smile. Like Nu Ben thought, he also understood the meaning of the machine gun. "It's time to fight back." After a long silence, he finally said. Nu Ben nodded. He motioned to the trumpeter at this moment, and the horn of the attack resounded across the sky. In the sound of the trumpets, the infantry walked out of the camp in an orderly manner, and the Huss chariot that had appeared in the Battle of Jizya was once again thrown into the battlefield by Nu Ben. These chariots were led by horses and quickly formed a hollow array on the flat grassland. Soldiers with hand-style rifles entered the center of the car formation, and as the car formation circled around from both sides of the barbarian camp, there were cavalry in the center of the car formation, and they were ready to attack at any time. In addition to the infantry and cavalry, the artillery put the artillery on the horses, and quickly entered the carts to find their place. During the month in Rozu, they have repeatedly practiced this tactic that once defeated the barbarian cavalry, and now they are very skilled on the spot. However, unlike the past, there were more machine gunners in these car formations. The soldiers pushed machine guns to follow the car formation and loaded ammunition on the Huss chariot. A fixed camp instantly turned into 10 mobile fortresses, which took the shape of a pocket and quickly surrounded the barbarians. When the Great Yu country launched a counterattack, the barbarians were in trouble. The slave soldiers lost control in despair. The barbarian cavalry fell into a fight with the slave soldiers, and even some slave soldiers rushed into the camp to slaughter the barbarian herdsmen. The anger born out of fear caused them to vent their anger on the people who enslaved them, and the entire barbarian camp was in chaos. Bondo had already mounted his horse, raised the saber in his hand, and he chopped left and right. If the slave soldiers could not control their rebellion, they would be in great trouble. What shocked him even more was that while they were fighting, the army of the Great Yu Kingdom gradually formed a tendency to encircle them. Even if they control the barbarian slaves, they will fall into a deadly battle. At this moment, Bondo's confidence completely collapsed. They refused to admit defeat the first time they failed, and they still refused to admit defeat the second time, but he finally felt scared the third time. "Bondo, we must retreat," Bark yelled anxiously. "Once the encirclement of Great Yu State is completed, they will never be able to break through." Wotai cursed. "Bark, you coward, our pasture is here, and our people are here. Where can we escape?" "I won't go. I will kill everyone from Great Yu." Bondok closed his eyes in despair, and the army of Great Yu State was completing the encirclement net step by step. If he did not leave, it would really be too late. Looking at the clansmen in the camp, and then at the army of the Great Yu Kingdom, he said, "Retreat. No matter how our clansmen can't escape, we must keep the remaining cavalry for the Khanate." As soon as his voice fell, there was a rumble of horseshoes from the west, and everyone looked at it and saw that the cavalry had been coming from the west to completely block their retreat. Zack shouted at this time, "That's Chi Guinyai's cavalry." The hearts of the flag leaders suddenly sank, and the cavalry who came suddenly blocked the only way they could escape and made them lose their escape route. And Zack's terrible description of this cavalry is also lingering. If according to Zack's words, this cavalry is able to deal with 40 to 50,000 cavalry, then they cannot break through the blockade of this cavalry in their chaotic state. The arrival of Chi Guanyi seemed to be the last straw for the resistance of the barbarians. At this moment, the leader of the barbarian tribe who came to support chose to flee. Their tribe is no longer here. In the face of desperation, they don't need to send their lives here. The most important thing is their loss of courage. In their hearts they begin to fear the Great Yu country. Zack was the first to escape, followed by the second, and the third. The more than 100,000 cavalry who came to support rushed away in a chaotic manner, without rules and order. The only thing they want now is to live. Chi Guanyi sneered at the barbarian cavalry who were scrambling to escape. These barbarians thought he would continue to go deep into the grassland, but he did the opposite. In his view, it is far less meaningful to harass the tribes now than strangling the barbarian tribes. Without the protection of the cavalry, the tribes are nothing more than fish on the chopping board, and if these cavalry are released, their enemies will come back. Line up. The generals of the Lancers issued orders one after another, as if the pocket was sealed on the last side of the pocket. At the same time, the soldier raised the carbine in his hand. His purpose was to prevent the barbarian cavalry from escaping, and eventually annihilated the barbarian cavalry, which greatly consumed the barbarians' troops. Boom boom. The fleeing barbarian cavalry entered the shooting range, and the lancer immediately fired, and the barbarian in the front row fell to the ground, and the broken barbarian team became more chaotic. At the same time, Nu Ben and Liu Oquane ordered all the cavalry in the hollow phalanx to attack, cooperating with Chi Guanyi to block the escape of the barbarians. The Kara Ray is to accelerate the double teaming of the barbarian camp. More than 50,000 cuirassiers rushed out of the chariot formation, passing by the two wings like two silver torrents. The horses collided and the sabers flew, making it more difficult for the barbarian cavalry to retreat. Fighting against each other, the car formations gradually completed their encirclement. At this time, the infantry showed hideous minions, and each car formation launched its own machine gun. Da-da-da. The intensive shooting sound sounded again. Under the blast of hand-style rifles and machine guns, the barbarian cavalry and their horses were shot into a haze of blood. Large swaths of barbarian cavalry fell in a pool of blood. The artillery was not idle. One after another, the shells smashed into the dense barbarian cavalry, and each explosion would take dozens of lives. Because under the siege on all sides, more than 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen were driven together like sheep. There was no place to move around where the cavalry was crowded. They could only be crowded with horses and horses. In this state, the combat effectiveness of the barbarian cavalry was greatly reduced, but on the contrary, the firearms played a greater advantage. Da-da-da. The machine gun continued to fire. Box after box of bullets were consumed. From early morning to evening, when the sunset was over the grassland, Nu Ben could not tell whether the grassland was the red of the sunset or the blood of the barbarian cavalry. Chapter 999 Non-self race. The cool evening breeze blows, the pasture rustles, and a strong smell of blood is blowing. When the remaining barbarian cavalry knelt and surrendered, the gunfire on the battlefield gradually subsided. At this moment, the battlefield was surprisingly quiet, and the soldiers breathed cautiously. They couldn't believe that they created the hell-like scene before them. In an encircled circle, the ground was paved with the corpses of barbarian cavalry, and the ownerless war horse wandered in horror in the sunset. Blood stained the pasture red, and a stream of blood flowing from high to low. In addition to the 160,000 barbarian cavalrymen who surrendered, 20,000, 140,000 cavalrymen fell under their guns. They won this war, and they won it thoroughly. Faced with this picture, the soldiers did not feel ashamed. Every barbarian soldier who died here was not innocent. The thousands of souls who died in their hands were proof. The brutal nation will eventually be brutally ended, and this is the price they should pay. Cleaning the battlefield, the surrendered barbarian cavalry dare to have any resistance, and they will kill them all. Nu Ben's voice is cold. Liu Oquane smiled at this time. I thought you were going to kill them all. Keep them at least to build railways for Kanto. These surrendered barbarians are no longer barbarians, they are just slaves. Liu Oquane nodded. Yes, the previous barbarian soldiers never surrendered. It can be seen that these are really scared. After a pause, he looked at the barbarian camp. There were hundreds of thousands of barbarian herders inside, and they watched the cavalry slaughtered. Nu Ben squinted his eyes. These are the herdsmen of the three tribes, and the cavalry of the three tribes are dead. They will definitely hate us and cannot keep it. Liu Quinn was stunned. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Nu Ben said that day. As he said, this time he was really cruel. As soon as Nu Ben's words fell, Qi Guanyi's words suddenly came, and he said, "General, isn't it a pity that these people were killed? It's better to be slaves." Looking at the dark sky soon, Nu Ben smiled weirdly. He said, "Then we will enter the camp together tomorrow, and then you will make your conclusion." Qi Guanyi glanced at Liu Quinn with a strange look, and Liu Quinn shook his head helplessly. However, he was tired after a day of fierce battle, so he stopped asking questions, and went back to his camp to rest. The next day, the sun rose and he walked out of the camp. At this time Nu Ben and Liu Quinn were already waiting for him. Nu Ben said, "Let's go, let us meet these herdsmen." After all, the three of them walked to the barbarian camp together. At this time, the barbarian herdsmen had already gathered in the camp. When they arrived, a pair of terrifying eyes stared at them. Qi Guanyi stopped in front of the herdsmen, and he saw the deep hatred from the eyes of these herdsmen, which made him very uncomfortable. Even so, he still felt that he shouldn't kill these herdsmen. Looking at the 6-year-old barbarian boy standing in the front, Qi Guanyi asked, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" The little boy said without hesitation, "When I grow up I will go herding sheep and marry many wives." "Oh, why do you want to marry so many wives?" Qi Guanyi wondered. "In this way, you can give birth to many children as cavalry and kill the people of Great Chongqing." The child's innocent language revealed a chilling chill. Qi Guanyi's eyes suddenly changed. He slowly stood up, looking directly at these barbarians with cold eyes, without any emotion. Nu Ben said at this time, "Qi Guanyi, now, you understand. People have no intention of hurting tigers. Tigers have cannibalism." For thousands of years, the Central Plains dynasty has always wished to believe that the surrounding Yidi will treat us like we treat them, with kindness and virtue. But what are the facts? They regard our benevolence and virtue as weak to be deceived. As long as they have the opportunity, they will take a bite of our flesh, and this is reality. Qi Guanyi closed his eyes and nodded most slowly. In dealing with these issues, he is still a bit worse than Nu Ben Lao La. Liu Quinn patted Qi Guanyi on the shoulder. "You are already very good, but for the generals are ruthless, only considering the victory or defeat in the war. The emperor admires you very much and sees your shortcomings very clearly." "Yes, General." Qi Guanyi sighed. As soon as his voice fell, a gunshot sounded, and then a scream came from the barbarian camp. Qi Guanyi saw that it turned out that a dozen old barbarians were holding bows and arrows to shoot them. This scene made Qi Guanyi fully understand what Nu Ben said. The barbarians who surrendered chose to kneel down. They completely lost their dignity. These people will be slaves of obedience, and the herdsman in front of him will thrive with hatred. Decades later, they will brandish the butcher knife again with hatred. More than a dozen elders were shot and killed, and the barbarians instantly became restless. In an instant, they rushed to the soldiers of the Great Yu country who had shot. Nu Ben ordered. Under his order, the machine gun company that had already been prepared fired instantaneously, and the crossed firepower net covered the barbarians who rushed over. Qi Guanyi didn't avoid it this time, but stared coldly at everything that happened before him. The words of the barbarian children echoed in his ears over and over. "If you are not of my race, their hearts must be different," he said slowly, his eyes gradually firming up. Looking at Qi Guanyi, Nu Ben showed a satisfied look. He took Liu Quinn and Qi Guanyi back to the camp. This time they annihilated the three major tribes and the cavalry supported by the barbarian. However, this is still a long way from destroying the Golden Horde. Now the Tankan of the Golden Horde is happy in the Golden Horde. As long as the Tankan is still there, the threat of the grassland will be paid back. The Lancers performed well this time, which proves that it is necessary to establish the Lancers. but it's a drawback that the number is too small. Now that the three tribes have been eliminated, the army will continue to extend the Supply line to the west, which is a trouble for the infantry. I thought that the rest of the battle only needs to be handed over to the lancers. I will apply to the emperor to expand the lancers to 30,000. How about? Nu Ben said to Chi Guanyi. Chi Guanyi nodded. It stretched for thousands of miles from Rozu to the Golden Tent. Only the cavalry can move freely in such a vast area. Now the barbarians have suffered heavy losses, and the remaining cavalry will not be the opponent of the 30,000 lancers. Liu Quan continued, of course, we have a lot of things. We need to lead the army to clean up the grassland near Rozu. By the way, the Rozu mansion will be established to control the Kiani grassland west of Rozu in order to breed a large number of cattle and sheep in the country. The two of us will plan to graze the grasslands in the future. Chi Guanyi laughed when he heard the words. He said, don't joke about the two generals. Then you and the construction corps are different. Nu Ben and Liu Quan looked at each other, and he said, in the beginning, Juntun is also a fighting force. Chapter 1006 Military Regions. Xiaoming in the Imperial Study Room was looking at the battle report from the grassland. In front of him, Pang Yukun and Fiji looked happy. For them, this victory was comparable to the elimination of the combined fleet in the Dengzhou naval battle. After all, they were people living in the era of barbarian horror, and their hatred of the barbarian was natural. 140,000 barbarian cavalry were killed and 20,000 surrendered. In this battle, the main force of the barbarian cavalry has been eliminated, and the remaining barbarian tribes will not be feared. Pang Yukun frowned. Fiji agreed. Nu Ben proposes to increase the number of lancers to 30,000 to completely control the grasslands. The minister thinks that this is feasible, and in order to save costs, it is the cavalry to destroy the remaining barbarian tribes. Xiaoming nodded. Nu Ben and Liu Quan's missions are over. It is not a wise choice to encircle the barbarian tribes with infantry on the grassland, as Chi Guanyi suggested. Only the construction of lancers can control the grassland at the lowest cost. He said, in this case, the production of hand-style rifles is temporarily suspended, and Chi Guanyi is given priority to equip the carbine. The barbarians will come back if they die but are not stiff, so this time the barbarians must be eliminated in one fell swoop. After a pause, his eyes rolled, and he remembered a serious question in the battle report. So he said, Nu Ben and Liu Quan both asked for disarming and returning to the land. What do you two think? Pang Yukun has read the battle report, and he sighed and said, Nu Ben and Liu Quan are very old. Since they do not want to serve in the court anymore, it is better to accept their wishes. The emperor, Nu Ben ordered this time without authorization. The execution of hundreds of thousands of barbarians has made us lose so many slaves. How good these slaves would be if they were used to build railways. The minister thought that even if the oxen could not be dismantled and returned to the fields, he should be deposed. Fiji said bitterly. After a pause, he continued, as for the veteran Liu Quan, he thought he could not be allowed to retreat without authorization. Otherwise the military aircraft department would lose two generals at the same time. Who should be in charge? Pang Yukun glanced at Fiji when he heard the words. He frowned and said, Old Fiji's words are probably biased. In this report, it is clear that Nu Ben and Liu Quan made this decision after a joint discussion. Elder Fiji is actually the fault of Nu Ben alone. What's more, in my opinion, Nu Ben's inaction is not only ineffective, but has merits. How did the barbarians invade the Great Yu country 10 years ago? At that time, the barbarians would first massacre a city to make other cities give up and arrive, so Nu Ben is nothing but a tooth for a tooth. Pang Shufu is just to excuse Nu Ben. Are these hundreds of thousands of barbarians cost-effective to build railways or kill them? Can't the careful calculation of Pang Shufu count? Fiji bit Nu Ben and wasted manpower. When the two quarreled, Xiaoming's eyes were moving back and forth between the two of them. When they were here, he said, you two should stop fighting. Nu Ben and General Liu Quan had retired before they set off for the grassland. Mind, I also agreed to them. What's more, Their previous war experience can no longer keep up with the rapid military changes. It was their original intention to give the position to the right person. As for the killing of the prisoners, Nu Ben had a mixed result. If the battle report is sent to me, I will also agree. Fiji was shocked. The Emperor, why is this? In order to destroy the will of the barbarian. If the barbarian continues to resist, we will have more soldiers to sacrifice. So if the killing of the prisoners this time makes the barbarian lose the will to resist, we will not a soldier who has fallen in battle. Xiaoming said sternly. Fiji was silent. He originally wanted to keep Liu Oquane. After all, the two had a personal relationship. But now it seems impossible. He sighed and said, "It is the veteran who is too short-sighted." Pang Yukan breathed a sigh of relief. When Fiji spoke, he guessed Fiji's thinking. However, there is a word in Fiji that is right. If Nu Ben and Liu Oquane resign at the same time, what should the military aircraft department do? He said. The Emperor, since Nu Ben and Liu Oquane both intend to retreat, then this military aircraft department withdrawal. Xiaoming said decisively, this military aircraft department is a temporary organization before the Civil War reunification, and now the northern grasslands will soon be regained. The name of the Chinese Empire is worthy of its name. In order to further exert the power of the army, our armaments divide the Imperial Army into 6 military regions. One is the Siberian Military Region. Yi Kinyan is the commander of the military region. The military region will be responsible for the wars in Goryeo, Siberia and Russia. After a pause, he continued, the second military region is the Northwest Military Region. General Chi Guanyi will serve as the commander of the military region. This military region will be responsible for the war between the Northwest Grasslands and the Golden Horde, while defending the western regions, especially the demise of the Golden Horde. After that, I did not want to be taken advantage of by the Ottoman Empire. The third is the Southwest Military Region. Liu Oxin is the commander. This military region will be responsible for the security of the southwestern region of the country. At the same time, it will participate in the fight against Turbo, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. Under the control of the bordering countries, the fourth military region is the Southeast Military Region, and Lu Ming will serve as the commander. This military region will be responsible for the defense of the southeast coast south of the Yangtze River and the war against Australia and the Philippines. The fifth military region is the Central Military Region. Luff will serve as the commander of the military region. This military region will be responsible for the security of Kyoto and the Central Plains. The sixth military region is the Eastern Military Region. This military region is commanded by Zhu Sansi and will be responsible for the defense of coastal areas north of the Yangtze River and south of the Yellow River, and the war against the American continent. While talking, Xiaoming used a pen to draw on the map the areas of responsibility of the major military districts. This military reform can be said to be the ultimate military reform for him, because in the long years to come, these 6 major military regions, all military regions must strive to realize their mission. Nu Ben and Fiji have been dumbfounded. Throughout history, they have never seen such a military reform, but machine guns have all appeared. What else is impossible? What's more, from the division of military districts this time, they saw the ambition of the emperor in front of him. Xiaoming is going to compete with the West for colonies around the world. But what made the two of them even more worth thinking about was the appointment of the 6 commanders by Xiaoming: Luff, Yi Kinyan, Liu Oxin, Zhu Sansi, Chi Guanyi, and Lu Ming. 5 of them. Pang Yukan was not surprised. After all, the wars in the past 10 years were all fought by these 5, but Zhu Sansi does not seem to have much seniority in his opinion. Fiji also wondered how this Zhu Sansi is now just a division commander, and without any background, how can he be in charge of the Eastern Military Region? The Emperor, Zhu Sansi's promotion to the commander of the Eastern Military Region is hard to convince the public. Fiji said first, who does Fj think is suitable? Fiji pondered for a moment, and he said, in terms of qualifications, of course Liu Ohong is the most suitable, and it is also popular. Pang Yukan's expression suddenly changed. If Liu Ohong were to be the commander of the Eastern Military Region, wouldn't the Liu family occupy 2 of these 6 military regions? He said. The Emperor, the veteran, thinks that Zhu Sansi is young and promising and is worth training.